YouTube. I'm gonna start playing some videos. Get some people in first. Let's get the YouTubers in attendance first. And then we're gonna rock out. Put that thumbnail up. That thumbnail kind of cool. I got a Tasha K holding up for like a Roland Martin mask. It's pretty fly. That's the thumbnail on YouTube. Well, I didn't. That's going to be the thumbnail. Let me put that there. I used to love SWV. Clean music, nothing ratchet. You knock me right off of my feet. Clean music, nothing ratchet. They didn't let other folks in the game. They didn't took our music, made it 100% degenerate. I tell you guys, Biggie Smalls is the Biggie Drake. I don't know who's number one out of the two worst rappers ever in hip hop rap. Is it Drake or Biggie? Like I be trying to like debate myself. Like, which one's the worst rapper? Biggie Smalls or Drake? Which one is top number one worst and number two? That's the only debate I have in my head out of those two. Both are horrible rappers, but I need to know who's one and who's two. Damn. Get my mic right. My mic sound right. Check. My mic sounds nice. Check two. My mic sounds nice. Check three. Are you ready? Hit it. All right, all right. My mic good. Let's see. Make sure it's connected. Mic. Right. Hello, hello. Mic is YouTube mic. Ain't really. Okay, I got it. Hello. Okay, now the mic is right. All right, the mic is right now. All right. So now, yeah, I was just chopping it up with the TikTokers. I was trying to debate in my head. I always try to ask the question: who's the worst rapper ever? I got the top two worst rappers ever in rap history. I just don't know who's number one, number two. So sometimes I say Drake is the worst rapper ever, number one, and sometimes it's Biggie Smalls, right? So I gotta know. My only debate now is who's one and who's two. Because sometimes I got Drake as number one and Biggie number two, and sometimes I got Biggie number one and Drake number two. And I'll debate that too. I got evidence of them being the two worst rappers ever. All right. All right. So let's kick it off with Tasha K. Shall we? Wait, hold on. Not yet. What's this right here? What's this?
But what I want to ask is, what of it? What of, God forbid, something with the police, somebody's going to identify me as, by the way, they would identify me as Black, not African.
That's what I said.
No,
I didn't say African.
No. See, this the sneaky, crafty things y'all like to do. And I said this in the beginning. Y'all want to replace the overarching racial identifying term from Black to African.
I never say African.
God forbid, police, whatever, they gotta identify somebody is gonna be a black girl. Then you went on to say,
that's what I said.
Africans say this and that about you because they see you as African too. Y'all are conflating the two. Y'all are you want a biological fact of the matter to mean African. Why isn't black good enough? It's for you, from what you're telling me, it's the same thing. So why isn't black good enough? It's not just a fact of the matter. You want us to ethnically identify with African. You don't want us to just acknowledge the fact we have melanin, certain facial features, and hair textures. Because, okay, you want to put Black Americans in the mix. They the only group on planet Earth that has spent sun up to sundown actually liking the way they look and praising and empowering the way they look. They make songs about looking the way they look. So this isn't just a biological fact of the matter. Because also what y'all will love to say, Black Americans have no culture. What culture? So if Black Americans have no culture, how are they African and how they connected to African anything if they don't have a culture? So this isn't this isn't just about how people look. Y'all are being sneaky and
I did not say it.
Y'all are being sneaky and crafty, and you want to ethnically cleanse Black Americans so that they can be some sterile version of people with melanin, and you can exist as them as you please. You could go in and out of it as you please. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Hello, chat. Am I making sense, chat?
This is a song about a breakup.
Let me switch to channels because this channel got the commercials. Let me switch. So a quick video, then we're going to touch on Tasha K. Quick video. Okay, hold on. All right, we're back. I had to switch the channel because that one has commercials and we're going to be commercialed up all day.
Culture. So this isn't this isn't just about how people as you please. You could go in and out of it as Black Americans so that they can be some sterile version of people with melanin, and you can exist as them as you please. You could go in and out of it as you please. That's That's what's going on. Hello, chat. Am I making sense, chat?
And during the few moments that
country you live in?
But I live in Utah.
Your mic's going in and out a bit, Jimmy. Where?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What's your ethnicity? What country you live in?
My ethnicity, I'm Congolese, right? And I live in America, Utah.
Cool. Share your piece with us.
Yeah, but like the reason why I joined this place is because I lately I've been thinking about and I've been studying about like this black thing about like literally the black history, right? And one thing I learned about the black history is that there were black people way before slavery in Europe, in Americas, and which
okay, so this is the issue right here. So I hope FBA's Native Black Americans specifically are listening. This is the problem when you call people who are not Native Black American black. And you're going to see Marquette Devon Burton, that scammer, do it. And you're going to see Godfrey, that Godfrey. You're going to see that Mark Buster Burton do it. And you're going to see Godfrey do it. So what she just said, she said they use black and they come and go as they wish. And then they pervert it. Okay. So now he just said black as though black just means nothing. It's just a melanated person. That means there's no specificity in black. It's just a melanated person. So right there, that's ethnogenocide. They're stripping black away from Native Black Americans' ethnogenesis. And they're now licensing it out to anybody melanated. And now when they're melanated and they're black, now he's saying the first black people weren't even black people in America. Now there's somebody else. So now black history ain't black history. or Black history and Black American history. Black history is melanin history or melanated history. This is the finesse I seen 2 years ago, and that's why I start to first say these folks ain't black. Okay? I was the first to say they weren't black, and now you have some people of the lineage hopping on. I love it. They're hopping on it, and they're making the same argument. They're saying black doesn't mean African, African don't mean black. It means two separate things are different, and we just want everybody else to catch on. But the reason why people's not catching on, some people just don't know ignorantly, but some people do know, and they're using black as a flatness anyway, even though we're supposed to be delineating. If we're delineating, then why are you licensing out black to other people who ain't black? But they have their own agenda. And it's up to you guys. I'm gonna give some names today, but I'm not gonna give every name. But you guys got to see through it. People are purposely perverting black and extending it away from us to other people for their own agenda. And it's ugly because it makes no sense. If we're delineating, then why are we calling other people black? If Haitians are delineating, why would they call somebody else Haitian? That's defeating the purpose of delineation. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
They were called the Moors, right? But those Moors, they were also from Africa, bro. Like that's something you. I'm saying every black people from any black people from any continent you see, there were Moors that were actually originated from Africa. But like at the same time, we were actually civilized and we were actually industrialized before slavery happened, or even before white people started actually being the people that we know, like the Romans, and started industrialized or started slaving people, bro. Like, so basically there were black people all over the continents, all over the world, right? And which, like, my point is, like, I don't disagree that, like, black people, and not every black people were enslaved were enslaved were victim of slaves. I don't agree with that, but I also don't disagree with, like, with the fact that, like, but I also disagree with the fact that you wanna claim that you weren't African, bro, when, like, it's literally scientifically fact that, like, bro, you're African, bro. Like, that's something, like, it's facts. You know what I'm saying? You guys, I hate the fact that you guys always try to deny it, which, like, it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's not wrong with being African, right? Or there's not wrong with being Trinidad or from Haiti. But the real fact is, before we were anywhere else, we were in Africa. And then that's how we ended up being civilized. We're literally the first human being on earth, bro. That's one thing we gotta stop being as black people, bro. We're always trying to learn. We always try to, like, talk about, like, this stuff that, like, there's not facts. You know what I'm saying? Or we just want to, like, argue about things that's not actual things that, like, that's true. That's actual facts. Like, whatever we're talking about right now, it's literally something that a white man put us into. That he put us in. He put it into our head, bro. Lucky, bro. So that's what we got. We just gotta disconnect that print, disconnect that plug that the white man put it in our head as black people, bro, and start being together, bro. Like, you being called or you being called an African ancestor, an African ancestor, or like an African descent doesn't really take away your nationality from Trinidad, or doesn't really take away your history, bro. You're still gonna be Trinidad, you're still gonna be Haitian, you're still gonna be Dominican Republican. But the fact is, like, from back then or before, like, literally, like, the Moors, that's my facts. That's the fact I wanted to tell you guys about. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally every black people, or literally a million years ago, you could go back, right? We're the first human being, right? And the first human being, which means, like, we've been here for longer, right? And before even slavery started, which, like, every time, every black people, it's like there's our story. Our story always started from slavery. Like, it did not start from slavery, gang. We started from Africa. We tried to civilize our own people, right? We started having our own tribes, and we had kingdoms, my guy. We had the Kingdom of Congo, Kingdom of Mali, the biggest, the one of the richest men that we know alive. That was.
Now y'all know, y'all know damn well. Now y'all know damn well if I was on that call, where this guy said the Moors were black and now the blackity black. Hey man, listen, I don't care who talked that talk. The Moors were not black. The Moors were Moors. The Moors were Moroccan. Okay. Remember, the rule of thumb is simple. You are whatever your flag, whatever the name of your flag, just add a N or a I N at the end of it, and that's who you are. So if your flag is Haiti, right? Haiti flag, add N or I N. That's who you are. A N or N. Haitian. Okay. Nigeria, that's your flag, that's your country. Nigerian. A-N. Ghana, Ghanaian. Jamaican, add that N, Jamaican. Trinidad, add that EIA, add that IAN, Trinidadian. You're whatever your flag is or the name of your country, plus either N, A-N, or I-A-N. That's who you are. Ain't none of y'all black. So Morocco's, add that A-N, Moroccan. That's a simple rule of thumb. Whatever the name of the country is, either add an N, A-N, or if you need to, I-A-N, and that's who they are. None of those people are black. Ain't no damn more black. Ain't none of them black. Y'all just making up stuff to cosplay as one of the greatest melanated people on earth, Native Black Americans. You got to enjoy your own history. The Moors had their own history. They went out there. They beat up on the Roman Empire. They did. Go ahead and, take a bow. You feel me? I think y'all got beat up by the Muslims, but congratulations, you beat up Rome. You ain't black though. That's not black history. Moorish history is not black history. Jamaican history isn't black history. Haitian history isn't black history, and nothing from Africa is black history. Black history is right here in America, and it's tied to 50 states, to 50 nifty states.
Was alive back then, bro. It was Mansa Musa, a black man, and then eventually they ended up going.
Here we go. Mansa Musa was not a black man. Mansa Musa was a Muslim man from over there in Africa somewhere. He was African. He was an African man. Now nobody want to be African. Everybody black all of a sudden. You're gonna gaslight us and tell us we ain't black, we're African. And now when it's time to identify yourselves, nobody's no longer African. Y'all all black. No. Same energy. You ain't black. Remember, you're African, you're Haitian, you're Jamaican. That's what you are. And Mansa Musa ain't the first nothing black. He's the first African or richest African in the world, whatever he was. He ain't black. Black was not around as an endonym. My guy, stop it. What did he call himself during his time? Did he say he was black during his time? Now, I want you to ask that question. During the time of the people that lived, did any of them call themselves black? The answer is emphatically no. But Dr. King, at the time of his life, he called himself black. He called himself black. Ain't none of these people they can mention has ever called himself black as a primary endonym, got a black flag, got a black culture, black language, black Wall Street, black business district, black economics, black ball. Ain't none of that happened. You dig? So no, we're not letting you guys tether on to blackness. You keep your Africanness, right? You told us we're not black. What's our DNA test? Well, what's your DNA test? What makes you black? Okay, you're an African, and be proud of that. So he's just gaslighting these folks. Now, tethers like this should never be allowed to just go in without any question, because he's saying a whole bunch of lies. Who's gonna remember all this? But this is a platform ran by somebody who's non-FBA, so that they don't know how it works. That's why when you call in Tariq Nasheed, myself, or Dennis Spurley, or any thorough FBA, even the sisters out there, we gonna Afro-Elite, all them folks is gonna cut you off real fast. Ho, ho, ho. Even Hood Smart can be like, ho, 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 ho. Dan's gonna be like, hey, I got a question for you. None of us are gonna let you just rant like that with a bunch of rapid fire lies.
Yeah, of course. And then eventually they ended up going to Europe. That ended up that civilized the European country, and then ended up, I feel like that was a revenge for them, for us civilizing them, and then they ended up
And matter of fact, I'm so glad you said that. Where did that come from? Where did the story of, I know we say that, well, not me, but I know we've heard that the more civilized the Europe. I remember Rome dominating hella countries and regions. The Byzantine was, so when people say civilized, I don't believe that's historically accurate. Now that I actually researched that stuff, all of that from 43 A BCE all the way till now, I don't recall Europe. I mean, because in that case, then Rome could say they civilized Israel, Jerusalem. They could say they civilized Britain. They could say when you occupy land, when you conquer land, that calls you civilize them, or is that just call you invaded the land, you took over it? Yeah, so yeah, we gotta watch our language. Yeah, I don't believe, from what I read, that's not civilized. They didn't civilize nobody. These folks were a power to be rock. I mean, they occupied Syria, Egypt, and Jerusalem all at the same time, and they had before then they had occupied Britain. Like Rome was flexing their, and then they end up beating up the Persians. You feel me? So like Rome. So I don't know about that one, but in the background we're gonna look it up because we always heard that lie, and I believe it's finally time to like fact check it. You know, a lie that goes around that long becomes the truth. So yeah, I don't believe. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't believe historically them invading Rome, trying to conquer Rome, is seen as civilizing Rome. Right?
what do you call it? They ended up, bro. Stop saying bubble, bro. I'm gonna suck you, bro.
Okay,
What can gather?
I'm gonna
I'm
have
gonna suck you.
land there, Jimmy. Okay, so
Thank you.
here's the thing, Jimmy. Okay, and this is not just you. I have a lot of Africans do the same thing. Okay, and it's attempt to make Black more African interchangeable ethnic identifying labels. You want them to be the first people to walk upright were whatever they were when they existed. African, as quiet as it's kept, African is relatively new as far as mainstream adaptation, and even everyone on that continent identifying as African. Let's keep it real tonight, okay? So what we have here is that, again, not just you, but a lot of Africans wanting to retroactively apply a label and wanting it to the overarching identity that many of us don't relate to because it hasn't been our reality. And whatever trafficked Africans are in our bloodline hasn't been our reality for centuries. So what you want to do is attach, and you're using it in that context to explain, you want it to mean people who look like this. Why isn't Black good enough? If for you they should be interchangeable and synonymous, why are you skipping in and out of Black, more African, what's the other one, Nubian? Why, if they all mean the same thing and it's all the same thing, what does it matter what one group prefers over the other? So it's not just a matter of the fact that you're trying to get at with melanin, with certain features, with certain hair textures. That's not what you're getting at. You want it to be an ethnic identifying label, an ethnicity that we don't relate to and hasn't been our reality for centuries. You want us to violate our own realities, violate our own histories, violate our own experiences to identify with something we have nothing to do with. I do not come from the continent. There are no two people on that continent that can mate today and create me, quite literally. So no, I am not African, period. And it just is what it is. But I understand that a lot of different groups on the continent, okay, y'all are descendants from a singular tribe, even though y'all kind of mix up yourselves. And if we really peered into it, y'all would be a little bit of the surrounding areas yourselves, but you identify whether it's your father's tribe or whatever. And so in your mind, you are one thing for you. But even so, you're trying to use your framework to make sense of me. I will never make sense to you. I have an ancestor from every single continent on planet Earth except Antarctica, quite literally. Yes, even Australia. I'm speaking for myself. But that wouldn't be so far off for a lot of people from the West Indies. I can't be compared to you. Therefore, I am not African, period. I live and exist outside of the African label. My totality is beyond Africa, period. It just is what it is, and it's okay. But again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. Okay, y'all want to swear Black Americans in particular, you got their names in your mouths, 9 times out of 10. You want to swear they're African. But what's his name? The Somali brethren wanted to come up here and say, well, isn't that cosplaying? It's either y'all want them to acknowledge and connect with their roots or not. Which one is it? No, it's about a process you didn't go through and you can't identify as. Because the people who do have African ancestors, they can always reach back there. They don't need your permission to do that, by the way. They can always reach back to that one, because that's always part of them. But you didn't go through this process over here in the Western Hemisphere that created these identities. You're not Afro-Brazilian, you never will be Afro-Brazilian. You're not West Indian, you never will be West Indian. When you go into the West Indies, you're not maroon, you never will be maroon. You're not a Dougla, you're not none of that, okay? You're not Black American, not Gullah Geechee, okay? You're not Louisiana Creole. You will never be that. You will never be that. Because you didn't go through the process that created those identities. You want access, though, to be able to do that, and we have all the proof, all the pudding. The first thing y'all came over here and did, all Africans from West, South, East, I'm Jamaican. I'm Bajan. I'm Trinidadian. What's Tyler doing? She wants an American audience. She want to be Rihanna 2.0. What's Shabuzi doing? Country music? What's Rema doing? Dressing like an East Bay magazine from the 2000s? What's Burna Boy doing? Sampling Tony Braxton, Brandy, had Diddy as an executive producer on his second to last album? Stop it. The jig is up. The jig is up. They all done left. But anyway, Mary Luther, how you doing? What's your ethnicity and what country you live in? Mary Luther, are you there?
I thought you were talking to him still. Yeah, I'm here.
No worries. How you doing? What's your ethnicity? What country you live in?
I'm doing well. How are you? My ethnicity is Somali and I'm in America.
Okay. There's a lot going on in the background. I think you said you're Somali and you live in America?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. Go ahead.
Honestly, I don't disagree with what you're saying because I am pro-Black. I believe in whatever. If you don't identify as African, it's okay. I don't have a problem with it. I do see what the angle people are coming from when they're like, why are you guys celebrating Juneteenth? Because even I say Juneteenth is for the Black Americans. But however, I know like a lot of these diaspora wars have been going on. And the reason I came up is like when you said, oh, Africans don't have a culture. I mean, there's 54 countries. There's so many different cultures. There's 1,000 or 2 compared to in America. I mean, not in America, in Africa, right? There's East African culture. There's West African culture. There's so many different cultures. So that's all I came up here to say.
I said that Africans don't have culture?
Yeah, they don't have a culture and they don't have a language or something like that.
Perhaps you just misunderstood what I said. What I said was, in the event I got up here and said African culture this, African language that, Africans would come for my jugular and say that there's no such thing as African language, because there are 54 countries, 3,000 ethnic groups, 10,000 different linguistic ethnic groups. That's what I said. African culture doesn't exist because there are 54 countries, 3,000 ethnic groups, and da 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 da.
Okay. Well, I don't disagree with what you're saying anyways, so I just want to say that. And you're beautiful, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming
on. Yeah, you can drop me. I just want to say that.
Okay, cool. Rob, how you doing? What's your ethnicity and what country you live in? Rob? Going once, going twice?
Hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me? All right. Yeah, you asked what country I'm living in the United States, ethnically Black American freedman. As far as as far as the hype, I don't think that they'll ever be able to obviously catch lightning in a bottle again as far as the hype train that was created during the first Black Panther, because that was the first one. We never saw something like that. So that's never going to happen again. On top of that, obviously Chadwick Boseman is no longer with us. So there's a lot of different variables as to why the hype train, I'm not going to say that it's over, but it's not going to be the same. Now, as far as David Johnson, I believe the young brother's name is, him playing Toussaint T'Challa's son as the new Black Panther. Me personally, I'm just speaking for myself individually. I'm not tripping over a African British immigrant playing a fictional African character. Me personally, I have more of a gripe when non-Black American people, melanated people that are not Black American, are playing real life Black American icons like a Dr. Martin Luther King, a Harriet Tubman, a Fred Hampton, et cetera, et cetera. And before somebody in the chat says it, I know somebody's going to do it. What about Forrest Whitaker? What about, this, that, and the third playing, these African leaders? First of all, that happens a lot less. Second of all, those movies were made in America. You didn't have Morgan Freeman or Forrest Whitaker or whoever immigrating to a country in Africa, taking a role away from a native African person, South African, whatever, and doing a role of a Nelson Mandela or whomever, right? Now, that being said, I still would rather see a South African, for example, play Nelson Mandela, just to be fair, but those things do not happen to the same degree. And Forrest Whitaker and them are not going over there to take those roles from an actual Nigerian or whoever, right? Somebody saying I'm hating. Ain't nobody hating. But anyway, as far as David Johnson playing this role, personally, I'm okay with it because it's not a real person and it's set in a fictional country in Africa. Would it have been nice to have a Black American play the role? Of course, Chadwick Boseman, rest in peace to him. He was a Black American. He's supposed to be playing the son of Chadwick's role as T'Challa. So yes, it would have been cool to see a young Black American guy play the role, but I'm not tripping too much. Everybody's saying he's a good actor. I'm not that familiar with him. I looked up some clips of The Long Walk. I haven't seen it yet. I'm planning to watch it. People say he did a good job in it. From the clips I've seen, it looks like he was ethnically playing a Black American. I didn't hear a British accent, or I don't know if he's from Sierra Leone or whatever country he's from. I didn't hear any type of dialect from his homeland, nor his default British accent. So I found that kind of interesting. Maybe he should play a Black British person or a Black Senegalese dude or something like that. And we can kind of see how his acting is in that versus him playing a ethnically Black American person. But as far as him playing T'Challa Jr., basically, or Black Panther Jr., I'm not bugging over it. A lot of the actors in Black Panther are already African anyway. Letitia Wright is another African British immigrant. Denai Guerrero, who plays Michonne, who she played a Black American woman in The Walking Dead, by the way. But she's
Case in point. Black British. What is a Black British? The only Black British is a foundation Black American, which Yvette pointed out. A real Black British person is biologically, since they want to go DNA, a real Black British person is biologically and literally a foundation Black American. So even when they call themselves Black Brits, they're cosplaying. Dude, you're just a Nigerian Brit or whatever, Nigerian, England, whatever the nationality is over there. That's all you are. But you lead with who you are. You don't erase who you are and take on a whole terminology that don't fit you, that fit us more than yourself. So I resent when people sit here and say black this, black that. Hey, listen, man, their flag don't say black Nigerian. It says Nigerian. Their flag don't say black Haitian. Why the marked term? When you say Haitian, my guy, we know who you're talking about. You don't got to add a marked term. You don't got to say black Haitians or African Haitians. Yo, we know exactly who you're talking about when you say Jamaican, Nigerian, and Haitian. Why not say African Brit? Aren't they African? Like now, all of a sudden, we don't say black. We don't say African anymore. We just say black when it comes to immigrants. We just drop African and preserve it just for ourselves. Y'all got to stop. Y'all got to stop. So even this dude identify himself as freedman. The dude is a lost soul because he's falling for the bait and switch, bro. They are Nigerian people in the UK. And if they got citizenship, then whatever the nationality is there, they're Nigerian in that. If they come to America, they are Nigerian American. They're not black American. They're not black Nigerian. And they damn sure ain't a foundation black American Nigerian. You dig? So no, we got to get used to calling them what they are. And if we're going to call them anything differently, it's going to be African. Remember? They said, check your DNA. You got African. Well, their DNA got African. So you're an African Jamaican, African, Nigerian. That's it. But the whole black thing, that's out.
She's also from Africa. I think she was raised in Iowa or somewhere in the United States. She's an African immigrant, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not tripping over it too much. But at the same time, I do understand Black Americans' plight with this going on, because we have seen a lot of melanated British people playing Black Americans. Black Panther, the comic book, was made in America. Black Americans were the ones mainly supporting the comic book. It was kind of made for us as, you know,
all the time without our consent.
Oh no, you're good. But just to be clear, the comic book would not have survived long enough for a movie to be made if Black Americans did not support it. Even though the character is a fictional African character, it was Black Americans that were supporting that character. So I do understand how some of my brothers and sisters kind of like, hey, in return, you should kind of have a Black American play it. I do get it, but it's comic books. So I'm not worried about it. As long as it's not a white T person playing them, I'm good with it. So, but that's just me though.
Dino, how you doing, Dino?
I'm sorry. Dude ain't give off foundational vibes at all. He said that, but he gave off Pan-African at the very best. At the very least, he gave tether vibes. That's just me.
What's your ethnicity? What country you live in? Dino, you there? Going guys? Dino.
Oh, sorry.
How you doing, Dino? What's your
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm originally from Ethiopia.
Cool. You living there now?
I'm in US.
Well, share your piece with us.
So I like to address something that you mentioned earlier about ethnicity and issue like that about African. And I personally see it this way, maybe might help you a little bit, maybe will clarify the doubt that I heard, but that's my opinion. So you were saying like I'm Trinidad, am I correct?
What'd you say?
You are Trinidadian, right?
West Indian, Grenadian, and Asian.
Okay. So if you go to New York City right now, somebody that looks like Asian and rob you or rob somebody and the police come and they ask you what is his ethnicity, you're not going to say, oh, he's Japanese or he's Korean or he's, or he's Chinese. You don't say that because it's very hard for you to distinguish them, right? First of all, you're not acquainted with them that often. And also relatively, they look almost alike. So you might say like 5 foot, 6 foot, or whatever height that person might have. And then you say Asian, okay? So in your case, if you rob somebody, they're gonna say, I don't know how tall you are. They're gonna say such person, a black girl. They're not gonna say West Indian or wherever you come from, right? But for you as a personal satisfaction, yeah, you might have proud of your country. You might be more knowledgeable about your country. For me, the moment I land on this page, I just saw a pretty black girl. That's what I saw. Then when you start talking, then I understand you are from wherever you are, right? So the notion that African people say prevalently when they see another person that just look like them, by de facto, since we are 1.5 billion people, and most of them that they are outside are not that, as a number, a lot. So if you consider African American are one of the biggest number are 50 million. So pretty much one country of Africa, relatively speaking. Okay, so that's the reason, like people, most African nation tell you are African, not because to minimize your culture or your authenticity or whoever you might be. The same way, like when you see that Asian that I gave you as an example, and you say Asian, you don't say maybe that guy might be Chinese, the one who robbed you, but you're not minimizing the fact he's Chinese. But at that point, in that moment when you are interrogated, you say Asian person, and then you go down grilling to find out who that person is. I hope that makes sense. Regarding the movie, I don't care. Most Hollywood lately is played. If you consider the Caucasian side of it, most of them are from Australia, from British, and from South Africa, the lady, and most of them are from outside of Hollywood lately, from America. So that means I think Hollywood is doing global market. They're trying to expand. So I don't see anything wrong. That's a British black guy playing this movie. And I think it's actually pretty cool that they diversify and include other people, because also those people who live in England, they pay money to see. So they want to see one of their own. The Australian, they want to see their own people because they actually contribute and going to see a movie. So Hollywood is trying to, to play fair game. That's what I think. That's all.
Wow.
It is funny or it's challenging?
It's hilarious. The first part you rambled on. And
why?
Hold on. I wanna walk down this avenue with you just for a moment. Not saying I agree with you, but what I want to ask is, what of it? What of, God forbid, something with the police, somebody's going to identify me as, by the way, they would identify me as black, not African.
That's what I said.
No,
I didn't say African.
No. See, this the sneaky, crafty things y'all like to do. And I said this in the beginning. Y'all want to replace the overarching racial identifying term from black to African.
I never say African.
God forbid, police, whatever, they got to identify somebody is going to be a black girl. Then you went on to say,
that's what I said.
Africans say this and that about you because they see you as African too. Y'all are conflating the two. Y'all are you want a biological fact of the matter to mean African. Why isn't black good enough? It's for you, from what you're telling me, it's the same thing. So why isn't black good enough? It's not just a fact of the matter. You want us to ethnically identify with African. You don't want us to just acknowledge the fact we have melanin, certain facial features, and hair textures. Because, okay, you want to put Black Americans in the mix. They the only group on planet Earth that has spent sun up to sundown actually liking the way they look and praising and empowering the way they look. They make songs about looking the way they look. So this isn't just a biological fact of the matter. Because also what y'all will love to say, Black Americans have no culture. What culture? So if Black Americans have no culture, how are they African and how they connected to African anything if they don't have a culture? So this isn't
I didn't say none of that, right?
This isn't just about how people look. Y'all are being sneaky and
I did not say it.
Y'all are being sneaky and crafty, and you want to ethnically cleanse Black Americans so that they can be some sterile version of people with melanin, and you can exist as them as you please. You could go in and out of it as you please. That's
did not say none of that.
That's what's going on. Hello, chat. Am I making sense, chat? That's not what you're saying,
So
Dino?
I didn't say none of that. What I said was, if you see an Asian person, that's what I said.
Okay, we got the police
so
analogy.
Why you muting me then?
We got the police analogy. And
why you muting me?
It? Hold on, Dino. And what of it? So what? Now what?
Okay. So what I said was, if they get confused and tell you that you look like us, I said, does not mean they trying to wash your culture. I didn't never say they want to try to make you an African.
Who gets confused and say what? Who says that?
Okay, you see? So when Asian person rob you in New York City,
no, Dino. You said if somebody
let me finish.
No, you said if somebody gets us confused with you, who's the person getting us confused?
The first one is white people.
No, no white person on planet Earth has ever gotten confused about anyone being African. I don't know why y'all think that.
Okay,
and as an Ethiopian, be so for real, because y'all have one of the most distinct phenotypes, because y'all inbred. Let me stop. Listen, no Black American on planet Earth has ever gotten confused to be an African. Literally.
I mean, you putting word in my mouth. You saying things that I didn't even see.
Give you one.
No, I did not say that.
Intellectually honest up here, chat. He just said white people can get Black Americans confused with Africans. Yes or no, chat?
No, not with Africans.
Yes or no, chat? Oh, then
that's not what I said.
Then with who, Dino?
Okay, perfect. You see, what I said was, please let me listen. Let me talk. Because if you're muting me, I'm not able to finish what I'm trying to say. Right? So what I'm saying is, if you see an Asian rob in New York City, you see an Asian. You don't see Chinese, you don't see Japanese, you don't see none of that, right?
Are you telling me what I see? Because I can actually
not you, everybody. Everybody sees what I said. They're gonna say like an Asian person.
Because that's a racial identifier, yes.
Exactly. So if you yourself, if you rob in New York City, they're gonna say a Black girl. They're not gonna say Trinidad or Ethiopia.
Because Black is the racial term. What are you getting at?
You said I said Africa. I never said Africa.
Get to your point. Yes, you did, but get to your
point. The point is, if you go to Australia, if you go to Canada, if you go to England, if you go to Europe, to Italy, to anywhere in the world with this color, and then you rob, they're gonna say African girl. They're not gonna say Trinidad. They're not gonna say African American.
So he is a liar. Okay, great. Now that we have that on record, now that we got that on tape, because first he tried to say...
he just said African again.
They're going to describe me as a Black girl. Now he just said out of his mouth, they're going to say African. No, they're not.
In America, yes. If you go to England, they're not going to say African American. You see what I mean? In England...
I'm done with Dino, actually. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. I'm done with Dino, because he literally just told on himself.
All right, so there you go. Tethers do lie, and this is why, like, I am personally no longer interested in talk to East Africans, North Africans, because one day I had this epiphany. I'm like, what do they actually got to do with what we talk about? When we talk about the disrespect, the reason to delineate and all these things, the cosplayers, we ain't thinking about a North African or East African. You do like a damn light bulb. We ain't thinking about them. They can't cosplay us. Like we're thinking of diasporic people, and we're thinking of folks from certain folks from Africa, Central, West, South. Like these are the main ones that got the names and in our spaces, cosplaying us, pretending to be us. I'm gonna show y'all a video. Yeah, I went back. Jesse Lee Peterson and Godfrey. And do y'all know 7 years ago, Godfrey was cosplaying as one of us? And then when he finally disclosed to Jesse Lee Peterson that he was not one of us, Jesse's like, so he's like, I'm African. He's like, you ain't know that? He's like, no. Because the whole time he was cosplaying as us, because he used such language as this. He told Roland Martin that he's talking about himself. He said, we built America. He said he used we, including himself. So when he said that, Roland Martin, Jesse Lee Peterson thought he for sure was a Native Black American. You dig? Foundational. So he talked to him from that point on as though he was. And then Godfrey sensed that, like, damn, this dude ain't letting me go. So he finally disclosed, hey, I'm African. I'm Nigerian. You didn't know that? He's like, no, I ain't know that. You've been cosplaying the whole time. You ain't, matter of fact, Jesse Lee, like, I would have never interviewed you had I known you were a non-foundational Black American. You dig? But let's get into the Tasha K.
Hey y'all, what's up? Hey y'all, what's going on? I'm trying to make it light in my room without overexposing myself. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this light. See how that looks. Okay, this is much better. What's up with y'all? How y'all doing? Y'all good? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, 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 hey. What's up with y'all? Y'all been wearing this leopard hat for 3 days because look, child. I gotta do my hair. I'm letting my hair grow in a little bit. My barber cut off I just spit. My barber cut off too much. That's what happens when you got these big ass veneer teeth. They don't tell you the downside of veneers, okay? Downside, yes, we have an uncontrollable spit and shit. You know what I'm saying? Your teeth too big, your lipstick on your teeth, and they be white. They don't give you all the pros and cons. They just say, oh, it's gonna look good. You know, you just gotta learn to talk with them, you know? So what's going on? I got a few announcements to make real quick. I know we didn't go live last night because I had some family stuff to deal with. So, you know, it is what it is. I work for myself so I can make my own schedule and whatnot. But yes, I did need veneers. I needed veneers because my teeth were getting little. After I had my son, my teeth started getting little. They were like chitterling teeth. I lost a lot of bone loss when I had my son. He took everything from me, every damn thing, okay? But happy Saturday. I got some PSA. Okay, so it's going down in real time with Roland Martin, all right? And we're gonna unwind everything on Monday. You know me, lawyers can do what lawyers do. I don't give a damn, okay? You have a platform, you talk about people, you expose people in your way, Roland. You know, you have your own thing, okay? And so I always give a courtesy call to any and everybody when I receive anything that is damaging to or could be damaging to their careers. I don't have to do that because I'm not a journalist. See, a journalist has to do that. I'm Tasha K, live from the porch, from the bedroom. Baby, we run a different ball game up over here. Now, we're not in the business to, you know, slander you or defame you or make up things about you, but we can run our story the way we want to run our story because I don't pay into no journalism society. I don't pay to be on the list. I don't subscribe to that. All right. So yes, this is the guy that talks about politics. So I got a call from a friend. Okay. He's another blogger. And he said, Auntie Tasha, I said, what's up, baby? What's up with you? I said, what's up with you? He said, I just got some. You need to see this. I said, well, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. And I'm not going to say his name because I already know how they like to play with, dissemination of porn. No, that's not what's going on here, okay? That man didn't disseminate no porn. That's not what happened. The girl who shot the porn of Roland Martin in her house, in her bedroom, that's who you need to sue. That's who you need to sue. But we're going to talk about that on Monday. Okay, we'll unwind it just a little bit more on Monday. I'm not going to drink wine this early because, I don't want the water retention this early. I don't want my back to be sitting up like this because, that water weight. But we will discuss everything in specific on Monday. But I got a message from a fellow blogger friend of mine. I said, well, let me see what you want to say. And I was like, this is disgusting. So my management team used to work with him. So I thought they still worked together. I wasn't I didn't know that they had parted ways or whatnot. And so I said, hey, just like when I got the ticker information, anybody I get, John Gray, when I got the videos of him, you know what I'm saying, playing with his clit for some crab legs. Yes, John Gray has a clit. Yes, okay. And he was rubbing it. He was rubbing it. Whatever you call that, I don't know. It's none of my business. His wife loves it. Not my man. Not mine. Now, and so I said, hey, they was like, well, do you really need to tell him? I said, yeah, he needs to know that this is coming out. So they caught him. It was like midnight last night. They caught him, and yeah, he didn't deny. We just got word back. He said that he's aware of it. The videos are somewhat old, and he's being extorted. Roland Martin is being extorted. Okay, girl. Okay. So, his lawyer is supposed to call me. I'm waiting on his lawyer to call me because, they're sending off threats. I was like, you don't know who you're talking to, do you? You don't know who you're talking to. You don't get to threaten me. The only person that gets to threaten me is federal judges. You got to go put the money on the federal judge. You got to do that. Your voice carries no weight around here. You got to go get that. Boom. Boom. Stand down. Do you understand? Hold on for a second. Hey, baby, what's going on? Hey, what's up? Huh? Well, I'm on a lot. Can you give me 30 minutes before you leave? All right, cool. All right, babysit and do this. All right, so sorry about that. That was my husband. Now, so I'm waiting on his lawyer to call me because I want to know what we're going to discuss. What are we going to discuss? Because we're going to discuss Roland Martin on Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, we are discussing it all. The woman, the wife. A lot of y'all don't even know he married. Bro, in black community this and the black community that, and people holding down the black community and black community. Oh my God, power to the black community, power to the black family. We need more black fathers. We need more strong black husbands. We got Roland Martin, baby. We're going to be letting Roland Martin roll through the unwind with Tasha K. And we got some questions to ask. Now, my agency is like, you should have Roland on. I should have Roland on. If Roland want to come and answer these questions, absolutely, we can have Roland Martin on. We can. And then he's probably going to do an interview and then go play victim like how Amanda Seals is playing victim, like she didn't know who Tasha K was. Girl, bye. Everybody knows who the Tasha K is. The Tasha K is, it's not me. It's a brand. It's
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never like Tasha. I like Tasha. I never like Amanda Seals. Like she come off as like those Marquette dudes in 19Zs, like fake pro. They're doing too much. Yeah.
It's
Yak Films, I got you. Let me just play the rest of this. People came to listen to Tasha right now. So let me let Tasha play all the way through.
It's a movement. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's more than a person. You know what this is. Well, don't sit up and try to act like, a light-skinned pro-Black victim now. The dark-skinned, aggressive. Down with it. Now you feel you were set up. And had I would have known Tasha K was talking like that about me, I wouldn't have went. And you guys don't understand. Amanda Seals made a video saying that you don't understand that my mental, if I hadn't been working on my mental, my stretching, all that stuff, I would have been gone a long time ago. She's playing that light skin, I'm damsel in distress. They are attacking me, and I did not attack her in that interview. I couldn't even get a word in, bro. I couldn't even get a word. I asked one question. She flew off the handle. Are you an angry Black woman? So, yeah, they always play victim. I just like real people. Shout out to Cups of Conversation. I just like real people that ain't got shit to hide. You know, well, let's talk about it. We grown. Y'all like my booty played with. And who don't like their butt played with? That's if Roland come on my show saying that, then we can have a dialogue. We can have a dialogue. So, but we got a lot to there yesterday. I just had some family business to take care of, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. We got a lot of stuff we're going to be unwinding next week. Okay. That is probably going to, you know, either piss you off or have you going, you know, it was a really, 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 really good week. You know, we got our stacked up, you know, so I'm going to be making some slight changes to our show. I'm excited about the changes. We're going to be going a lot deeper, moving through 5, 7, 8 topics a show. We're going to spend a little bit more time on these topics. We're going to pull a normally put out that I used to put out back in the day when I would do these extensive kind of deep unwinds, you know, to really kind of go and not just, you know, what I'm doing now, just say the story and do like a, you know, a quick punchline and I'm out. No. We finna get back to old school Tasha K. I miss those days. Jasmine is excited too. I hope you guys are excited. Okay. I hope you guys are excited because you're going to have fun and you're going to be more a part of the show. So you're not going to just be the chat. You're going to actually be able to call in like old school talk shows. You're going to be able to talk to all of my guests. You're going to be able to talk to me. It's not going to just be spectator from the comments and no one hears you. Everyone will hear what you got to say. Everyone will be able to respond to it, okay? I be trying to tell people what the wino is and they don't want to think. They think the wino is just a wino. No. A wino is a grown, elegant, conservative woman or man that just like just a tad bit of mess, not too much in their house, but they like to go outside and see what the hell their neighbors is arguing about. But you don't take that shit back in your house. You use it as a mechanism to learn and be better, and to growth from the situation. Just a tad bit of messy, okay? We ain't down there hanging in no projects all day. That's not us. And we've spent too many years doing that, winos. We spent too many years down there in the projects, down there in the gutter, down there with everybody sleeping with everybody sharing, everybody man, everybody having babies by the minute, by the pound, don't nobody want. You know what I'm saying? That's not us. We don't live like that. We're either home renters or home buyers, or we IRAs, and if we don't have them now, we have other winos that can help you get a different animal. We out the projects, okay? And we are going to go back. Like, it's like, and I can't believe y'all let me stay down there that long. I can't even believe that. I thought we was friends. I thought y'all could be able to be like, Tasha. A lot of y'all did. I ain't had no business down there around there. I wasn't raised down there. And if I wasn't allowed to go outside. So when my uncles and them lived in the projects, you know, my mama and them thought the trailer park was better, which it was in a sense because you had to own or rent the And they don't move. They don't move. They don't want to elevate. They just want to stay there. It doesn't matter how much money they make. They still gonna claim their Section 8. They still gonna have multiple baby daddies. They still gonna get their stamps. They're gonna do all that shit. They are not going to move. You know what I wanted to be there? Not anymore. Not anymore. I am done. I wasn't raised down there. I can't fight. I can't fight. Going down there, I'm losing the people that fight every day. This is what they do. Jesus. Had to roll on out of there. But Roland Martin's rolled down there. He sure did. And I got the pictures and the stills in the video. And we're going to talk about that on Monday. So you make sure you have your little butts in here. But in the meantime, though, yeah, I'm sorry. And you know what? It took me having my in-person shows, like where I go on tour and I see y'all. I was like, the Winos is really like me. We got a tad bit of ratchet. We ain't gonna, like, we're not the type to cuss our man out in public. Nobody's ever gonna see us cussing our man out in public. You're never gonna see that. You're gonna wait. We're gonna wait till we get in this car with the tennis rolled. I'm not even gonna show you that I'm yelling at my man in the car. We're gonna wait till we get to the house. We're gonna discuss what we gotta discuss, and we're gonna go outside, put on our shades, like we're a unit. Like we're a unit. It's just a certain kind of pizzazz we have, you know? And y'all let me stay down there on the playground on the park for far too long, bitch. I was like, what the hell have I been? I've been in it's a bad part of the matrix, a bad part of the metaverse. Okay? It's terrible. It's terrible. Not Usher had an outbreak on tour. What do you expect? His immune system is down. Okay, Usher had been doing all that dancing, all that sweating under them UV lights and shit going on. Of course, something is bound to break out, whether it's a fight, you know,
shots,
you know, it could be anything that decides to break out. I got to break out right here. Stress will do that, you know. But as long as he stays on his medication, if he has any sort of medication, treating anything, like I said, I know about that situation because my friend sued him and won, settled. I can't tell you the details of the settlement because I don't want to revoke her settlement, but she got some money from Usher. That's a fact. That's a fact. Y'all know how Tasha K. Y'all know how Tasha K. Tasha always been bougie. I don't know why y'all just figuring that out. I've always been bougie, okay? But because I never got a chance to hang in the projects, it was fun down here. It was fun. But I had to get back to where the voters are. People down there in the projects, they don't vote. They don't care. They don't know that they're senators or soliciting young black men. I just talked to a young black man and a very prominent senator from a very prominent city took advantage of him. I just finished up his interview. So I'm working on Saturdays. And we're going to unwind that next week too. We got a lot to unwind. That's where we belong. We belong trying to figure out who are these people that is passing our laws, creating our tax liabilities, teaching our schools. This is where we belong, Winos, and this is where we will go. I already made the announcement at TashaKLive.com, okay? They already knew. They knew about this last week. Y'all leave. Okay. But for the most part, I just don't want y'all to be shocked when you come to the show on Monday and it's not as many topics, but I guarantee you it will be fruitful. It will be fruitful and fulfilling. It will be very fruit forward wine. Okay? Fruit forward wine. You'll be surprised at my sources that are excited that I've now left the projects and came back to the suburbs. Had no business down there. I thought maybe I could educate, but they don't listen. They still want to be down there. They don't want to come up here with us. And I don't blame them. It's not enough for them. They don't know how to act. It's all good. But listen. So Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be unwinding Roland on the bed. Roland Martin rolling on the bed. We got the girl, we got everything, okay? So I'm waiting on his lawyer to call me now so I can divulge that to you.
Rolling on the bed, Martin. That's hilarious.
He didn't deny it. He can't deny it because I saw it. I saw Roland. I saw Roland. I saw it all.
She saw Roland rolling, rolling over it, rolling. Nah, no. Oh, you were blackmailed, huh? Really? So when folks blackmail you, they're trying to get you to do something that you're unwilling to do. Roland Martin, what did they ask you to do with that videotape as the blackmail evidence? Go do it as leverage. As that videotape as leverage, holding that videotape as leverage, what did they ask you to do, Roland? I can speculate. It sounds like they told him to go against the lineage, overpush this Democratic liberal talking point, and all of these gullible nitwits that was subscribing to Roland, you were basically listening to a Fed. Godfrey Fed, Marquette Devon Burton Fed. A lot of these 19Zs, a lot of these guys be straight ops. When I say Fed, maybe you don't have a badge, but you are part of an agenda to undermine and sabotage the lineage. And we're gonna get on Marquette and Godfrey next. Yeah. So you don't gotta have a badge to be called a Fed. It's the assignment that you willingly took to go out your way to undermine the lineage, sabotage us. That's what makes you Fed. Yeah, so we took the word Fed and gave it a different definition. But it's still some op stuff.
Yes. I saw it. Okay. Don't forget, guys, our tickets. Today is August 1st. Remember, I told y'all August 1st through 5th. Our tickets are going to be half off. The general tickets, general admission. So the $40, $35 tickets are dropping down to $25 just from August 1st through 5th. This is like that back to school week because I know everybody got back to school shopping, tax-free week. So you have to take advantage of it now. So if you're ordering multiple tickets for you and your family, tell them, the 5th will be the last day. I think the next time this will open up will be September, but I'm not sure what day in September. And I'm not even sure if we'll have any left in September. So that's the thing. So I would really wholeheartedly tell you to go and reserve your general admission ticket now. The VIP tickets and the first, second, third tour tickets, they are pretty much, they're almost done. Those are the ones that sell first. So, but for general admission, just you being at the show, being at the all-day experience, September 12th, just take advantage of it now. No coupon code needed or whatnot. So go to TashaKOnStage.com, select your city, select your general admission ticket.
Yeah, so the Pierce, she's gonna do the full exposure, 3 p.m. sometime tomorrow. I'm gonna miss it. So by the time, actually, I'm gonna catch the very end of it. Hey, what's going on, Carrie? You meant to hop on, Carrie? Hello, Carrie. Carrie. Okay, I think you made a mistake, Carrie. No problem. No problema. Yeah, but when you're ready, come back on. So it looks like Tasha K, gave us a little bit to work with. See, what I talk about is integrity and credibility. And this is two attributes that Tether does not have, right? And it's everything. So even when folks of the lineage come on, I say, listen, you might be upset at certain things, you might not know some things, but what you want to maintain is integrity and credibility. So if you don't know something, be quiet, right? And just learn and ask questions or go research it. But I warn people, don't come on my spaces winging it. I don't wing nothing. When I talk about something, I read or I came across it, right? If I got to wing it, I'll just stay quiet. Okay? But I don't wing things. And what I mean by winging, I'm talking about people who just start freestyle off the top of the head, whatever comes to mind, which we call babble. Okay, we call it babble. But if anybody with foreign origins who want to hop on the TikTok stage, this is the best time to do it. Because if not, I'm gonna move on to the next video. I'm gonna cook on some other folks like Godfrey. That tether. But we have somebody. What's going on? What's your name? What's your TikTok name?
Yo, I am spinach woke.
Spinach.
Yeah, you can call me spinach.
Spinach woke Popeye.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like you a little low.
Yeah, man, who's that?
You sound, yeah. Can you speak up a little bit? Sound a little low.
You hear me now?
Yeah, you sound a little better.
Yeah, right, yeah. My name is Spinach Woke.
Okay. What country of origin? Okay. Yeah. So just the disclaimer: we be having some sensitive topics. So you know what I mean.
I was born here in the U.S., Southern California. My mom's like FBA, I guess.
You guess.
Yeah, like she's FBA for sure. Like all of her, she goes back down to slavery.
Well, shit.
My dad's grandfather's from the U.S. Funny enough, but
wait. So so how are you Liberian then? If your dad and mom are both FBA, how are you Liberian?
My dad was born.
Okay. And your dad met your mom in California?
Yeah.
Okay. And your mom is not Liberian?
No.
Okay. All right. So what's on your mind? You joined us. What's on your mind?
Been just joining a lot of FBA lives lately, just trying to get the idea of why so many of them are just so hateful, man.
Okay. Well, you can't use that name on TikTok, but let me say this. I never spoke to too many Liberians who had bad behavior, but let's say if I did hypothetically, let's say if I spoke to a bunch of bad behavior Liberians on the net, if I joined your space and you're Liberian, I'm so smart and logical, I wouldn't tie you into the bad Liberians. I'll just say, hey, what's going on with you? And I would determine and discern if you are a bad Liberian as well. Okay, so I can't speak to your experiences. We're 50 million deep. You're going to have smart, intelligent, wise, goofy. All that is going to be there, my guy. But you're talking to me, though. What's up?
Yeah, that's my apologies. I was two FBA lives back to back for this one.
Yeah. Have you talked to an FBA historian?
I guess if they consider themselves one.
No,
probably, yeah.
one that you have confirmed to be an actual historian that you spoke to and you've been satisfied. Yeah, this person knows history.
Oh well, no.
Okay. So then don't lump me in with nobody else. All right, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually agree with the FBA platform. I'm not FBA. I don't.
What do you agree with?
I think reparations should happen. I don't think an African should get it though.
Right. I mean, that's common sense. That's common sense. Okay, so that is common sense, right? If somebody, for example, if you have a lawsuit from a car accident or a job injury, and two people are involved, you and your coworker, I don't work there, and I'm sticking my hand out, that's just common sense. I'm not gonna be compensated, right? Because I wasn't injured at the job. Right. So yes, that's common sense. Exactly. So what else do you agree with?
So agree that foundational Black Americans did a lot to build the groundwork or lay the groundwork, I guess, for other Black Africans to come.
Okay, now that part right there, I don't like. Okay, what other African would there be? Why add the marked MARKED? Why add the marked term Black African? Are Africans just African?
Yeah, absolutely. But right. If we go to semantics, then I
guess no, not semantics. Hey, bro. Listen, you're speaking English. English has grammar, and grammar is part of linguistics, right? So now that I study history, I study language too, grammar, linguistics. So it's not being semantical. This is being plain. It's like why. That's why I gave you the thing to research, a marked term. So you only add a term when you're speaking about something that's not assumed. But people, when you say African, people already assume indigenous people of Africa. Now, if you're speaking about a South African who's a white man, then you must add the marked term and say Africaner or British. You would add the marked term. But the other people, the regular people, the assumed position, you don't add a marked term. You just say African. So I don't like when people add a marked term. It's like there's an agenda there to add that marked term. But anyway, go ahead.
I see what you're saying. And yeah, but yeah, and I agree that I guess Americans or black. Can I say black Americans at least?
Well, yeah. Well, the only okay. Let me say this. You can say blacks or black American, but you can say native. You can say native black American. You say foundational Adolf Freeman. Whatever delineating term comes to your head, they're all acceptable.
Yeah, native or FBA black Americans. Laid the groundwork for Africans to come here.
Africans, Haitians, West Indians.
Jamaicans. But the thing about the Caribbean is always a weird one to me because I always figure like many of these Caribbeans, they were sold like to the U.S. and then back to the
No,
Jamaica,
no,
to the,
no, no, no.
Yeah, they come back and forth.
No. But my guy, relax, because I try to give you some credentials. First of all, I also study the history of immigration in this country. You got to stop lying. Matter of fact, give me timelines. Okay, so these Caribbeans were coming in and out of the country. What year? Yeah, right. So then they were not Caribbeans, right? If that means they don't have a home. If they're to and fro, they didn't settle yet. Your home is when you start to have kids and descendants, and y'all don't never leave. But if you're an individual bouncing here to and fro, you don't have a home. You're bouncing here to and fro. You become part of an ethnogenesis when you settle in.
Sure.
Okay? But go ahead. Keep going.
I'm trying to think of other things like and there's also things I disagree with the FBA.
Okay. Oh, I would love to hear the disagreement. Go ahead.
Yeah. So obviously the first one, you already kind of went on that one.
Which one's what? Right. Are all Liberians the same? Right. So, hold on. There's no but. I asked the question. All right. So that means that if a white person doesn't like the actions of one Liberian, can they make a derogatory slur or prejudge all of them based on the few or all or any of them that they personally experience? Can they make a broad judgment? Right. That's not smart. That's not a critical thinker would never do that. But go ahead.
My thing is, I wish at least I wish and I get that on our side, the non-FBA side, that is we kind of don't do this, and I wish we did. But I wish Black American, foundational Black Americans and Africans, work together.
Why do we need to work? Yeah, but Africans don't work together with Africans. So why would we jump overseas to do what they can't do amongst themselves?
Well, they do it in the U.S. I would say.
No, they don't. No, they don't. You okay? Right. Yeah, but it's a handful of it's very small pockets. But we're talking about okay. So while bro, when you're looking at a sample size is a sample size, right? You don't look at a small sample size and say, "Wow, greatness comes out of this. We can do this globally." No, bro, it's something called a proof of concept. So you're over here in America, getting together for the first time, probably inspired by us getting together, right? So we want people to take that energy and that together, that unison, back to their homeland and show us they can do it there. That's when folks start to link up and say, yeah, man, this might not be a bad idea. But coming over here, borrowing from our energy, the FBA glow, and then saying and linking up, like we feel like you ain't doing that because you're here amongst us. Do that at home, and we'll say, hey, man, brother Spinach might have a point.
Yeah, but I agree that I think parts of Africa are getting a lot better. But here's the thing, like it's easy to say, oh, you should go back home and do it, but what
No,
people
but
don't understand is like these countries,
context. Please don't take me out of context. The do it part, remember, you said something to me about us linking up with Africans. So when I say go back home and do it, I'm saying the linking up part. So if we should link up with Africans, then they should have a history of being able to link up with people. Like we shouldn't be the experimental dummies where we're going to link up with people who can't link up with nobody. So when we say do it, I'm saying go back home and link up with other Africans. That's a great thing to do. It's not bad.
It is happening. It's happening. I think a lot of countries in Africa, Ghana, Botswana, many of these countries
are doing what?
Development index rating, like in the green, which is good.
So they're linking up. So they're linking up with other Africans.
Well, yeah, like Rwanda, like these are considered like relatively compared to other African countries, like the ones that are safer, more developed countries.
So, okay. So they're linking up, and what's their linked up name? So they linked up, and what do they call themselves collectively?
I guess it depends on which country we're talking about.
Give me any of them. Give me any country. Okay. No, hold on. Listen to the question. Right. The question I'm asking, so you don't answer the wrong question. I'm saying if they linked up, when people link up, they come under a banner. Like our lineage linked up under the banner FBA, Native Black American, and whatever else. We linked up. So and that's the banner name, the lineage name. Okay, so the Africans linked up with each other. That's come from different tribes, different homelands. What is their linked up name?
One of the biggest ones right now is somebody who's from the U.S. here. It's Dr. Umar's Pan-Africanism, banner, I guess you would say, Pan-African banner. That's like pretty big.
Yeah, but Pan-African is an American practice. It's not an African practice.
But it's even Dr. Umar would say that's international.
Right. No. Yeah. Listen. Right. But listen, I'm hearing you. Here's the problem when people call in. You might be nervous, whatever. I'm hearing you and I'm responding to you. You're not responding to me. Pan-Africanism is an ideology. It's not an action. So it's an ideology of hopes to get these different people from Africa on one accord. That's always been the ideology. It never ever came to fruition, but it tried. It tried to come to fruition during the 1960s. It's literally called the Pan-African, and it's called the African Liberation, something like that, in the 1960s with Kwame Nkrumah and other countries. And guess what? They failed in 3 years. They all stopped trying to link up with each other in just 3 years. So they actually were motivated by our Black civil rights movement. And even the Caribbeans, they're called, the British said, hey, go link up amongst yourselves. Same time, 1960s, they called themselves the West Indies Federation. And that's when you get the term West Indies from, West Indian. They came under a banner name. So I was trying to say, when people link up, when different people look up, when different ethnicities, different nationalities link up officially, they usually come under one banner name, an official banner name. So the islands came together under the West Indies Federation. It fought miserably in 3-4 years, but they tried. And Africa tried too. It's called the 1960s, like Pan-African Liberation, something like that. But it flopped miserably. So then you got Burkina Faso. You heard that country, right?
Do you spell it?
Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. Ibrahim Traoré. You ever heard of that? That guy? That's crazy. Yeah. So you should never talk about Pan-Africanism ever again, bro. That's actually embarrassing. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I would argue that the West Indies. I thought the West Indies were because they thought they were in India when Christopher Columbus.
Hey, bro. Listen. One thing I could do, you can't do. When I say, I just gave you the acronym. It's called the West Indies Federation. Right? That's when they came together. Go Google that. So what you should never do, if I say something, come back with make believe and try to counter what I said. That's officially documented. You should never do that. It's not a good look.
I'm not countering it. I said that's what I originally thought.
Yeah, but you just made that up. I know I gave you the actual acronym that you can document and get it. So what a whitey person thought, bro, that's like what, 1500s? I'm talking about 1960, my guy.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, you got to no, but look, I'm saying 1960. You're talking about 1472 or something like that, bro. Come on, man, you got to catch up.
Right. And also, I do think at the end of the day, when it comes to immigration here in the U.S., I know a lot of FBAs are like immigration.
Wait, why are we anti-immigration? Well, why are we anti-immigration? Wait, you don't know a lot of foundation Black Americans. I do it. I live my whole life knowing a lot of foundation Black Americans. We're not anti-immigration.
I mean, that's the sentiment
No, no, you made that up, my guy. Well, some of us, a lot of us are Democrats, my guy. Are Democrats anti-immigration? Wait, excuse me. Are Democrat liberals anti-immigration?
No.
What percentage of foundation Black Americans vote Democrat? Like 90%. So okay, so you said something crazy. Most of us are pro-immigration. If we were anti-immigration, we will vote 90% something else.
Okay, so then once again, I know this is anecdotal. Every single time I'm in one of
Hey,
these,
bro, you went to one or two. Yeah, you went to. Guess what? If I talk to 3 Southerners, I can say all white people are Republican. Like, what are you talking about, bro? If I'm a New York, no, dude, why even reference it? You're referencing out of 10 people, that fraction out of 50 million is silly to even reference as to make us like a monolith, bro. You came across a certain. And guess what? I don't even believe you comprehended what they said because so far today, talking to me, I don't believe you comprehend what I'm saying. So I just said we're not anti-immigration. We are anti-illegal immigration, and we are anti-immigrants cosplaying undermining. But the ones who mind their business and do the best they can do, and they got here legally, you dig, and they're not undermining, sabotaging. We don't even think about them at all, my guy. So you making that up.
all right, fine. Yeah, like I said, that was anecdotal. I apologize.
Yeah, but no, it wasn't anecdotal. Like you misinterpret what you were hearing because you were in your feelings, and maybe they cuss you out because you're behaving. But like right now, I'm live every day, my guy. We barely ever talk about immigrants who are here legally shouldn't be here legally. We hardly ever talk about that. You don't hear Tariq Nasheed talk about that. You don't hear the biggest names in these spaces don't talk about that. People are here legally. They're here legally. Like every country got some type of immigration laws. Like, why would we be tripping about people here who are here legally? Now, if something is janky while they're here, yeah, we're going to complain and we're going to point it out. But if they're here legally and they're doing legal things and they're out of our business, ain't nobody thinking about them.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, that was basically all I had.
So now let's get back to that word black. Are you black?
Yes.
In what way are you black? Wait. Culturally, so there's a black Liberian culture?
That's what you said. We can't say black Liberian. Say Liberian.
No, I didn't say that. No, hey, bro, look at. Oh my God. The playback you ain't gonna like. My God, you can't outsmart me. I said, are you black? You said yes. So if you're black, you're a black Liberian. According to you, I'm asking how you identify. I'm not gonna tell you how to identify. You said you're black and you're right. So slow down. I'm recapping what just happened. I said, are you black? You said yes. I said, how are you black? Because I know you're Liberian. You said you're black cultures. I said, oh, there's a black Liberian culture. That's the question. Is there a black Liberian culture?
Yes.
Okay. Right. What can you name something that's a black Liberian culture?
In America, I've
Okay.
never.
All right. All right. So let me help you out. Are you black racially?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no black racial culture. Do you know what a black race is?
People from African descent, I guess.
Bro, and what place of the world is that? All over the world, right? All over the world. You're talking billions of people, right? Right. So there's no one, right? There's no culture for billions of people. So there's no black culture. Now, what's your black language?
I mean, definitely. I don't only speak one language.
Black dialect?
Yeah.
What is it? What's your black dialect?
West Coast.
Okay. All right. What is your you have a black flag? Do you have is there when we say the black economy, the black dollar, black love, and I'm proud to be black, or do we is are Liberians considered it in that all that black talk?
Like I would say possible. I would say maybe.
Okay. So when Elijah Muhammad wrote the book, when Elijah Muhammad wrote the book, The Message to the Black Man in America, was he thinking about Liberians?
Probably not.
Okay, when Richard Wright came up with Black Power in 1954, was he thinking about Liberians?
Probably not.
When James Brown made the song, when James Brown made the song "I'm Black and I'm Proud," was Americans on his mind? Was that song for Americans or all melanated people across the world?
I mean, yeah, of course it's for America.
Right. So I'm pointing something out. Black people who were free from slavery, and you had Liberians who were who got sent to Liberia. You guys were known as Americo-Liberians, right?
Yes.
Right. So the word black was never there, and then you became just Liberians. So we actually called ourselves black and was acknowledged as just black people. White people wrote us in their newspapers in the late 1800s, even early 1900s. We were in their papers as black people, no other name, no African, no more, no Nuwapi and all these crazy terms. It just we were recognized as black, no American, no foundation, just black people, and we were known as that for about 40 to 50 years exclusively. There was no black Liberian in 1930, right?
Correct.
Right, or 40 or 50, right? So racially, black became a race in 1977 through the OMB, Office Management and Budget, directive number 15. So I gave you stuff to research. That's when black became an official race for everyone with African phenotype or descent. But prior to that, and it could be a race, but black was still before then and within that was operating in America as an ethnicity. So when we say black, we don't talk about black racially probably ever. When Foundation Black Americans, when we say black, we're normally talking about ourselves. When you guys say black, I guess you're talking about the race, billions of people. So, and by the way, black ain't your identity. Black is a class. It's a racial classification made up by whitey people. So the people who told you were classified as black was whitey people. Whitey people ain't call us black. We called ourselves black. That was a self-liberating name we gave ourselves. That's called an endonym, my guy. Inside endos onym, inside name. Your inside name, I guess, American, Liberian, something like that. But black was imposed on you by racist whitey people. Racist people made up the racial construct.
Yeah.
Right. So you get your black from whitey people, and when something is imposed on you by outsiders, that's an exonym. That's exiles on them. So we called ourselves black as an endonym, inside name. You were classified as black by whitey people, outsiders identify you. The difference between all you folks, when I say all you, all non-FBAs, you guys accept things by whitey people we would never accept. We would never allow them to call us something or classify us for something. We just go down with it. We're always like, nah, ain't that? Because we know that when they do things, it's never for your best interest. Never. It's always a catch. Okay.
Then what do you think we as non-FBA should do to combat that?
Combat what?
Like the idea of like white people essentially using these exonyms on us.
Well, what they did was they took our endonym and exonized it. So black for 40 years before it was ever placed on a non-FBA was our ethnonym, our primary name. So white people took that, undermined it like they did the Native American, like they did the indigenous people, but they reclassified them as Negroes, right? Well, they and then paper genocided them. Well, with us, they did it the opposite way. Like that was like they did it invertly. Instead of like classifying us as somebody else, they classify else people as us. So that was a slick way to ethnogenocide us invertly. You feel me? So now, what and you guys are never called black, by the way. And you only see black when you fill out a application for some resources, and then you'll see they'll ask you what's your race, and then you guys type in black. But outside of that, nobody ever called you. Don't call yourself black, and nobody ever called you black outside of you filling out a form for some type of resource or help.
Yeah, I got you. Once again, I understand that, it's in America that, black Americans understand when they're, talking about being black, they're talking about themselves. I get it. I never really thought they were talking about Africans.
Right.
But I do understand. I'm like in this country. If I were living in this country in the 60s, I'd have to go in the back of the bus as well.
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily, my guy. See, now you're a guy. Okay, so explain this. Have you ever heard of the 1870 Sun Dry Act? Okay, so your little slick talk, you just embarrass yourself. So, in this country, you could be black as midnight, and it was illegal to enslave you if your status was things. Okay, so for example, two Moors were put into physical chain slavery. Black as midnight. They're documented as black as midnight by the enslaver. These Moors took, and bro, we're talking about 1800s. We're talking about before Emancipation Proclamation. These Moors took their enslavers to court and said, "You cannot enslave us. We are not Negroes." And at that time, a Negro put in this country, which is us, Chinese Black Americans, and the slave master was forced to let them boys go free. Anybody can Google that. Yeah. So those boys were dark as midnight. So and part of that, what people don't know, I cover sometimes, all certain people come to this country. All they had to do is have certain things. I'm talking about dark as midnight. It could be from Haiti. They could be from Nigeria. If they had certain clothes on that identified them from another country, you could come into an all-white bar or a restaurant. People can Google that right now on the spot. While we're talking, that can be Googled right now on the spot. Like certain head wraps, you wore a turban. Black as midnight, you wore a turban because these were delineating items that show white people you were not us. And you were allowed on the bus, front seat, so don't give me that back seat stuff. You were allowed on the bus, front street, and you could go into white owned restaurant, white only restaurants you guys were allowed in. If you had apparel that signified you were not native to this country. Yeah, so you're in those FBA spaces acting chimping out, and you are talking to a real one today, my guy. Yeah, but you saying some crazy stuff because you try to try to slip in, you'll be on the back of the bus. No, the hell you won't. You've been in front of that bus. Once you start speaking with your accent, and that's what a lot of folks did. Yeah, you've been in front of that bus, chimping out with those white people. Yes, and you'll go. I already expressed. Go Google it now. Prove me wrong. Okay. It's just called. Just ask Google if dark skinned people from different countries were able to show mutual aid, right? The mutual aid society. They show membership from cause you had mutual aid society that was for immigrants. Just ask anything like that where African immigrants or African descendant immigrants in this country, if they could show how they were not a Negro, a Black American, that term wasn't around, Negro in this country, were they allowed to enter into white spaces that a Negro never could? That's like I asked. So yeah, so that destroys that narrative, and you be back in the bus. You spoke, and a lot of you guys did that. A lot of you guys came over here and spoke with your accent. White man was like, all right, go ahead. So all that, if a cop pulls over, if a cop pulls over, at first he gonna think we're all the same. Until you start talking, he gonna say, all right, you go home.
Says that if they're dark skinned, they wouldn't have cared.
What happened?
The first thing I read was if they're dark skinned, African immigrants, they wouldn't have cared. They would have to sit in front. On the back of the stuff.
Okay, so now you're keeping it on a bus. I said restaurants, and look, I made the terminology I gave you was very generic. Okay, so the thing about AI, what you tell us to do, you try to be specific when I just said generic. I said where you permitted in places that we could not, Negroes, Native Black Americans were not permitted to. Could you guys be permitted in those places? Because because we said bus, we said restaurant, and we said waterfront, we said a whole bunch of things. Okay, so go back and ask that. Think about me, family. I know my history. I know my history.
So,
Yeah.
diplomats and apparently diplomats and high-ranking African visitors are sometimes minor exceptions, but generally Africans and people weren't allowed into these white spaces.
Yeah.
It's like
diplomatic. Ask about the turban wrap. If you put on a turban, where you permitted special favors with a turban on. I'm driving, family, so I can't really cook what I want to because I know he's asking questions like revenue, very generic and plain. But everybody know when I get to that computer, I ask the questions the way they need to be asked to get the answers, historical answers.
Yeah. So that's true that it's sometimes when they put on turbans, they were looked at as non-black, and some white owners of restaurants and stuff would apparently still serve them. Yes, it's not because they thought of things on a binary level.
Okay, all right, yeah, cool. I want no excuses. The point is, if people wore delineating clothing, apparel, that okay, the point is that they're showing white people they're not us. Don't treat me that way. I'm not them. Treat me differently. So that's like you guys word it differently. And you guys use your accent, you can type that use your accent, you can do if they show their uh I they're inside something up, I know that I ain't gotta go back. I could no. I want to move on. I just wanted to argue because you made a little snarky thing in the back of the bus. It's like, well, I don't know. That's why I said I don't know about that. Maybe you've been in front of the bus and you're asking. But anyway, so moving forward. So we're still talking about black. So you're not black ethnically, right? I Yeah, all right, let's go with that. All right, so then maybe you will be FBA. All right, so what's the whole I mean, you kept saying like you well, I mean, you kept saying, well, if you have, then obviously you were born here, then obviously you are FBA. But you kept like,
So I guess that was kind of
no, you should have said that. You should have led with, hey, in my FBA, I got a mom who's FBA, a dad who's not, and I was born in America, and I lived here my entire life. You should led with that. Yeah. So you should led. You said, well, the born part don't matter. The part that matters if you got a parent that was FBA, and they were born here, and you were born here with them. Yeah, I don't see a problem. I don't see why somebody would say you're not FBA.
that's what I was really trying to understand.
Yeah, they like what you should do is sometimes you should just write down what people say, get their names. That's all. Find out what panel you're on, get the host name and whoever talking, what's their name, and just write that down. Okay, now why I'm not FBA, and just write down what they say, because a lot of times they make up stuff.
Yeah, I have to keep that in mind. I'm learn about.
Then
very interested in like stuff like that.
Then what you do next is you go to another FBA platform and you give them. Don't say it's you. Just give a hypothetical. Say, hey, this man was born here. His mom was born here. And are they FBA? And then that's how you get them. They're like, yeah, okay, so I'm FBA.
But yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So in that case, you would be black. Yeah, I'm talking you like you. 100% non. So yeah, so that wouldn't apply to you. So that wouldn't apply to you. It apply to somebody else that who's not don't have a parent.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I appreciate you for letting me come up and
Yeah, you should just lead with that because when you don't do that, you can argue like a tether and people, and then you try to like disclose, then you try to disclose you're not. It's like too late. They already. So I will lead with, hey, I'm FBA, but I got some weird questions, some weird talking points. Yeah.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for having me up.
All right, yes, sir.
I'll shoot you a follow.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I normally follow everybody back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just pull up, man. Any more questions? Pull up. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, what's going on, brother? How you, man? Everything straight? Yeah. All right, man. I tell you, I'm out here, just chilling, doing my thing in the public. Got to get my son, bring him to this indoor spot. They mad at me because I had a babysitter watch him longer than what I said. You feel me? But hopefully hopefully the YouTubers heard him because I was on morning. By the way, I'm live every weekday morning around 5 to 5:30 a.m. I'm TikTok and YouTube live, and the TikTokers be pulling up. They be pulling up. They be rolling up. They be rolling over too, like Roland. And dig. And man, I be doing my thing. I'm gonna just say that because these spaces do give these folks confidence that we're silly because they be arguing silly on these spaces. The FBAs they be arguing silly on these spaces. So and the tethers be doing pretty good. So they be like, all right, they pop their collar. Like, all right, what's the next FBA space? They see this. My space is called FBA News and Updates. So like, oh hell yeah, we about to get him with the same questions. Like, all right. I try to give him a warning, like, nah, listen, bro, the history thing, I do that. I do language, I do a lot. Religion, it's gonna be hard to pierce me, my guy. You can't pierce this veil. Like, good luck. Finances, all that stuff. I do politics, we can talk about all that stuff. Yeah, we could do whatever. I'm gonna dominate damn near every topic. And by the way, y'all see, I'm mobile on the fly cooking them. Ain't nobody on the internet. I got two phones in my hand. I'm lying. The two phones I'm hands free. I'm hands free. Yeah, but I'm on TikTok. TikTok name is FBA News and Updates. That's where I have dollars like this often. And I had a Guyanese guy calling yesterday. That is a must replay. I talked to a Haitian guy. Y'all gotta hear this guy. I know for a fact that YouTubers couldn't hear him because I went to like download it to make it a clip by itself. And man, and the audio, like the TikTokers heard him loud and clear, but the YouTubers ain't. Y'all just heard me. It was horrible, 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 horrible. But he was the one that said the Haitians. I forgot his words, the way he put it, but he said the Haitians are either the real Black Americans or the Haitians are the first Black Americans. And like usually that's like a gaslighting, talking point where we just crash out on you. But I really was like, yo, entertain me with this one, bro. I kicked my feet up. I put shades on. I put grapes in my mouth like I was a king getting fed by peasants. I'm like, bro, I ain't gonna crash on you. Entertain me about how Jamaicans, I mean, not Jamaican, how Haitians are the first Black Americans, bro. I'm all ears. You got the floor until you don't want it no more. You ain't got to land no plane. Just keep flying around in circles, bro. I need to hear all of this. And of course, he said a few words and was done. My man was like, well, the Haitians arrived in America. I'm like, what year? He's like, well, not sure. I was like, well, bro, the fact that you said the word America That's 1776. That's the earliest you can go. So are you saying you were here with the British to fight against the French, or here with the French to fight against the British? Like, okay, where are we at? While you came over here, you dig, didn't that door say occupied? That door ain't say vacant. That door ain't say vacancy. It didn't say FBA vacancy. That thing said FBA occupied. We already here, my guy. But then he tried the whole indigenous backdoor thing. Well, see what happens was with the Arawak. Nah. See, I'm not letting nobody backdoor at all. I ain't giving nobody black. Other folks do it, and they have a harder time dealing with these guys. I ain't giving nobody black. Nobody who says they're non-FBA, you're not getting that black delineating term because black is a key delineating term. So I'm like, how are we going to successfully delineate while we're letting them use a delineating term? You make sure you educate them. No, how are you black? You're not black as an identity. You're black by classification because a whitey man says so. You ain't black because you said so. You ain't black because we said so. You black because the whitey man said you're black. No, he didn't say you black. He said you're classified in the group called black. So I say, look at these groups as class, as group B, group A, and group C. Group B just means the group of these guys. We're going to add people of Africa, the diaspora, Brazil, Cuba, Black America in this group. And we're going to call this group black. We're going to steal your ethnicity, your ethnic name, and we're going to call this group black. Okay, so the group is called black, not you. The racial group is called black, not you. You're in the racial group called black, but you ain't called black. You're called Haitian, and you're Haitian in the ethnic group. I mean, I'm sorry, you're Haitian in the racial group called black. So where are you, black? You're in a group called black, but you're Haitian, you're Jamaican, you're Nigerian in that group called black. So these guys they get the group being called black. I don't know if it's on purpose, but they get it confused with themselves being called black. And that's the part I highlight. So now he said on the bus is 1960s. The time frame I was talking about when I said these folks are allowed to walk around, I'm talking about 1910, 1920. Yeah, but he looked it up, right? Yeah. They put a turban on. They do. The whole point was you're not going to be simply thrown on the bus. No, you might. I mean, the back of the bus. You just might be on the front of the bus. That's what I said. I don't know. You might be in the front of the bus, depending on the accent you use and the clothing apparel you put on. You just might be on the front of the bus, and that's why that makes me believe he's not one of us. Because if he was one of us, he'll for sure be on the bus. You know what, my guy? I don't think you're FBA because that statement you said you made that statement implying we're not the same and we look the same. So whitey man couldn't distinguish you from me. So both of us would be on the back of the bus. So there's no way you're Liberian. You're not half. You're 100% Liberian. You wouldn't have said that. You wouldn't have said, well, because when people make that statement, they're showing we're different, but the whitey man can't tell the difference. So somehow we're the same. So you said you'd be thrown on the back of the bus just like me, regardless of our differences. That's exactly how you communicate that. The whitey man wouldn't see no difference from a Liberian from a native Black American. That's how as a brother. Yeah. I mean, but you know what? Listen, that's your lie that you gotta live with. You guys live with lies, we live with truth. Feel me? But yeah, that statement alone pretty much let us know that you are not one of us. That statement alone. You wouldn't have said that if you was one of us. if you're one of us, you're for sure going in the back of the bus. But yeah, I be trying to tell you about those delineating clothing that they used to wear so that the whitey man can get no special treatment. And like they just show their mutual aid society memberships, because I think like certain they had enclaves, they had immigrant enclaves, and if they could show that they're part of an immigrant mutual aid society enclave, they'll get professional treatment, like provincial treatment. The officer wouldn't harass them as much once he realized they're not us. Well, I said, my guy, like, you done hopped in the wrong FBA space. I'm glad you did. But yeah, man, no, sir. No, sir. All right, so I want to go right here. I want to go right here.
FBA J1. What's up, FBA J? Hop on in, FBA J. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's good, Tariq?
What's up, Jay? How are you, brother? Jay, where you at? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. You hear me now?
I can hear you now. There you go. Yes, what's happening?
I say, hey, man, I'm going to need FBA to come through, put the cape on for me, man.
Well, what happened?
Hey, man, you know, I got a long rap sheet, you know what I'm saying? And I just need, yeah, you know, I'm running from ICE right now. For real, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay low.
Now, why are you running from ICE?
All right. I just say they got me like they got Cosby and Kells, man, you know? I ain't do none of that stuff, you know?
Now, I hear an accent, man. Where you? I hear an Jay, I hear an accent. I hear a Caribbean accent. What part of the Caribbean are you from?
Man, I'm foundational black Jamaican, man. FBJ.
Oh, okay, FBJ, Foundation Black Jamaican. There it is. How long y'all family been over there from Jamaica?
Man, I've been here since the 80s, man.
Now, you know that's a, you know, you can't be a
my peeps in CT. My peeps, see, hey, look, I'm going to tell you this. All right, long story short. Hold
on. You know, you cannot be a foundational Jamaican by being an immigrant. That's a contradiction, but go ahead.
I heard you say that before to others, but I'm saying this. Look, long story short, I served in the military, all right?
Yeah.
And, you know, them people's got me for grade three checks. I ain't did all that.
I love TikTok Shop, man.
Yeah, I love TikTok Shop too, but they got me on the registry though. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but you know you can't say stuff like that on here. You're just saying stuff. So why are you doing that?
Okay. I love TikTok Shop, but I'm just saying though, they got me and stuff I ain't do.
Now, what's your point, man? You're just saying stuff. No, what's your point? Why are you upset?
FBAs, I've been helping out Island, my peoples for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm cool with a lot of FBAs. I got a lot of FBA homeboys, especially in the military. I'm still cool with this day. But all I'm saying is this. I know y'all on the delineation and all that, you know? And my hairline straight, my hairline right here, so I could pass an FBA all day.
Not with that accent, sir. Not with that accent. All right, Jay, he's not saying anything. He's trying to be witty, but you know that tether wit isn't that good. So they just start saying shit. They don't have that wit. They just say random stuff. I love TikTok Shop, by the way. But this delineation just has people losing their minds. Yeah, this delineation, boy, this is whooping y'all. Y'all don't know what to do. Y'all just doing shit. All right, yo, look, delineation has happened. All right? There's a new vibe. It's a new day. Everybody has to stand on their lineage and represent their lineage. Nobody's going to sit here and leech off of ours all the time. And then people try to look at that as hostility. We're not being hostile. We're not doing anything to anybody. We're just acknowledging our lineage and acknowledging yours. And we want you to be great, right? Y'all just be crashing out. Just be great. We want you to be great. Be great. Don't just come around us babbling and just saying shit. I'm foundational Jamaican, nigga. Okay, all right. You're just saying stuff. All right? You're just saying stuff. Family, this delineation has people in a chokehold because, see, we were supposed to be de facto foreigners on our own land. You understand? They don't like foundational black Americans claiming American land. They don't like that. Because, see, land, that's the ultimate tangible. See, you understand the entire global power structure is built on a very specific economic foundation, the control of land and resources. So the dominant society and a lot of these bad faith tethers, they don't want foundational black Americans claiming American land because that's a tangible. When you claim the soil, you're no longer asking for civil rights accommodations. You're demanding the deed to the property that you built. See, foreigners, they have to beg for recognition, beg for citizenship, beg for green cards. This isn't your land at all. You hear? So they understand the people that actually built this joint, cleared the land, drained the swamps, laid the railroads, built the infrastructure. They realize if we ever woke up and claimed ownership of the land itself, see now the wealth distribution, it's gonna be a different story right now. And that's a threat that they've been spending a long time trying to neutralize. This is why they always try to foreignize us. They always want us to be perpetual foreigners. You know what I'm saying? To keep us away from the land, the dominant society, they got to run this multi-generational psychological operation to make us view ourselves as just generic Africans, perpetual foreigners. See, they've indoctrinated us to believe that our history just started on a slave ship. And we're just displaced refugees wandering aimlessly in a land that belongs to Europeans. You see? Because, see, a foreigner begs for inclusion. A victim asks.
Yeah, just speaking of that guy that just hung up. Look, I don't really trip when people lie about being of the lineage. Like I said, that's a lie they gotta live with. I already knew through certain conversations is going to reveal it's going to reveal the truth. Like certain questions they had, certain arguments they had, and he slipped up. He said he would have been thrown at the back of the bus just like us. That statement was implying he's not us, but the whitey man couldn't tell the difference, so we're back on the bus. Okay. Yep. We're both of us are back of the bus. So yeah, so like conversations eventually the lie kind of falls apart. Even the Guyanese guy who says Black American, after I cooked him a little bit, he had to come clean. He said, "Yeah, I'm not FBA." He said, "I'm not FBA." Okay. And listen, man, listen. White tea people and tethers are the king of chimping out. White tea people and tethers are the kings and queens of chimping out. My man in the chat, be saying the most crazy things. It was like, bro, listen, man. By you saying the most I've seen words, profane words in the chat, I'm not feeling the type of way. Like I know that's part of your culture, which is degeneracy. Like I'm not shocked. What's gonna shock me is you guys can hop on this damn live and not lie. You dig? What would shock me if you could hop on this live and not lie? That's what shocked me. Hop on this live and not lie. Be honest. Sounds kind of smart. That's what shocked. If somebody had foreign origins and they came on here and didn't lie and sounded kind of smart, that would impress me. That would shock me. But you lying, saying crazy, profane words, man, that's what y'all do, bro. That don't bother me. That's like getting mad at a white supremacist being a white supremacist or saying racial words. It's like, yeah, what? I don't expect less.
For a seat at the table, but an owner demands the keys to the house. So as long as they can keep foundational Black Americans looking across the Atlantic for a sense of home, they've distracted us from the trillions of dollars of equity and inheritance that we have right here under our feet. See, us saying, hey, this is our shit. Oh, they never wanted us talking like that. They wanted us hollering about the motherland and back to Africa. No, 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 no. Damn all that. This is ours right here. We are the real true Americans, ladies and gentlemen. It ain't? And they really want to suppress the fact that there were Black Aboriginal people here on this land too. That's another thing, way before European contact. And when you really break that down, they don't like talking about that, despite all the proof. And if foundational Black Americans recognize our Aboriginal roots on this continent, that completely shatters the whole myth of European discovery and manifest destiny and all that. So yeah, that's something they don't want us to acknowledge, because now we're not foreigners. We're not going to look at ourselves as foreigners. We're not hyphenated Americans. We're not African Americans like Italian Americans and Mexican Americans and Colombian Americans. We're none of that. We're foundational. That means from the very damn beginning, pivotal, needed. And we are the soft power of America, ladies and gentlemen. We are the soft power. You understand? Our talent, our charisma, our skills, that drives many of the industries in the United States. What's exported is our talent, our sports, our music, our culture. That's the biggest export, ladies and gentlemen. It's real heavy. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands. Man. Y'all raise those hands. Let's get you in here. Let me see the hands, family. If y'all want to get in here, raise those hands. Let me get you in here. If y'all don't raise some hands, we'll shut it damn down. Let's get on. Who is this? Mel, I had you on the other day. I remember that name. Mel, what's up?
Yes.
Mel, hop on in.
What's up, Tariq?
What's up, Mel? How are you, bro?
I'm all right. Hey, I was just wondering, did you hear about what Trump and them are now doing for the TPS? They making them sign in. They sending them letters. Yeah, they sending them letters, telling them they got to report in now.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, now they crying. I just seen it on CNN earlier today. The lady on there crying now, talking about she barely know that her Haiti is. She left when she was 5, something like that.
I was Japanese when I was in high school, and I'm a millennial, so we know that was decades ago. They had something called ganguro.
What is that?
Right? And that's because they can't say girl because of the way the language is.
Okay, I just took that person down. I don't know who that was, but go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, so now they sending out letters to all of the TPS recipients, and they telling them they have to come and sign in or something like that. So it's like a check-in, and if they don't check in, then they automatically gonna come looking for them. So it's like now they sending out warrants and stuff for these people, man.
Oh wow,
it's crazy. They on TV crying. It's crazy, man.
I'm gonna look that up.
I was just wondering if you heard about it, man.
I haven't heard about that, but I'm gonna look that up. What's up, Mama Neen?
Hey, yeah, peace, everybody. You was talking my language with the land issue. Yeah, I was recently held in contempt of court for some land that I have in Mississippi. For anybody that maybe had heard my story, where the judge was trying to force me to sign over some land patented titles that I had from my third great grandfather to the corporations that are currently on it. So it's real, and I have learned from my real experience that is why we have been so culturally distracted, because I'm telling you guys, We really own these lands. If you take the time, you have to do your genealogy. Yep. So now that we know we're here, y'all just can't be on here arguing about that all day. Y'all better go ahead and pull them names out and start looking for these patented titles, because this is a power. It frustrates them to think some little Black girl from Oakland is up here, challenging these multi-million-dollar companies, letting them know I'm the owner. But I am. And we are protected through our constitutional rights as heirs to our ancestors who got these titles. And this is where our wealth is going to be restored, guys. So please make sure y'all taking time to pull out your family names. If you need help in how to do it, follow my page or, whatever, and we can help to point you how to find those records. Because this is going to be our reparations, family by family. I'm telling you, I'm proving it right now. This is going to be the financial game changer for us, and they can't stop it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, beloved.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we better understand. And see, that's why, again, they don't like us digging to that indigenous thing. Or they don't like that. That's why they vehemently try to deny that, because we start claiming land, which we can do, because most of us, if not all of foundational Black Americans, have indigenous ancestry. I would say all of us do. We've been here too long. And you know what's interesting? They'll acknowledge African ancestry with us. They'll even acknowledge European ancestry.
Yeah.
You understand? But boy, they just vehemently deny the indigenous ancestry, which makes no sense, because we would have more indigenous ancestry.
It makes all the sense, because indigenous, acknowledging that, debunks the whole African thing, because Africans don't have indigenous in them. But look, TikTokers, I gotta move to YouTube. Well, I'm already on YouTube, but I gotta end TikTok, because where I'm going right now is loud, and the headphones will block out it from YouTube, but it won't block out it on TikTok, and TikTok gonna restrict me. Anyway, come to my channel, Black spelled with an X, Black's News and Facts. That's where we're going right now. And if you can't get there, then every weekday morning, you can catch me live from about 5 to 5:30 a.m. to about 6:30 a.m. Something like that. About an hour and a half. It'd be lit. Check me out there. Okay. So TikTok, we out. Appreciate y'all. But you know where I'm at. All right. Let's get it.
You see? Because that's because of the land claim. See, the moment society accepts that foundational Black Americans, then when they say we have African ancestry, they almost try to make us de facto immigrants by doing that. And then when they talk about the European ancestry, that frames us as permanent byproducts of subjugation and conquest. So both of those narratives keeps us detached from the soil here. But when you acknowledge that you have indigenous ancestry here, that makes you a foundational owner. You see, your bloodline is tied directly to the land. So the dominant society, they want to deny that, because acknowledging that transforms foundational Black Americans from a marginalized minority comparable to Mexicans and all that to the rightful inheritors of the damn land. See, people are comfortable assigning European DNA to foundational Black Americans because, see, that reinforces that traditional narrative of the antebellum South, the enslaver and the enslaved.
Yeah, I think.
That
they turn off all the time. All right, hold on. Let me text myself something. Give me a second. Family-so. Oh my God. I gotta text myself an image, so I ain't gotta use this phone. What is that noise? Yo, TikTok is wild, yo. You close out a TikTok app, yo. Right now, y'all can hear a lot of stuff. Yo, TikTok, you close out the app and it'll still blast TikTok stuff. Yeah, I'll be like, you be in like in places of public, and they be, they be doing cussing like crazy. You be like, yo, how the hell did TikTok even like? I closed the app out. Why is it still playing? That's all the time. Both phones, the old phone and the new phone. Like, yo, why does it do that? 4, 3, 8, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was gonna give me a problem. I knew it. I knew it. Let's see. What is this? What is the number? Okay, 8.09. I knew it. 30, 36. Come over here, away from the cars. Yeah, you gotta wait. Okay, wait. I'm done when I'm done. All right, so now let me do this. Let me send it here as well. When we'll get back. Oh, I gotta show you. Really? Now the weather back good. The weather back good until I get in the car. It's scorching. All right. Let's get back. Let's get right back because I got 2 more exposés.
Validates the historic European power structure. When you admit that African or European ancestry exists, a passive admission of their historic power over us to a certain degree. But when you admit indigenous ancestry, that requires you acknowledging that foundational Black Americans are of this soil.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Like they don't like to acknowledge the indigenous.
We were not just isolated and broken on plantations. You see, that's why there were so many free Black people. Think about it. Why were there so many free Black people? They always talk about free Black people. Why were they free? How would they be free? They were free really because of the mother, because there was a law that if your mother was a Native American, you couldn't be enslaved. So many of these free Black people had indigenous mothers and grandmothers. You understand? Come on, think about it. Put your thinking cap on for a minute. Yeah? That was one of the reasons why there were so many free Black people. You see? And they had to acknowledge that they were Black. And the problem was, right after the Nat Turner Rebellion, that's when we started to see a lot of reclassifications. A lot of these indigenous tribes, they started to relabel them as free people of color and Negroes and mulattoes. Right after the Nat Turner Rebellion, because that scared the shit out of a lot of people. Because remember, Nat Turner was on his way to the Great Dismal Swamp. That's how they called him. They knew where he was going to go. They called him like 25 miles outside of the Great Dismal Swamp. And y'all hear me talk about the Great Dismal Swamp all the time. That was a sanctuary area for Black people that we lived in centuries. It was a militarized sanctuary area that white people couldn't go. That was part of the Underground Railroad that Harriet Tubman was clicked in with the Great Dismal Swamp, where Black indigenous people were. We knew, if we were foreigners, how the hell did we know so much about this land? You know what I'm saying? We knew about these swamp areas, places where you can live for centuries safe. We were always acting as guides for the Europeans, showing them where to go. How the hell we know? And then they show the tobacco Indians. Have y'all seen statues of the tobacco Indians? Negroid can make tobacco so well. We already been, just common sense shit. Because that was the first cash crop, tobacco. How we know? Ain't no tobacco in Africa. So how we know how to cultivate tobacco so well?
My fault. I ain't know I ended the damn thing. Hold on.
Been doing a job, but the FBA is on they bumper. And one more thing before I land, it's a lot of these bullets black bill, but they actually tell us. And they going against the process. So we gotta be careful that when you start these spoken, and you start like Nick Fuentes and these other guys, I already know what you is. So they use the same white T people talking points. I already identified you.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Chris, what's up, Chris?
Down there in Japan, is there any way that you think that going forward, us as FBAs can strategically work with the other culture, since they already are so influenced by our culture, hip hop, et cetera, et cetera? Is there a strategic way that we can use that relationship to get to a bag?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just talking about it earlier. If you are boutique stores,
Let me switch to my phone's tripping out. Switch to my laptop. Which computer is it on? I'm trying to think. Which computer did I use for the mark? I think it's all right. Give me a second to switch laptops. If I know about the story of my Apple, is working. Oh. My phone started to bug out, yo. Hold on. My phone just started to bug out. 1 second. Lost connection, all type losing. Let me connect my headset. I know that. This is doing it. Let me connect my headset. Dang. Okay. All right, so Tasha shared that she's going to officially expose Roland Mark. Forgot. You mouth. Dick. I got him out. I can't even. Okay, here. I heard a kid crying. Make sure, yo, my phone's still tripping out, yo. I'm not even. Can I log off Zoom from my phone? I'm stuck. Okay. Reset this phone. Wow, yeah. All right. Okay, let's get back to it.
All right, Stitch. Let's see. Stitch, Rob.
Good morning.
What's up, Stitch?
Good morning. How you doing
Stitch?
today?
I'm good, Stitch. What's going on, brother?
Oh man, I was just calling to touch on something that you just said a second ago about how they're trying to make us these immigrants. Last night I was on a space with the Black Receipt and Chris, and Tevenu came up, and he kept trying to make a point that we were all immigrants, that we were all made American by the 14th Amendment, and that none of us were American. And I'm
Hey, at this point, about 3 Sundays ago, Tevenu hopped on. I embarrassed Tevenu so badly that we don't need to talk to him anymore. I mean, I exposed, he is a Fed. Yeah, the dude's agenda is just degeneracy at this point. Like, the agenda is embarrassing. It's clear. Like at this point, he just wants to be a troll with permanent bad faith arguments. It's like, if at one point Revenue used to try to argue with us in good faith, but I guess he realized he had no real good argument, so he started to chimp out. So now he's just saying any old thing. At this point, I got Revenue on my do not talk to me list. Like it's no point to talk to Revenue at this point. It's back where immigrants now. It's just a bad faith argument.
I'm trying to sit here. I was trying to tell him that, that's bullshit because I could trace my family back well before 1776, which means that I was a citizen long before the 14th Amendment came around.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's something that we need to really pay close attention on. And one thing that another brother, his name is Cloud, kept saying is we need to start being G14 classified. We need to stop sharing information with these people because they're just taking the information that we're sharing with them.
All right, so now I just this. We should be a secret society. Man, stop it, bro. This is public information. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. A tether going to do what a tether do. A tether going to cosplay. They're going to try to remember as possible. Keep in mind, one thing a tether ain't going to do is admit to the truth. So now they'll cosplay us and they'll take what we say, South Carolina and Georgia and Mississippi, Alabama, California. They will take all those arguments. That don't bother me because the tether is never going to agree to our major talking points, which is delineation, reparations. At some point, they're going to show who they are. At some point, they're going to roll over like Roland. At some point, all that blackity black. At some point, they all end up rolling over. Just ask Roland Martin. He literally rolled over. Ask Professor Smalls, rolled over. Saracen said he rolled over. 19Z's rolled over. Dr. Mayat rolled over. Dr. Rustin rolled over. A lot of the conscious community people rolled over. And now you have Marquette Devon Burton, he rolled over, and so did Godfrey. Godfrey was pretending to be an ally all this time, and he rolled over.
Them and they're using it themselves.
Right. Good information. But let me get Tevenu loves, and they love talking about we weren't citizens and we all became citizens because of the 14th Amendment. Listen to me. Black men voted on the Constitution itself. Back in the 1700s, 1787, 1788, free black men were legally recognized as voting citizen in at least 5 states: New Hampshire, I think New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, Massachusetts, something like that. Because they could vote for delegates in these states. So foundational Black Americans, we literally participated in the democratic process that formed the United States. Let's get that shit straight. Do y'all understand that? When they were drafting the Articles of Confederation, that's the precursors to the Constitution, 1778, I think. Delegates from South Carolina, they proposed adding the word white to the clause outlining the privileges and the immunities of the free inhabitants. The Continental Congress, they voted that down. You understand? See, they had to acknowledge us as free inhabitants. The Dred Scott dissent proves that historic lie that we weren't citizens. When Roger Taney ruled in 1857 that black people were never intended to be citizens, there were two justices, Benjamin Curtis and John McLean. They were furious. They wrote dissents about it. Justice Curtis, he pointed directly to the voting records of the 1780s. He noted that free black Americans were part of the original We the People. And you understand? Citizenship is fundamentally a social contract of rights and duties. Free black Americans were foreigners. How the hell did we know so much about this land? You know what I'm saying? We knew about these swamp areas, places where you can live for centuries safe. We were always acting as guides for the Europeans, showing them where to go. How the hell we know? And then they show the Tobacco Indians. Have y'all seen statues of the Tobacco Indians? States. Let's get that shit straight. Do y'all understand that? When they were drafting the Articles of Confederation, that's the precursors to the Constitution, 1778, I think. Delegates from South Carolina, they proposed adding the word white to the clause outlining the privileges and the immunities of the free inhabitants. The Continental Congress, they voted that down. You understand? See, they had to acknowledge us as free inhabitants. The Dred Scott dissent proves that historic lie that we weren't citizens. When Roger Taney ruled in 1857 that black people were never intended to be citizens, there were two justices, Benjamin Curtis and John McLean. They were furious. They wrote dissents about it. Justice Curtis, he pointed directly to the voting records of the 1780s. He noted that free black Americans were part of the original We the People. And he argued that because they were citizens of several states at the nation's foundings, they were undeniable citizens of the damn United States. You understand? Citizenship is fundamentally a social contract of rights and duties. Free black Americans were taxed on their property. They were taxed on their land, taxed on their businesses. In a nation whose founding cry was no taxation without representation, that systemic taxation of free black Americans, that legally binded us to the civic fabric of the country as citizens. You understand? Passports were given to free black Americans. You can't get a passport unless you're a citizen. You understand? A passport is a document that extends the sovereign protection of a government to its citizens traveling abroad. Way before 1868, the U.S. State Department, they issued passports to several free black Americans. You understand? Also, we were in military service, and we had the right to bear arms. You understand? Remember, there was 5,000 black soldiers who fought with the Continental Army during the Revolutionary War. You had to be a citizen to do that. During the War of 1812, Andrew Jackson addressed the black troops in New Orleans as fellow citizens. You understand? And promised them the same land bounties and the same pay as the white soldiers. And they bled to secure the borders of the nation. We were citizens, dude. I mean, this is very well documented. Don't let tethers run that damn game. We always been citizens. We would, before the Civil War, we would purchase land, hold land deeds. We would get land patents by the U.S. government. You understand? We were able to own and transfer public land under the authority of the federal government, and that was reserved for citizens. You understand? And we have ancestral ties to these indigenous populations. You understand? So we've always been of the land. We've been citizens. And the 14th Amendment was basically a restoration. It wasn't a gift. See, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the 14th Amendment, that wasn't drafted to really introduce a foreign concept of black citizenship. See, that was drafted as a direct legal weapon to destroy that Dred Scott decision. See, the 14th Amendment, that established uniform birthright citizenship to specifically force the rebellious southern states to federally recognize the citizenship of black Americans that we've already practiced and paid for and fought for since the 1700s. You see? So yeah, we were citizens from the very damn beginning. That's why some of the early wealthy black people would go to court and sue about paying taxes. You had black people, I can't think of this brother's name, I'm having a brain fart, and I talked about him before, but this was 1700s. He's like, hey, what, y'all taxing me a lot of money. I need all the rights. If y'all gonna tax me, I don't want discriminatory practices levied against me if I'm paying taxes, because y'all using my tax dollars to fund your wars. Remember, there were free black people who were earning income and they were taxing them. In the U.S., the government was using that money to fight the Revolutionary War. They were like, well, damn it, if you're going to tax me, I'm going to need some damn representation. Shit, you run around here talking about no taxation without representation, but you taxing me and I'm not getting my full rights. So damn that, what's up? So we were challenging that. We were letting people know you're going to treat me like every other citizen if you're going to tax me like one. So we always been on there. Man. Let me see. New Orleans, who's talking about New Orleans? What y'all talking about New Orleans? You say New Orleans culture is African based? Okay. Nola? Miss Nola, hop on in, Miss Nola. Miss Nola, hop on in. She said the New Orleans culture is African based. Miss Nola, you want to hop on in, dear? And that's the thing with people who are Haitian. They like to, anything French, they like to kind of claim it as Haitian for some reason. Like a dude was doing that the other day. He's just, anything that was French, he tried to claim it as Haitian. I don't know what that's about. Miss Nola?
And I'm so glad Tariq brought that up. There's no Haitian on this earth that founded Chicago. So all that time, they've been lying, family. They've been lying. There's no Haitian who founded Chicago. And then they got it in, and we even entertain, which you know is a lie. So that's over. But what is their definition of founding? Because you got to be careful. They'll use words and they don't know how to use it. And we will go off the real definition and they're not meaning that. When they even say found Florida, they're really saying built. They say Florida too, and California. But what they really mean is they built Chicago. They built Florida. They built California. Because founded means, hey, look at that. Look, that's habitable. Let's one day occupy that. That's founding. Okay? So you build something, now you're foundational. So don't let them lie about, well, you're not foundational, but you built what you built. Okay, but don't let them lie about Chicago no more. Have them Google that on the fly. Is it confirmed a Haitian founded Chicago? And don't forget, the founded word is even weird.
Nola lady, I would like for you to come on and tell us about all this African culture that's based in New Orleans. I know they got Congo Square, but New Orleans is foundation of Black American culture. All right. Let me see. New Orleans is foundational Black American culture. You on the computer? Hop on, beloved. You can hop on. You can hop on. I mean, don't make excuses. You can hop on, dear. Okay, you can hop on. All right. Oh, yeah. Do y'all remember the dude who called up the other day, lying his ass off? Talking about there was a there was a Haitian queen over here. Man, the hell? All right, hop on in, guys. All right. Y'all raise your hands. I don't see no hands raised. All right. Let me see. Who is that? Yeah, I know I'm on Japan time. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Hollywood, you want to come up? Okay, Hollywood, come on up. Hollywood, come on up. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, my name is literally Martina Holly. That's my last name.
Okay.
Holly. Okay, I'm sixth generation. If you go to my profile, both of my grandfathers are buried in Arlington National Cemetery.
Okay.
Like, my family is from Washington, D.C., where it built the whole America, where it started. We came from, the Holly is spelled different. I guess as we got free, they, changed the spelling of our last names and everything like that. But for people saying, it's just so disrespectful, because I'm from a lineage that actually built America, all the countries, because it started in DC. And, well, not DC, Rappahannock. My mom's side is American Indian, but my dad's side is Black American. So, yes, they came from slaves. But my family, my children are seventh generation.
Okay, dear. Thank you, dear. Okay, shit. Okay, all right. Okay. I don't know what was going on. Thank you, dear. It was a lot of stuff going on in the background. She was pausing. It was kind of taking her a minute to say what she needed to say. Respect to her. Okay. Lord. All right, y'all get it together. Y'all get it together. All right. I don't know what the point was, but okay. Let's get it together. Y'all tap the screen. Let's get those hearts up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those hearts up. All right. Some Haitian lady was talking in the chat, and I invited her up. She wouldn't get up. All right. Miss Haitian lady, you were talking about Louisiana wouldn't be nothing if it weren't for Haiti. Okay, get up. Y'all say this stuff in the chat room, but y'all won't get on up in here and say all that with your chests. All right, get on in here and stand on that. Because what all y'all do, when y'all say shit like that, they're going to come up here and tell the same, y'all have basically the same 5 lies that y'all tell. All right. And yeah, you probably don't want to get on because you already know we're going to debunk them same 5 lies. They tell the same 5 lies, ladies and gentlemen. The first lie is that they went over here and did something significant in Savannah. They went and fought in Savannah, and we debunked that because they went over there and lost. Then they're going to tell you a Haitian founded Chicago. And then DuSable, there's no proof that he was from Haiti, by the way. Then they're going to say that they helped the Louisiana Purchase, all right, which they had no bearing. They didn't do anything for the Louisiana Purchase. That was a byproduct of the war, and Napoleon was already strained militarily and financially, so he sold that. The Haitians didn't benefit from that, and that expanded slavery. Then they start talking about how New Orleans is Haitian culture, which ain't true. It's not the same. Then they start talking about how Haiti freed everybody. Everybody got free because of Haiti, which makes no sense. That don't make no sense whatsoever. So they tell these weird lies, and then this other guy, his lies got even weirder. He started talking about there was a Haitian queen who was running things over here in America. Shit don't make no sense. And then he couldn't name her. I think he was talking about Henry Christophe's wife, because that's the only queen. Henry Christophe labeled himself as a king over there, and his wife was Queen Marie something. She was just on paper, it was symbolic. She was a symbolic queen, and they look at her as the first queen, black queen in the Western Hemisphere, but it was symbolic. They ran her ass up out of there. If that's who you're talking about, y'all really don't do that to yourself. If y'all talking about Queen Marie, don't do that, because they ran her the hell up out of here. She died over in Italy somewhere. So y'all please stop. So, good Lord, y'all just be saying shit that can be debunked so easily. Yeah. All right, let me get the phone. Yeah, these lies. Good Lord. Man, y'all just be saying any damn thing. They claim that they immigrated to America. Yeah. Man. What's that? Her name was Queen Marie something. She was Henry Christophe's wife. Marie something. I can't think of her last name. But she was a symbolic queen. And they had to get her the hell up out of there because Sanssouci Palace, they were about to raid that. That's why Christophe offed himself. He offed himself because they're about to unalive him anyway. So he's like, let me off myself. Then they assassinated his sons, and they about to get her ass, and they shipped her over to Britain and Italy. Yeah, that's the name, right? Marie-Louise Coldavid. Right, Coldavid, right, that's her name. Yeah, she died over in Italy. Yeah, they had to get her ass up out of it. That's her name. I love TikTok Shop. Right. Yeah, so if they try to bring her up, understand the full history. They ran her ass up out of Haiti. She had to go over to Britain, then Italy. Right. So understand that part.
All right, so I'm gonna pull up that revenue. The revenue chart pull up on me 2 Sundays ago. Okay, so that was August 19th. I'm trying to find that video on TikTok. Wait, it should be on YouTube too. It should be on YouTube too. All right. Anyway. Yeah, that should be on YouTube too. Hold on. Yeah, so Revenue tried his little antics over here. He had went on Tariq Nasheed. I had just played that video. The Revenue went on Tariq Nasheed, and he was trying to pretend. Oh boy. Yeah, I gotta watch this. I don't know what that MacBook is not on code with the microphone. So every so often I gotta check the microphone to make sure it's working. Let me see if this. Yeah, because every so often it cuts off. So if I go quiet, that's probably the reason. It's cutting off. I almost switched to my other laptop. But anyway, so Revenue called in Tariq Nasheed, and he was gaslighting, misinformation. That's why I say revenue, it's over. I just wanted to cook home after that, and I did. The guy was so thirsty to talk to somebody, he then called him over here, which is RIP on the fly. Anyway, so he called in. Matter of fact, let me play the clip of revenue and Tariq Nasheed, and then I can show you when he called on my channel, I could tell you what happened after that. It'll make more sense. All right, so let me read it first, Nasheed, and then when he picked it up from there. Which one of these videos? I think it's this one.
They would. Kwame, let's get Kwame. I'll get you back in a minute. Kwame.
Hey Tariq, what's going on?
What's up, man? How you doing, Kwame?
I'm good. I wanted
this revenue. You sound like revenue. This revenue.
Yeah, my other page restricted. I wanted to ask you something.
God damn, revenue. What's going on, revenue? And by the way, family, revenue is a Jamaican tether. But go ahead. Some people believe that revenue might even be a Fed by the way he acts, but we don't know. But many people believe revenue
don't
is
put propaganda on my name.
But no, many people are saying that you are Fed.
Nobody says that. But I wanted to ask you though.
Yes, a lot of people have said that. Some of the shit you be saying and doing is real Fed-like. So a lot of people have said that you could be a Fed. And the fact that you tried to hide yourself and you got exposed and you look like a buzzard with an escrow. But go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
First I want to tell you happy belated.
I'm not FBA.
I'm proud of the delineation movement because, now that we get to see that according to Pew Research Center, Black immigrants have a higher median income. We have higher college graduation rate. We have higher home ownership rate. So thanks to the delineation movement and the Pew Research Center, and according to the Cato Institute.
Let me put the tether on mute to put it in context. Higher income, home rate, and all that. That means there's 40 niggas living in the house working for Uber. So
okay, so that right there. So when revenue misrepresented stats that the Cato Institute and the Pew Institute had gathered. All right. I'm gonna switch laptops because that Mac is really not. The Mac keeps taking my microphone out. All right. So let me just switch mics. I ain't about to keep doing that. All right, give me a second, family. This microphone keep going out, and I can't keep doing that. Okay, now let me go ahead and transfer. Yeah, I can't keep doing it. I'm talking, and the damn thing ain't mic cutting off midway, mid-sentence. I ain't gonna keep doing that. Because I can't keep my eyes on these bullshit. Because I can't keep my eyes on the microphone as I talk. I'm just gonna completely switch over. All right. All right, so let me share that screen over here. Yeah, I ain't gonna keep playing double dutch with the mic. I'll use the Mac another time and play with it. But right now, so I get a little annoyed. Check the mic. What is using my microphone? Well, the phone Bluetooth is okay. So it got to be the other phone. All right. So I got too many devices clicking to them. Too many devices using this mic. That's probably why it's doing it. No, I'm actually doing it. Interesting. All right, I got it. Okay. All right, so I should be good right now. Yeah, man. All right. All right. Okay, revenue. Let's go back.
Kwame, let's get Kwame. I'll get you back in.
All right. And so I want y'all to, so now I gave y'all what he's doing. So what he's doing is he got some stats from private institutions that got the stats from the government, the American government, the federal government. And he's pretending these stats are comparing immigrants to Native Black Americans, right? Who are foundational. So he's pretending the stats are drawing a comparison. Listen to the guy. Because when he called in my channel, I confronted him about this.
In a minute, Kwame.
Hey Tariq, what's going on?
What's up, man? How you doing, Kwame?
I'm good. I wanted
this revenue. You sound like revenue. This revenue.
Yeah, my other page restricted. I wanted to ask you something.
God damn, revenue. What's going on, revenue? And by the way, family, revenue is a Jamaican tether. But go ahead. Some people believe that revenue might even be a Fed by the way he acts, but we don't know. But many people believe revenue
don't
is
put
a
propaganda on my name.
But no, you know, many people are saying that you are Fed revenue. You know, people are saying
that, nobody says that. But I wanted to ask you though.
Yes, a lot of people have said that. Some of the shit you be saying and doing is real Fed-like. So a lot of people have said that you could be a Fed. And the fact that you tried to hide yourself and you got exposed and you look like a buzzard with an S curl. But go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
First I want to tell you, happy belated. I'm proud of the delineation movement because now that we get to see that. According to Pew Research Center, Black immigrants have a higher median income. We have higher college graduation rate. We have higher home ownership rate. So thanks to the delineation movement.
So family, so he's pretending that these higher rates, he's pretending that those higher rates are in comparison to Native Black Americans who are foundational. Okay, so keep in mind.
Movement and the Pew Research Center, and according to the Cato Institute.
Let me put the tether on mute to put it in context. Higher income, home rate, and all that. That means there's 40 niggas living in the house working for Uber. So yeah, the household income rate is going to be higher because there's a gang of y'all living in one house. Also, as far as education, y'all have the most fake degrees in the United States. Put all of that in context, sir. Don't leave out the fake degrees and the fake diploma mills and all of that stuff, sir. Put it all in context, Tethanu.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm going off the
opinion, sir. Y'all have fake diploma mills left and right. You're always getting busted for fake diplomas, right?
Well, that's your
not opinion. An opinion. That's not an opinion,
I'm
sir.
using a Pew Research Center for my.
I'm using crime statistics, sir.
Right. I don't know. I don't know your source. My source is Pew
Sir,
Research
y'all,
Center.
ABC News, the Associated Press. You can look up all of the scams that y'all have. Y'all tethers have all types of college degree scams, medical scams, diploma mills where you have fake degrees. Y'all lead in that, sir. This is not me an opinion. Now, what other lie do you want to tell?
Yeah, and now that we've delineated, we're foundational to America too. The first.
No, you're not, sir. You can't be a foundational damn clear. You can't be a foundational immigrant. That's an oxymoron, sir.
Tariq, the first, we're the only black people to find cities in America. Like San Francisco was founded by William Alexander. A Haitian founded Chicago. We also built Southern Florida, the Bahamians. So we are foundational to America. The first
Then
black
how come
newspaper.
the first black person in Florida to become a millionaire was Dana Dorsey, who was foundational black American? If you built all of Florida, the first black man to be a millionaire in Florida was a foundational black American from Georgia, Dana Dorsey. Why is that?
And what year was that?
Well, in early 1900s.
Okay, Afro-Caribbean,
How come wasn't no Afro-Caribbean? If
Afro-Caribbean.
y'all were doing, y'all do all this building, but y'all never have nothing to show for it.
But I'm talking fact.
I'm telling facts.
Foundational.
Give me the names. Give me the names of these Bahamians.
It's a whole community.
No, give me a name, somebody.
We are the first two black millionaires. Foundational Afro-Caribbean. William Alexander, Jeremiah G. Hamilton is the first two black millionaires in American history. We also co-founded the first black newspaper.
Robert Reed.
You can't let. Tariq having fun with him. He's catcalling him, but you cannot let Tethernew. This is what Tethernew wants. He wants to bounce from point to point to point. He don't want to be held on to anything because he's lying. So if Tariq just debunk each lie and stay right there and make him cower out, he will 14. Okay, but this is what he loves to do. He loves to bring something up, leave it incomplete, and leave from it and say something else. Yo, now we're talking about some type of foreigner millionaire when he started off talking about comparing Pew and Cato stats of immigrants, and he was implying that they were drawing a comparison with Native Black Americans. Okay, so just keep in mind that he's over here somewhere now.
Church, no, Robert Reed Church.
What?
The brother, no, Robert Reed Church
Jeremiah
out of Memphis.
G. Hamilton and William Alexander are the first two black millionaires in American history. We are foundational to America. So
no, you're not. How come you?
So that part right there. All right. So
How come
you couldn't be a millionaire in your homeland then if you were doing all this? How come you didn't build your homeland like you built Chicago?
Well, you didn't. Well, you didn't build any cities.
How come you didn't build none of that shit there? How come you didn't build none of that? Okay, if you did all that here, how come you didn't do that there?
We did. We got countries.
No, you didn't. No, what did you build there? What did you build there? How come there's dirt roads in shanty towns?
There is. Okay, you have shanty towns in America.
Name them. Where black people live. Where?
What are you talking? Did you see Shannon Sharp house?
Where's the shanty?
Shannon Sharp.
We don't live in. We've never lived in
That's
shanty
a shanty town.
No, where? What city?
He's using an outhouse. That was Southern Georgia.
That's
Georgia.
not a shanty town.
Yes, it was. He got an out. He was using an outhouse with a brother.
Georgia?
Yeah, that was in Georgia.
He didn't live in no shanty town.
Yes, he did. He had.
Okay, so this is what he does too, family. A house doesn't determine a shanty town. Houses determine a shanty town. And we didn't have houses in a town that were all shanty where we lived at. Shanty town is a certain condition that's defined a certain way. You don't point to a bando and say, hey, man, you live there? You live in a shanty town. No, I live in a bando. You dig? Well, I live over here or there. But it's so you gotta watch Revenue, man. He's very disingenuous. He's deceptional, and he'll go from topic to topic to topic. You let him. So he is saying he's comparing a home to an entire town. Gotta watch this guy, man. Nothing about him is like honest.
An outhouse.
That's not
You
a
know what an
shanty town,
outhouse
sir.
is? He don't have indoor
That's not a
plumbing.
shanty town.
That's not a. His whole city.
Family, notice how he keeps saying house, singular, singular, singular. Shanty town is plural things. It's a plurality.
His whole town was like that. What are you
That's
talking
not a
about?
shanty town, sir. That's like
So
a
an
rural
outhouse,
area.
using an
That's
outhouse
a
is not a
rural area.
shanty
That's
town.
not a shanty. See how these tethers
Bro,
do
that's
out here?
third world
That's called
behavior.
he's just country as
That's
hell, but that ain't
third
no
world.
shanty
That's
town.
third world. He was
No,
using.
it's not,
He didn't
sir.
have indoor
No, it's
plumbing.
the third
He
world
didn't have
nothing. That's
heating.
sir, third world nothing.
He didn't have
Yes, they do.
He didn't have ventilation. So he didn't have none of that. Tariq, what are you
Sir,
talking about?
he was country. They lived country as hell. That wasn't no shanty town.
That's America. What are you talking about?
No, it ain't, sir. We never lived in shanty town.
Outhouse is a shanty town.
That ain't no
Using an
shanty town.
outhouse
That's a
is a
projection.
shanty
That's
town.
not a shanty town, sir.
Yeah,
That's
so
still a bathroom. We didn't want to shit on the streets like you. No. You see how we built the place?
Metropolitan city, FBA found it. I
sir.
named
That's
it two that we found it.
No, sir. We built the place where we wouldn't have to shit on the streets like you. At least they built something to shit in instead of you just shitting on the sidewalk and walking off like nothing happened, sir. There's a real big difference. You understand that?
Name a city that FBA found.
What's the shanty town, sir? You said Shannon Charlie. Okay, name the areas of shanty towns that we live in. Name the areas.
That y'all live. It's plenty of places.
Name them.
All across you know, the antebellum South. There's plenty of third world, no internet,
name the city,
no access.
name the town, name the towns.
I don't. just look up where Shannon Sharp is from.
By tether. Okay, you ain't gonna just sit here trying to think of a lie. See, boy, these lying ass tethers. Listen, foundational Black American, don't ever let these tethers lie on us. We ain't never lived in no goddamn shanty towns as foundational Black Americans. We have never ever lived in shanty towns. We ain't never really lived raggedy like that. You understand? We've never been a dirty people. We don't. Foundational Black Americans, where do we live where there's a bunch of trash and all that? We don't live like that. We've never lived like that. Stop bullshitting. We ain't never lived like that. When? Go look at old pictures of your families, ladies and gentlemen. Go look at pictures of your family from the 40s and the 50s. I guarantee you they were clean as damn hell. I guarantee you they were dressed to the damn nines. They were clean. We always had a clean culture as foundational Black Americans. We don't have a shanty town culture. Yeah, in rural areas, we built an outhouse. Yeah, we ain't trying to shit on the streets like these tethers. We ain't never lived raggedy. Y'all know growing up, we prided ourselves on being clean. We couldn't go out the house and not be clean. It was looked down upon in our culture. That's where the roasting and the snapping came in. You would get roasted to oblivion if you came out looking dirty and dusty. Y'all know what it is. We had to come out the house fresh, clean clothes. We couldn't be ashy. Y'all know we couldn't go out the crib ashy. Our parents wouldn't let us go out like that, our grandparents. Now, you might go out and play and come home looking rough, but you ain't leaving the house looking fucked up. That ain't our culture. Even in the South. You ain't gonna lie on the South. My family's from the South. You go look at civil rights footage. Them people were clean as hell. Always been. We ain't never been no raggedy ass people. We ain't never been a dirty people. We've been very, very clean. Always. And I mean, you know what's interesting? You know the people who were dirty, because I went to school, I was born in Detroit, but they sent me down to Alabama. So I was living in Leeds, Alabama. You know the people who went to school dirty and raggedy? The white tea kids. Ironically, tethers like to make believe that the white tea people are the bearer of civilized standards or whatever.
All right. So family, I have found the I found the Tether new TikTok video. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. So remember, he was trying to imply that those Pew stats, Cato Institute stats. He was trying to imply that they were comparing immigrants to native Black Americans. Okay, Kevin don't like me, man, and he know when he calls up over here, that does not work. Let me find my mouse because these Macs, man, I forgot you can't. I can't stand using Mac without a mouse. Yeah. I forgot. Like they could the mouse sold separately. What Tariq said? Ticklish tether. He said something sold separately. That was too funny, yo. I know he didn't go there and say something is sold separately. I was hollering. Yeah, so when it comes to MacBooks, the mouse need to be included. If you don't know. All right. So let me get back in here. Hopefully I can do this and still be heard. Okay, so hopefully this works. Right, let me unshare my screen. Dang. Okay. Here we are. I never knew how bad Zoom was with Mac with Zoom. Mac. I never realized that. Okay, here we go. Ooh, on another meaning. That's called connotations. They could be positive or negative. So you don't always take the literal definition when you apply the words to human. You got to now consider the context that the word is being used. So when the French people said noir, when the Portuguese said negros across the world, that was not complimentary words. They were derogatory, they were defamatory, and they were there to dehumanize people across the world. So noir was something placed on them. That's called an exonym. That's an outsider naming you. You ain't name yourself.
All right, let me know when you're done, though.
Okay, so can you speak to what I just said? Or
okay, yes. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. When they took the land and they killed the white, the land, they unalived the whites. They wrote a constitution and they specifically labeled them.
I'm good. Okay, so he ignored everything I said. He keep talking post. He keep talking post. I'm talking pre, and yeah, we can't do that. We can't do that. Yes, sir.
Hey, Ron, what's going on?
Oh yeah, okay, I got it. I'm so glad you called, my guy. So you called in Tariq Nasheed the other day, right? And,
yeah.
And you talked about, you said your words was Black immigrant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you compare Black immigrants to Blacks in America as far as home ownership, college graduates, graduates. You compare finances, all those things, correct?
All I did was repeat the Pew Research Center. That's all I did.
Got it. But what you did was you showed that you're remedial and you're reading information without context. Now, the Black immigrants, right? That you said.
What's remedial about what I said?
Okay, I'm about to get there. You said Black immigrants. Who make up the black immigrants according to your study? Who are the black immigrants in mind?
The people from Africa and the Caribbeans, as usual.
So it's a bunch of people together lumped up, right? So now the
Just
blacks
over
that
5 million people.
I got you. So right. So is that a fair comparison? 5 million to 50 million?
Yeah, I mean you do
Okay,
it all the
wait.
time.
Hey, bro. I already did it for you. All right. You know I was waiting for you. I'm gonna cook you in a second. But secondly, so you compared the black immigrant group that's mixed. So now the black immigrant group, aren't those people humanitarian immigrants and also hyper-selected immigrants?
Some are refugees. Some are work visas. Some got
Okay.
H-1B
Hey,
visas.
bro, I use the term hyper-selected. That's a real term. Was some of those immigrants in that
Yeah.
group okay, explain what hyper-selected immigrants are.
Selected for their expertise and things like that.
Okay, let me help you out. They make up the top 1% of the country, right?
Possibly.
Okay, you don't even know.
What does that does that have to do with comparing
bro.
the entire
I'm gonna
your
get there.
entire ethnic group?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna get there. Well,
That
first of all,
includes Michael Jordan, Jay-Z,
bro,
and Oprah Winfrey. So
okay, so family, he's chimping out. I'm cooking him. Now hold on.
what are you cooking?
Okay,
You trying to steer the conversation? So
no. Hey, bro, I'm guiding you how to argue this correctly. So when you said the black immigrants, these are people you said from Africa and the West Indies, right? So these people are grouped up based on origin, right, and ancestry.
Yeah, just like you, African
Okay,
descent.
wait. So you're comparing them to who? So these black immigrants versus who?
I guess the entire foundation of Black America. From you to Michael Jordan.
Hey, bro, what did your research paper say? You said that at the org. Who did they compare them to? Because Foundation of Black America is not on that website. So who are they?
It don't exist.
Okay, so who were they comparing them to then?
African Americans.
No. Okay, so now watch this. African American, is that a race or ethnic group in America? In as far as the government?
It's an ethnic group.
Okay, no. Okay, all right. Get out. Revenue, remedial revenue, Quasimodo. Get them out of here. African American is a race here. That's why on the application it said, I just showed you in my form. It says black or African American as a race. Okay, go to my form. I got a thumbnail on YouTube yesterday. BLAX News and Facts. Go look at the thumbnail. And we know y'all fill out forms. In America, the race is black or African American. So he's getting cooked. I'm so glad this fool called in. He's getting cooked. Black family and African American, these are racial classifications in America. These are not FBA stats. These are not Native Black American stats. Immigrants are included in that too. So that's why I say, bro, you're comparing the black immigrant group to who? He said FBAs. That's not what that says. First of all, there's no comparison. Nobody compares. I'll take it from here. All right. So set up another form. Hold on. And to those that can keep up, you dig? Let me share this right here. Let me share my screen. For those who can keep up. Now I broke this. Ain't nobody break this but me. Okay. So I had to fill out a form. As you can see, it says race. It has black there. It has oh, screen blocking me. Oh boy. Hold on. Yeah, this is tripping. It had me muted. Okay, anyway. I see that. My God. Why is it showing two of those? All right. So I broke this. You got this from FBA News and Updates, Blacks News and Facts. Okay. I broke this right here. Nobody else. We talk about delineation. I think I'm the first person to show it on a form. Okay. So if you haven't seen this, this is my post of a form they had me fill out. Okay. At the dentist. So this is what I'm trying to communicate Tether New and the other tethers who call in. Now Tariq's not up on this because he's up on other things. Everybody can't know everything, but I know what I know, and I know that there is no delineated, disaggregated stats that speak to Native Black Americans apart from immigrants. So what I was trying to share with Tether New was that remedial Tether New was that, dude, you are literally looking at a website, and the website's not making that comparison, by the way. He's looking at um he's looking at stats, and stats are showing immigrants, and it may show racial a racial class. Okay, it may show a racial class. Okay, now that racial class, as you know what a race is, it also includes it also includes immigrants. So now I already explained this to Revenue before. So he's on. Don't forget, he called it on TikTok. This wasn't YouTube. So he's on YouTube. When he pull up with me, he's Kwame. But on TikTok, he's Revenue. So he's trying to save face to the TikTokers, because the TikTok, they think he makes some sense. So he didn't want to go all the way there. But the stats that he's reading, when he said African American, that's a race, family. That includes immigrants as well. So I'm like, dude, how are you comparing immigrant stats with immigrant stats and pretending that the stats are disaggregated and exclusively speaking to Native Black Americans? All right. So that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. When you hear the word black and there's no marked terms associated with it, a marked term is foundational. A marked term is native. When you hear the word black and there's no marked terms associated with it, automatically assume it's speaking to immigrants, Afro immigrants. Okay? When it's speaking to us, it's going to say what the form I'm showing you going to say. It's going to say Native Black American descent. Now, this don't say foundation is a great word, but foundation's not there. Adolph's not there, and neither is Freeman or Solon. All right, I didn't make this form up. He's at a dentist's office in North New Jersey. Okay, this thing said Native. So you see, because I'm in pain. I check black. I see the first option, African descent. Oh well, I'm African descent for this occasion. But you can see, I look down a little further. I see. Look, it says refuse to report. Report to what? Immigration, ICE. But as you can see, it says Native Black American descent. I quickly changed that first option. I selected Native Black American descent. All right, because Native Black Americans are people who founded this country, laid the foundation. They have descendants of slavery, American slavery, and they also were freed. They fought for their freedom through the Civil War, and they called themselves freedmen. And Abraham Lincoln acknowledged what we called ourselves, so he called us freedmen. But all of that is you, and and Native Black Americans has a great soul, that glow. So all those delineating terms speak to Native Black Americans. Whether you say Solon, Freedman, FBA, or Adolf, they all speak to a Native Black American. Because what I always say is, you was a Native Black American before you were foundational. You were a Native Black American before you became a freedman, freed from slavery and through the Constitution. And before you were a descendant of a slave, you were a Native Black American. Right? You got it? We good? Yeah, I don't, yeah, for some reason, my mic today, this one day, it just ain't, it's like really annoying. I want to go back to my phone. Okay, so my point was very clear to Revenue. There's no disaggregated stat Well, I'm glad you're deleting it because this shows immigrants. No, bro, those stats was there. Those immigrant stats always been there, my guy. And the black stat, the flat black stat's always been there. So what they do is, when the flat black stat says something they agree with, then they will say they're black, and that's them. But when the black stat is something they don't agree with, something negative, seen as negative, like black crimes, they talk about black single family homes and things like that. Now all of a sudden, that's only speaking to Native Black Americans. And that's what I was trying to explain to Buddy. Right? So I should be loud and clear on that. All right. So now let's get to the next video. And that's why Revenue chimped out on me and gave me no choice but to get rid of him. You dig? So I tell you, man, a lot of times I don't play with these folks. They cook city. All right. All right. So now let's get to the other folks I want to address. Okay. The other agents, Revenue, some type of Fed agent, and let's get to the other agents out there. So keep in mind, those who are freely calling Africans black, and that's why I'm glad that West Indian woman pointed it out, the one I played earlier. So, but those of us who are freely calling Africans black, you are going against delineation. You are going against delineation. Black is part of our delineating term that you guys want to use. Okay? So we can't be delineated and calling them something they're not. Something they don't call themselves, something they could take on and put on and take off. Remember, 80s and 90s and early 2000s, shit, all the 2000s until now, they always said we're not blacks. That means they can take it off. And now they're saying they're black, so according to them, they can put it on. When can we ever take off black, family? When can we ever say I'm not black? The fact that they even could say it, the fact that they even could say I'm not black, I'm Haitian, the fact that that could come out their mouths, they're not black. Can you imagine one Native Black American saying I'm not black, I'm African American? Like none of us complain about the word. Like man, one of us. Like we'll never say I'm not black, I'm an African American. Even a Pan-African would use both of them interchangeably. At the very least, he'll use both of them interchangeably. And the most worst Pan-African would use both interchangeably. Okay. All right. So now let me get to this weirdo right here. So yeah, so I want to set the stage up. So don't start calling people black. I'm so glad that TikToker this morning, when I was about to go, well, I didn't go live, but I went on TikTok to see what they're talking about. I was so proud that there was some TikTok spaces saying African doesn't mean black and black doesn't mean African. And they were telling Africans to their faces, they ain't black. They're African. Be proud to be African. I'm so glad that this message I've been kicking for a while now is starting to resonate and pin to people's brains. You feel me? But look at this weirdo.
Have this conversation, the overwhelming majority of which have no showed. But with the folks online, we'll have this discussion about the rising tide of xenophobia. That is
now, I'm gonna give y'all a warning. He's gonna make you cringe. This Marquette Buster Burton, whatever his name is. Mark Buster Burton. This dude on the left. Listen to this.
Has been documented in the world's media, and it's primarily against black Africans, not against the whites, not against the Asians, not against.
So now what's going to be disgusting, look at the heavy emphasis that he put on Africans. He says black louder than African. These black Africans. The heavy emphasis he's putting on Africans. Watch this. Now, family, I'm going to connect these dots in front of you so easily. My man's an agent. Watch this.
Against the coloreds, but against the black Africans.
So he won't call them African without saying black. That's clear, right?
Imagine.
Hi everyone, my name is Ramadan.
Okay, so now so the Africans are going to introduce themselves. Now, after he just called them all black Africans, let's see how they identify themselves. Listen.
Congolese. I've been living in
Belize, right? So he said, did he say Belize?
South Africa for about.
Okay, so he's Belizean, I guess, Belize, and he's talking about he's been in South Africa for a while. So he did. So what we do know he did not say he was black.
15, 16 years now, and I'm.
Hold on. I almost forgot. In case somebody will appreciate the effort and the work. Okay, let's go.
I'm glad to be here.
Okay, so he introduced himself and he did not say he was black. Let's go.
Greetings, Molweni, everyone. I'm both in the diaspora and in the continent. I am Spesihle Mbande, but you can call me Speshi. I am from the Xhosa tribe. Here.
So she's Burundi from the Hausa tribe. Okay, let's see if she introduced herself as black.
In the Eastern Cape in South Africa. I'm glad.
Okay, so family, 2 Africans didn't call themselves black, but this guy is calling them black African. All right, what about the 3rd person?
Excellent. Pleasure to have you. And we just added one last gentleman on. We yield the floor for you to introduce yourself.
Oh, hello. I'm Sammy. I'm actually South African, but I'm based in the UK.
Okay, so he's South African, based in the UK.
Yeah, thanks.
For those.
Okay, so family, 3 Africans identify themselves, and none of them identify themselves as black. They all said we're just African. Okay? They all said, hey, man, I'm just African. Now, look at this demon agent.
Those of you on the call currently, are any of you in favor of what is currently going on in South Africa in terms of the aggressions taken toward the black Africans?
Okay, so now they all identify themselves as African. Nobody said the word black. And he comes back around to have them speak to speak about what's going on in South Africa, the politics, and he made sure to say black South Africans. So he's trying to shove this word black down their throats. They don't want it. This is agent work right here. This is the Roland Martin rollover work right here.
No, not at all.
No.
Africa is for all Africans, so I stand by Africa.
You heard him? Africa is for all Africans. I stand by Africans.
And it's primarily against black Africans, not against the whites, not against the Asians, not against the coloreds, but against the black Africans.
Okay, so I just want to play that back to remind you what he keeps saying about Africans. He keeps calling them black, and none of them said the word black yet.
Imagine.
I believe many South Africans in my history.
Many South Africans. She didn't say black South Africans.
South African. Yes.
So you are South African. You're currently based in the United Kingdom.
Okay, so he confirmed what the guy called himself. He said, so you are a South African and you're based in the United Kingdom. Yeah, and he didn't say he was black.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Let's be more straightforward then. Are you in favor of stopping or reducing black African immigration into South?
So family, nobody is saying black Africans. He keeps trying to shove that down their throat. He keeps trying to make black and African be interchangeable words or related words that cannot be separate.
Of stopping or reducing black African immigration into South Africa?
I believe many South Africans in my history.
Okay, so he keep calling them black Africans. He keep calling them Black South Africans, and none of them are falling for it. They're hearing them out, and they're still saying South Africans or Africans. I just want to highlight that.
South African, believe most South African brothers and sisters.
South African brothers and sisters. Nobody's black so far in Africa from Africans.
However, I believe that as Africans in general, whether South African,
I believe as Africans in general, whether South African, nobody's black.
Or Africans who are not South African, we have all unfortunately have to have the consequences of our government.
So my eerie feeling is that you typify South Africans, which is to say a black human who is merely...
Okay, look, the guy just can't stop. He just can't stop, family. Every time he says South African, he got to equate it with black. Black. This is a zesty Pan-African, fake alpha dude who's now trying to make this guy's, he's clearly anti-delineation. He's forcing black on these Africans who are not saying they're black. Somebody in the chat said this is hypnosis at its very best.
Black on the outside and wholly white on the inside, victim of their ideology, which is quite wicked. But one thing that you can find in the black peoples, wherever you find them, whether it's in Jamaica.
Okay, so now here we go, family. Look what he's doing. He's subtly, this is hypnosis, black people, wherever you find them, in Jamaica, Haiti, listen to this.
One thing that you can find in the black peoples, wherever you find them, whether it's in Jamaica, it's in the United States, it's in West Africa, East Africa, or Southern Africa, as we can make it plain, we can tell the truth.
When it talks about school.
Okay, so family, he just made black people all over the world. Everybody black. Everybody black. This is anti-delineation.
Placements. So in South Africa, we are blessed to have free public school for all primary and South African students.
Public schools free for all South African students, even though he keeps trying to shove black down her throat with this voodoo stuff he's doing. So far, she's not falling for it. So far, she's sticking with we're Africans.
So there's a specific amount of placements left. So I schooled in private school. So personally, I was very open. Public school does not affect me. However, when I saw many South African students.
South African students.
Being left outside that. And we saw our own African brothers and sisters, however.
Our own African brothers and sisters. Nobody's black.
There was a lot of corruption involved, right, in this public school system.
You would not be fighting against these poor blacks who are coming into the country. You would be fighting.
So now, family, he just dropped the word African altogether. And now he's just referring to them as blacks. They're just black now. Giving away our history, giving away our lineage. And now they just they're not falling for, and it's all because they're not falling for the black South African thing. So he dropped that strategy. Now he's just saying flat out blacks, poor blacks in Africa.
Not be fighting against these poor blacks who are coming into the country. You would be fighting against the ones who actually have the wealth, which South Africa is a black continent. Is that correct, madam?
So family, at this point, he got tired of his hypnosis. He got tired of trying to get them to say black South African or black in South Africa, whatever. Now he just flat out just going to force it down her throat. No more subtle hypnosis. Now he's just going to force it down her throat. Ma'am, is Africa a black continent? I mean, does she have a choice? Like, look how angrily and aggressively he asked her. Does she have a choice at this point? Is Africa a black continent? No. Won't you ask me that? No. Africa is an African continent. It's called Africa the continent, my guy, for Africans. It's not a black continent, my guy. You made that up.
is South Africa is a black continent. Is that correct, madam?
Correct,
Again, that's
correct.
a yes or no question. Excellent. South Africa is the country of your forefathers. Is that correct, madam?
So her forefathers are black now, family. So now black history, because she's black, we got black history over here. We got Black Wall Street. We got black reparations, blackity black black. And that's why they all just say we're all black. It's all ours. And you're going to see Godfrey do the same thing. I'm going to tell you why this is dangerous. I'm going to show you in this clip, you're going to see why this is dangerous pop-fed agent language.
Correct.
Excellent. Richest people in South Africa. Does this person appear to be a black African, this first one? Yes or no?
Family, nobody's just an African with him. Now he's going to force it down her throat. Is he going to make her identify people as black South African or not? No longer South African. He's done playing the game. It didn't work. Now I'm just going to force it on you.
No, they are not.
This second one, is that a black African?
No.
This third one, is that a black African?
No, definitely
not. Okay, this fourth one, that might be a black African. Hooray. That's
family. Why do you keep saying black African? Why did you just can't be African? Why did you just can't be what they said they were? Hausa, Belize, South African. Why they got to be a black South African? And he forced it down her throat. And he made her bow down.
That's one.
Okay, so now Charleston White is highly controversial. He says some crazy, rude, disrespectful things, but even he have enough sense to know that we're the only blacks.
I should be doing.
You feel this is your country?
It is 100%.
Oh, I forgot about this one, family. So now look, this is an interview that we looked over. This is 7 years old, Godfrey and Jesse Lee Peterson, who some people call Messy Lee Peterson, but he ain't messy. Not in this dialogue. So now watch how Godfrey cosplay as one of us by the word black. That's why I say it's a dangerous word. Stop calling these folks black. That's not Native Black American. Listen to this.
Doing.
You feel this is your country?
It is 100%.
Why do you feel
is this your country?
You know how I feel it's our country?
Is it your country?
Look, is it your country?
Oh my God!
Why do you feel
is this your country?
You know how I feel it's our country?
Is it your country?
You know why I feel that way?
That it is your country?
Yeah, I mean, black people's.
It's a
family. Family.
Bruh. No.
You see what happens? You guys ain't learned? You guys extended hip hop now. Immigrants made hip hop. Okay? Family? This is dangerous language. Now he built the country because he responded back with Jesse. Didn't black people build the country? Aren't I black? All right. We built the country. Simple logic.
I feel that way?
Country.
You know how I feel it's our country?
Is it your country?
You know why I feel that way?
That it is your country?
Yeah, I mean, black people's.
It's a
black people.
It's America, your country?
Yes, it is.
And you're black, right?
And we built it.
And why do you?
And we built it. And why?
Family? He just said we built it because he's black and black people built America.
Bruh. Stop the cap.
Feel that
because we built it.
You didn't build it.
Yeah, black.
You didn't build it.
Got him.
People built. No, because we built it.
You didn't build it.
Yeah, black people built.
No,
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Okay, so now I'm gonna come back to Godfrey. He says some other crazy stuff, but as you can see, stop calling them black. If you're delineating, you're not once you call them black, because now they're tethering on to what black people did. Okay.
Jamaican. I'm black. You Jamaican. No. You Jamaican.
So even Charleston White have that much sense to know that these folks are not black. They're whatever their flag said they are.
There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference. Okay, describe the difference.
But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So, when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us
at all.
Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't. So, we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We are not. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have.
Okay, so you have Charleston White, who have enough sense, okay, to know that there's a difference between immigrants and a foundational Black American, a native Black American. Let me put the link out there for folks who want to, in case, you know, somebody feeling froggy. Let me put that link out there in case somebody's feeling froggy. Who is 100% agent. That's fake PIMP Marquette. That's fake alpha weirdo. And wait till I play his alpha video. That's so hilarious.
What do you think about the blacks who call themselves African Americans and they were born in America? Is that dumb? You got to be dumb,
You
right?
just try to have a connection.
To what?
So now Godfrey just said, we call ourselves African American because we're trying to have a connection. And then Jesse Lee said to what?
Dumb. You got to be dumb,
You
right?
just try to have a connection.
To what?
To Africa.
But the folks in Africa don't even like Black Americans.
We know that. I'm African.
So why are you?
You know I'm African, right?
Yo, who? Hey, what is? Nah, nobody could block a mod, my guy. Hey, Buckhorn, dude, you got the Jesse Lee Peterson syndrome. My man said a moderator blocked him. How can a moderator block a moderator, my guy?
Where you from?
Nigerian.
So you born over there?
I was born here.
Oh, your parents are from there?
My parents and my sister. Yes, I'm African, but Africans.
Okay, you see that, family? Jesse Lee Peterson, when Godfrey was saying he built the country, he's black, 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 Jesse Lee Peterson didn't even know he was African. Jesse Lee Peterson was talking to him as he was a foundational native Black American. A native foundational Black American. That's how he was talking to him. And later in the conversation, Godfrey finally disclosed to Jesse Lee, hey, I'm not black.
To my sister.
And look, I'm gonna tell you why Godfrey chimped out and said he wasn't black. He's African. It's because Jesse Lee, you know, he gives Black Americans a hard time, right? He gaslights us. So Godfrey got tired of it. So he was like, listen, man, look, I ain't black. Save that for the Negroes. I am Nigerian. Look.
Yes, I'm African, but
parents are from there.
My parents and my sister.
That's who you born over there? Why you
know I'm African.
Don't even like Black Americans?
We know
what?
To Africa.
But the folks in Africa don't even like Black Americans.
We know that. I'm African.
So why are you?
You know I'm African, right?
Where you from?
Nigerian.
So okay, so you heard that. So I want y'all to hear it again. Jesse Peterson said, you know, Africans don't even like Black Americans. And then Godfrey said, we know that. And then listen to Jesse Lee's next words. He was gonna say, so why do you want to connect with them? And then that's when he said, I'm not one of them. I'm a tether. Listen. So listen to Jesse Lee Peterson, what he's gonna say next. He's gonna say, well, why do you want to connect with them? After Godfrey said, we know Africans don't like us. Listen.
I'm African.
So why are you?
You know I'm
connected?
African, right?
Where you from?
Nigerian.
So you born over there?
I was born here.
Oh, your parents are from there.
My parents and my sister. Yes, I'm African, but Africans don't like African Americans. Not first of all,
nobody like black Americans.
No, every race has a problem with black Americans, but
have this conversation.
Bruh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh.
Hey man, it don't take me long. It don't take me long to prove my point. You dig? I ain't gotta do too much narrating. I ain't gotta do too much slander. I just play their words and I highlight what they say. I bring what they say to your remembrance, so you don't forget. Okay? So Godfrey, this was 7 years ago. Done. Marquette, done. Who else? 19 V's, Professor Smalls. I've been exposed, Dr. Maya. But listen, Marquette is a Pan African. If y'all don't know that, he's 100%. Ask him. He's 100% Pan African. Ask him is he a Pan African? But he's using his word tether. He's saying FBA. He's like using our talking point to disguise himself as he's not a Pan African. Okay, that's the problem. He's using our talking points and our terminologies to disguise himself as he's not Pan African. And I'm like, dude, just say who you are. Like the guy who called in who was Liberian, then all of a sudden he's mixed. All of a sudden he got a foundational mom. It's like, okay. And then he later on used terms that showed he's not one of us. He later said this. He later said, you know, the police analogy, but he's a bus analogy because he was saying I was letting them know how they're not us. Like Liberians not us and whoever else ain't us. If they're not a native black American. And what he did was he said, well, back in 1960s, they would have put us both in the back of the bus. So when he said that, I didn't catch it at that moment, right? But when he hung up, it came back full circle. I said, wait a minute, did he just other himself? He just said in the 1960s they would have thrown him on the back of the bus with us. Wait a minute, if you're one of us, if you're a Native Black American, then of course you're going to the back. That's something a non-Black American would say. Oh, by the way, we're both NBA. We're NBA, but it stands for Native Black American, and they are NBA. It stands for non-Black American, and we're both FBA. Our F stands for Foundational Black American. Their F stands for Fake Black American. So they want to cosplay. Okay, cool. You're FBA, you're Fake Black American, and you're also NBA. You are a not Black American, non-Black American, and you're also ADOS. It stands for another dog on cell. If you want to be us, cool. You can use the acronyms, but they mean something differently. You're ADOS, another dog on cell. Okay? All right. So what else we got over here? Let's you know what? For those who missed it, because I want to hear it again. For those who missed it, let's just run it back one more time, Turbo. Let's get that back one more again. For those who might have missed it.
Hey y'all, what's up? Hey y'all, what's going on? I'm gonna make it light in my room without overexposing myself. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this light. See how that looks. Okay, this is much better. What's up with y'all? How y'all doing? Y'all good? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, 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 hey. What's up with y'all? Y'all been wearing this leopard hat for 3 days because, look, child. I gotta do my hair. I'm letting my hair grow in a little bit. My barber cut off I just spit. My barber cut off too much. That's what happens when you got these big ass veneer teeth. They don't tell you the downside of veneers, okay? Downside, yes, we have an uncontrollable spit and shit. You know what I'm saying? Your teeth too big, your lipstick on your teeth, and they be white. They don't give you all the pros and cons. They just say, oh, it's gonna look good. You know, you just gotta learn to talk with them, you know? So what's going on? I got a few announcements to make real quick. I know we didn't go live last night because I had some family stuff to deal with. So, you know, it is what it is. I work for myself, so I can make my own schedule or whatnot. But yes, I did need veneers. I needed veneers because my teeth were getting little. After I had my son, my teeth started getting little. They were like chitterling teeth. I lost a lot of bone loss when I had my son. He took everything from me, every damn thing, okay? But happy Saturday. I got some PSA. Okay, so it's going down in real time with Roland Martin, all right? And we're gonna unwind everything on Monday. You know me, lawyers can do what lawyers do. I don't give a damn, okay? You have a platform, you talk about people, you expose people in your way, Roland. You know, you have your own thing, okay? And so I always give a courtesy call to any and everybody when I receive anything that is damaging to or could be damaging to their careers. I don't have to do that because I'm not a journalist. See, a journalist has to do that. I'm Tasha K, live from the porch, from the bedroom. Baby, we run a different ball game up over here. Now, we're not in the business to, you know, slander you or defame you or make up things about you, but we can run our story the way we want to run our story because I don't pay into no journalism society. I don't pay to be on the list. I don't subscribe to that. All right. So yes, this is the guy that talks about politics. So I got a call from a friend. Okay. He's another blogger. And he said, Auntie Tasha, I said, what's up, baby? What's up with you? I said, what's up with you? He said, I just got something. You need to see this. I said, well, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. And I'm not going to say his name because I already know how they like to play with, dissemination of porn. No, that's not what's going on here, okay? That man didn't disseminate no porn. That's not what happened. The girl who shot the porn of Roland Martin in her house, in her bedroom, that's who you need to sue. That's who you need to sue. But we're going to talk about that on Monday. Okay, we'll unwind it just a little bit more on Monday. I'm not going to drink wine this early because, you know, I don't want the water retention this early. I don't want my back to be sitting up like this because, you know, at water weight. But we will discuss everything in specific on Monday. But I got a message from a fellow blogger friend of mine. I said, well, let me see what you want me to say. And I was like, this is disgusting. So my management team used to work with him. So I thought they still work together. I wasn't I didn't know that they had parted ways or whatnot. And so I said, hey, just like when I got the Tigger information, anybody I get, John Gray, when I got the videos of him, you know what I'm saying, playing with his clit for some crab legs. Yes, John Gray has a clit. Yes, okay. And he was rubbing it. He's rubbing it. Whatever you call that, I don't know. It's none of my business. His wife loves it. Not my man. Not mine. Now, and so I said, hey, they was like, well, do you really need to tell him? I said, yeah, he needs to know that this is coming out. You know, so they caught him. It was like midnight last night. They caught him, and yeah, he didn't deny. We just got word back. He said that he's aware of it. The videos are somewhat old, and he's being extorted. Roland Martin is being extorted. Okay, girl. Okay. So, his lawyer is supposed to call me. I'm waiting on his lawyer to call me because, they're sending off threats. I was like, you don't know who you're talking to, do you? You don't know who you're talking to. You don't get to threaten me. The only person that gets to threaten me is federal judges. You got to go put the money on the federal judge. You got to do that. You know your voice carries no weight around here. You got to go get that. Boom! Boom! Stand down. Do you understand? Hold on for a second. Hey, baby, what's going on? Hey, what's up? Huh? Well, I'm gonna like. Can you give me 30 minutes before you leave? All right, cool. All right, babysitting duties. All right, so sorry about that. That was my husband. Now, so I'm waiting on his lawyer to call me because I want to know what we're going to discuss. What are we going to discuss? Because we are going to discuss Roland Martin on Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, we are discussing it all. The girl, the woman, the wife. A lot of y'all don't even know he's married. Bro, in black community this and the black community that, and people holding down the black community and black community. Oh my God, power to the black community, power to the black family. We need more black fathers. We need more strong black husbands. We got Roland Martin, baby. We're going to be letting Roland Martin roll through the unwind with Tasha K. And we got some questions to ask. Now, my agency is like, you should have Roland on. I should have Roland on. If Roland want to come and answer these questions, absolutely, we can have Roland Martin on. We can. And then he's probably going to do an interview and then go play victim like how Amanda Seals is playing victim, like she didn't know who Tasha K was. Girl, bye. Everybody knows who the Tasha K is. The Tasha K is, it's not me. It's a brand. It's a movement. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's more than a person. You know what this is. Well, don't sit up and try to act like, a light-skinned pro-black victim now. The dark-skinned, aggressive black woman you had no clue as to who you were sitting down with, and now you feel you were set up. And had I would have known Tasha K was talking like that about me, I wouldn't have went. And you guys don't understand. Amanda Seals made a video saying that you don't understand that my mental, if I hadn't been working on my mental, my stretching, all that stuff, I would have been gone a long time ago. She's playing that light skin, I'm damsel in distress. They are attacking me, and I did not attack her in that interview. I couldn't even get a word in, bro. I asked one question, she flew off the handle. Are you an angry black woman? Are you an angry black woman? So, yeah, they always play victim. I just like real people. Shout out to Cups of Conversation. I just like real people that ain't got shit to hide. Let's talk about it. We grown. Y'all like my booty played with. And who don't like their butt played with? If Roland come on my show saying that, then we can have a dialogue. We can have a dialogue. So, but we got a lot to unwind on Monday. I just kind of want you guys to be there. Sorry I wasn't there yesterday. I just had some family business to take care of, but it is what it is, okay? We got a lot of stuff we're going to be unwinding next week, okay? That is probably going to, either piss you off or have you going, this is a really, 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 really good week. We got archives stacked up, so I'm going to be making some slight changes to our show. I'm excited about the changes. We're going to be going a lot deeper in topics instead of me moving through 5, 7, 8 topics a show. We're going to spend a little bit more time on these topics. We're going to pull a lot more research. I'm going to pull a lot more things out that I don't normally put out, that I used to put out back in the day when I would do these extensive kind of deep unwinds, you know, to really kind of go through beginning, middle, end, and not just, you know, what I'm doing now, just say the story and do like a, you know, a quick punchline and I'm out. No. We finna get back to old school, Tasha. I miss those days. Jasmine is excited too. I hope you guys are excited. Okay. I hope you guys are excited because you're gonna have fun and you're gonna be more a part of the show. So you're not gonna just be the chat. You're going to actually be able to call in like old school talk shows. You're going to be able to talk to all of my guests. You're going to be able to talk to me. It's not going to just be spectator from the comments and no one hears you. Everyone will hear what you got to say. Everyone will be able to respond to it, okay? I be trying to tell people what the wino is and they don't want to think. They think the wino is just a wino. No. A wino is a grown, elegant, conservative woman or man that just like just a tad bit of mess, not too much in their house, but they like to go outside and see what the hell their neighbors is arguing about. But you don't take that shit back in your house. You use it as a mechanism to learn and be better, and to growth from the situation. Just a tad bit of messy, okay? We ain't down there hanging in no projects all day. That's not us. And we've spent too many years doing that, winos. We spent too many years down there in the projects, down there in the gutter, down there with everybody sleeping with everybody sharing, everybody having babies by the minute, by the pound, don't nobody want. You know what I'm saying? That's not us. We don't live like that. We're either home renters or home buyers, or we real estate portfolio holders. We have stocks, IRAs, and if we don't have them now, we have other winos that can help you get them. We are a different animal. We out the projects, okay? And we are going to go back. Like, it's like, and I can't believe y'all let me stay down there that long. I can't even believe that. I thought we was friends. I thought y'all could be able to be like, Tasha. A lot of y'all did. I ain't had no business down there around there. I wasn't raised down there, and if I wasn't allowed to go outside. So when my uncles and them lived in the projects, you know, my mama and them thought the trailer park was better, which it was in a sense because you had to own or rent your trailer. But the project, you paying $32 or whatnot. And they don't move. They don't want to elevate. They just want to stay there. It doesn't matter how much money they make. They still going to claim their Section 8. They still going to have multiple baby daddies. They still going to get their stamps. They're going to do all that shit. They are not going to move. You know what I wanted to be there? Not anymore. I am done. I wasn't raised down there. I can't fight. Going down there, I'm losing the people that fight every day. This is what they do. Jesus. Had to roll on out of there. But Roland Martin's rolled down there. He sure did. And I got the pictures and the stills and the video. And we're going to talk about that on Monday. So you make sure you have your little butts in here. But in the meantime, yeah, I'm sorry. And you know what? It took me having my in-person shows, like where I go on tour and I see y'all. I was like, the winos is really like me. We got a tad bit of ratchet. We ain't gonna, like, we're not the type to cuss our man out in public. Nobody's ever gonna see us cussing our man out in public. You're never gonna see that. We're gonna wait till we get in this car with the tennis rolled. I'm not even gonna show you that I'm yelling at my man in the car. We're gonna wait till we get to the house. We're gonna discuss what we gotta discuss, and we're gonna go outside, put on our shades, like we're a unit. Like we're a unit. It's just a certain kind of pizzazz we have, you know? And y'all let me stay down there on the playground on the park for far too long, bitch. I was like, what the hell have I been? I've been in it's a bad part of the matrix, a bad part of the metaverse. Okay? It's terrible. It's terrible. Not Usher had an outbreak on tour. What do you expect? His immune system is down. Okay? Usher had been doing all that dancing, all that sweating under them UV lights and shit going on. Of course something is bound to break out. whether it's a fight, it could be anything that decides to break out. I got to break out right here. Stress will do that. But as long as he stays on his medication, if he has any sort of medication, treating anything, like I said, I know about that situation because my friend sued him and won, settled. I can't tell you the details of the settlement because I don't want to revoke her settlement, but she got some money from Usher. That's a fact. That's a fact. Y'all know how Tasha K. Tasha always been bougie. I don't know why y'all just figuring that out. I've always been bougie, okay? But because I never got a chance to hang in the projects, it was fun down here. It was fun. But I had to get back to where the voters are. People down there in the projects, they don't vote. They don't care. They don't know that they're senators or soliciting young black men. I just talked to a young black man and a very prominent senator from a very prominent city took advantage of him. I just finished up his interview. So I'm working on Saturdays. And we're going to unwind that next week too. We got a lot to unwind. That's where we belong. We belong trying to figure out who are these people that is passing our laws, creating our tax liabilities, teaching our schools. This is where we belong, Winos, and this is where we will go. I already made the announcement at TashaKLive.com, okay? They already knew. They knew about this last week. Y'all leave. Okay. But for the most part, I just don't want y'all to be shocked when you come to the show on Monday and it's not as many topics, but I guarantee you it will be fruitful. It will be fruitful and fulfilling. It will be one very fruit forward wine. Okay? Fruit forward wine. You'll be surprised at my sources that are excited that I've now left the projects and came back to the suburbs. Had no business down there. I thought maybe I could educate, but they don't listen. They still want to be down there. They don't want to come up here with us. And I don't blame them. It's not enough for them. They don't know how to act. It's all good. But listen. So Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be unwinding rolling on the bed. Roland Martin rolling on the bed. We got the girl, we got everything, okay? So I'm waiting on his lawyer to call me now so I can divulge that to you and what happened with the lawyer. He didn't deny it. He can't deny it because I saw it. I saw Roland. I saw Roland. I saw it all. Yes, I saw it all. Okay. Don't forget, guys, our tickets. Today is August 1st. Remember, I told y'all August 1st through 5th, our tickets are going to be half off the general tickets, general admission. So the $40, $35 tickets are dropping down to $25 just from August 1st through 5th. This is like that back to school week because I know everybody got back to school shopping, tax-free week. So you have to take advantage of it now. So if you're ordering multiple tickets for you and your family, tell them, the 5th will be the last day. I think the next time this will open up will be September, but I'm not sure what day in September. And I'm not even sure if we'll have any left in September. So that's the thing. So I would really wholeheartedly tell you to go and reserve your general admission ticket now. The VIP tickets and the first, second, third tour tickets, they are pretty much, they're almost done. Those are the ones that sell first. So, but for general admission, just you being at the show, being at the all-day experience, we start in September 12th in Chicago, Detroit. Just take advantage of it now. No coupon code needed or whatnot. So go to TashaKOnStage.com, select your city, select your general admission tickets, and they're $25 a piece. Okay? All right. TashaKOnStage.com. The wine I'm bringing to y'all city. If I didn't hit your city in 2024, and I'm coming to your city, I'm gonna give you the wine that I never divulged in 2024. Some of it, but you're gonna get a lot of the new stuff, like all that Cat Williams shit. I gotta show y'all the pictures. I gotta show y'all the pictures and shit. That's how our shows goes. You know what I'm saying? I gotta show y'all the pictures. Oh, and our logo is changing, our slogan. So it's still on Wine with Tasha K for our new concept. It's still on Wine with Tasha K. But it's gonna, instead of wine gossip comedy, it's wine life laugh. Wine life laugh. Okay? So, because we talking about everybody's lives. And I spill more than gossip, baby. You know my shit. You know my shit is 99.9% accurate, like Maury's DNA tests. We're not playing that game no more. We're not playing that game. Y'all be years ahead of what's going on while the world is just now catching up. Y'all be knowing it first. So we're not doing that no more. Okay? So it's wine, life, laugh. Wine, life, laugh. Okay? An elevation, a transcending, an ovulation. Okay? Okay. So go ahead now, guys. I will see you Monday here. I'm going to go ahead and end this. I will see you Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will have 2 shows, okay? And then, of course, don't forget to head over to TashaKOnStage.com because the sale ends, I believe, today's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. The sale ends next Wednesday. I'll let them end it on midnight on Wednesday, not Tuesday, but midnight on Wednesday to give y'all that extra 5 days, okay? So the tickets are half off, $25. We're getting closer to me pulling up with my team in your city for an all-day experience. And don't forget, we got pre-show experiences where if you are a business owner and you want to ask me questions about your business, like real questions, you want to dialogue with me, please, all right? We have something for that. We also have off-the-record happy hour. We just come get the kick shits with me before the show, okay? And then, of course, we have the entire show. And I'm going to be inviting some of y'all's favorite bloggers and comedians that represent your city. Okay, so New Orleans, we got a lot. It's so many to choose from in New Orleans. I think I'm just gonna let them all on stage. Okay, I really am, because New Orleans is just, their culture is just so rich, so deep. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have fun. Y'all gonna get the best of the best of the best wine, life, and laugh. Y'all finna get it. We're gonna have a good time on this tour. Oh, yes, we are. Okay? You say everybody's jealous of Roland because he be on it. Oh, okay. We're gonna see who's jealous of him when we talk about this shit on Monday. Okay? Hey, Roland Martin fans. How y'all doing? We're glad to have you as winos. Okay, pull up a chair, get you a glass of wine. Okay, and we're gonna roll him over like that woman did in those videos. That wasn't his wife. Okay. All right. I love you guys. I gotta go. I gotta get my son. Okay, and because it's Saturday, so it's me and his day. But I love you guys, and we'll talk about it on Monday. Hey, Peaches, how y'all doing? Hey, Miss Patricia, how are you?
All right, I got a new thumbnail for this. Hilarious. It's better than I thought. I just made a new thumbnail. I said, you know what? Put a more appealing thumbnail. I'm gonna show y'all in 1 second. Hilarious. Save images. Oh man, hell. Okay, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Yeah, so it's going to be big drama tomorrow when she go live and share what she got. She said she got some stuff. She got a real video. You know, why do people who have the fantasies, these fetishes that they know is embarrassing and they know it would damage their reputation, why do they record them? It's like if you're not comfortable with your sexuality, why are you leaving a paper trail to folks to now he wouldn't claim he been extorted like dude, I don't see that. You being blackmailed to do what? To go against the lineage? I could do some of that. But you know what I mean, if you got a hankering for pussy, I mean, shit, there's a lot liberals always defend it. Liberals are known to defend the hankering for pussy whole whole thing. You dig? So had Roland been like a hankering from pussy guy, nobody would have expected much from him. You dig? But when you come out here and pretend you all man, you feel me? You start calling people fools and all type of language like that. Yeah, man. Now people want to know what secrets are in your closet, my guy. And you got the wrong person with the info. You dig? Because it had Tariq had the info. Tariq could have been laughing, whatever, joking, and left it at that. Man, Tasha K, you got the wrong one. She's gonna go find out all the latest things that we would have never cared to know. She about to, she a woman too? Oh, she about to go ridiculous ham on who the woman is, you know what I mean, all type of stuff. And it looks like, in my opinion, I might go with the reason why he let her record is because it was a ritual. You dig? It was a ritual. That's why he had to let her record. Like, cause I think when they like do something for you or they open doors for you, they want you to like be on their team forever. So they need some video footage of you doing something crazy. And that's the way in. So you can never go against the agenda. And I always said they blackmailing you to do what? Because when you're being blackmailed, they want you to do something. You dig? So could your duty be to go against the lineage and overly push this liberal BS? Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see Rowley followers justify this. I'm gonna make this the thumbnail, family. I like this one a little better. She's gonna be shaking him down tomorrow. She's gonna be shaking him down tomorrow. You better believe that. She's gonna shake out all the gossip. This cray guy. Damn, bro. Again, nobody would have been tripping had the dude just confessed he had a if you want to give the real history of America, then what you got to do is call in TikTok tomorrow morning. Invite yourself up super early because I'm live about 5 to 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. So wait, what I was gonna do something. I actually lost track what I was doing. Okay, so if you want to give the real history of America, yeah, you might want to call in. Yeah, I was doing something for. Oh, yeah. So if you want to, break that down, then TikTok or a weekend on YouTube is the best time because when I'm live YouTube, it's yeah, it's the best. You got to come TikTok in the morning. You got to come TikTok in the morning. All right, now I want to look at Roland Martin real quick. Yeah, he just posted something. Wait, hold on. Is he like? Yeah, he ain't got no shame, yo. Oh, yo, they are roasting this guy. This guy is live, family. He has no. This is an old stream. Why did it say June 3rd? Or shouldn't it say August? What's the date? Yeah, is it a premiere? Yo, this dude, they are roasting him in his. Oh my God, I feel sorry for this dude, man. Look here, Roland. Look, they cooking him. Yeah, so what he got a tape. I need to be listening and getting educated. Nah, he's over. So Ro likes them boys. There's too much going on today. He in focus right now. He can like whoever he wants to like Peggy Martin. Y'all remember when Roland Martin said he was a masculine man? All right, you people are a joke. Gossip is the worst type of attack on. Yeah, Rolanda. I knew he was getting the business. And look, family, he got 5 people watching. But how does it say June 3rd, 2025? Is he like replaying something old? But it's live though. Yeah, and my guy. Oh, yeah, they are cooking him. I knew it. I knew it. That's why I said I want to check out Roland Martin live. I knew they were doing that. This dude got no shame, bro. Listen, family, I want to check out something. It's very important. This dude has almost 2 million subscribers. He only got 7 people watching. You dig? I hope y'all catch that. He got 2 million subscribers, only 7 people watching. Yeah, people are upset at his latest stunt. All right, let me get some TikTokers on here. Hold on, family. Let me get some TikTokers in here. TikTokers in here. I am starving. Yogi, Yogi. All right, let me switch my phone, family. Yeah, that's the new thumbnail right there. Come, we leaving. Oh wow, that's your friends. Got your friends right there. Hi, right there. That's yours right there. Oh, oh, you have fun playing with Zeke. He's cool. Wow. All right, let me switch my phone, family. Yeah, right there. No, we gotta go. Bye bye. You got to go to sleep. He's leaving because we're gonna go to sleep. Okay, you got ice cream at home. You eat it all? Okay, you got more left over? Okay. He loves chocolate ice cream. Well, he's leaving. Well, he had his 1 minute already. We are going home. Say bye-bye. Can he play 1 more minute? Yeah, I'm gonna invite you to TikTok. Yeah, I told you no matter what the topic is. Yo, listen, we were talking about um Roland Martin and Tasha K. I told you, Jamie, feathers don't care what the topic is. Always say we talk about them, or when we don't talk about them, and I wasn't talking about them, we talk about Roland Martin and Tasha K. And I just said it. I said they just pop up and talk about FBA. Litigation and FBA they don't like it, they do too. Okay? They don't care. Come. Yeah, they don't care what we're talking about. Okay? What they always say, we talk about that. I could be talking about Shador Sanders, and they will pull up. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hey, shoot you, shoot. Say bye-bye, you okay? Leaving. Come, Yugi. All right, thank you. Come. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Over there. Okay.
Come over here.
Like that?
All right. Yeah, I mean, like,
Let's do bloopy time.
right. No, don't throw it by the street. All right. Okay. How do I go live, man? Hey, get out the street. Yeah, I'm gonna need a whole new tire because this is the second time somebody pulled up beside of me. Like, yo, your tire. But they say it's not flat, but it's low. You know, when you say flat, it's flat. He was like, hey, your tire flat. I'm thinking it's like rim. Oh, okay. So family, there's another TikTok space that's saying black doesn't equal African. So hilarious. Good. Okay, I like that though because I love it. I love they pushing it. Finally, we're getting on code. Talking point that had been announced. Everybody act like I was tripping, and now people are starting to see the issue, and you guys seen it for yourself, the issue with these folks being allowed to say they're black, or even us calling them black. You're seeing the problem because they're like, hey, if we're black, then didn't black people found America? Okay, so we found America. I thought let y'all know. I thought let y'all know way in advance. None of y'all still calling them black. I had to correct some of y'all. Some of y'all debated me. Now on TikTok, it's starting to oh, you can hear it. Let me play it. Let me play it. Let me go. Or live. Oh, hi. I knew I was live. Yeah, I was with y'all. Here it is. Come. Yeah. All right. So whoever just joined me today on TikTok, come back in a second. I wanna share the live to my YouTubers. The topic of who ain't black. Hold on. I want y'all to hear. All right, where is it at? Where is it at? Why would you not want to connect? No, we don't have that song. No, not that song. Hold on, family. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. All right.
Yourself, maybe you'll stop doing it, coming up on the panel when you like it.
Yeah, so black is not equal to African. I don't know why we are seeing all of these African and this African diaspora, which we're not in your African diaspora. So it's because some Pan-Africans tell you they may be in your African diaspora. People from Africa that left Africa are in your African diaspora here in America. But that does not make the rest of us a part of your African diaspora. So you guys can stop. That is for Africans outside of Africa. We're not Africans outside of Africa. So you guys can stop all of this. Oh, what's going on with the diaspora? We're not in it. We are not in your diaspora. And I don't have a problem with the diaspora, but just stop trying to put the rest of us in it.
We're spamming the chat, the hard black truthful, we're spamming the chat. Don't take your old man looking ass home somewhere. You know, for the life of me, how do grown people troll? I never know. I mean, we didn't think it was cool to play on people's phones back in the day.
Right. You know, yo, stop playing on my phone. Hey, family, y'all hearing? This is live. This is a TikTok group saying Africans aren't black. So I'm so happy to have spearheaded this, and now it's ballooning. Like this is, and I've seen other TikTok spaces do this. Like I seen one this morning, and I seen other ones do this. So, man, I'm so glad to like spearhead this, man. This is my research. I pointed stuff out, and I've been going hard for how long now? Over like about 2 years saying they ain't black, and now people heard my argument. People like my talking points. They love my rebuttals. They love my debates. And now look what we're doing. Look where we at. The youth is now hopping on and saying, "Y'all not black." I love it.
Let's go get it in. We're not Afrophobic, but again, you can come up here if you want to talk. One thing I ain't even a hard truth, one thing I do hard black truth is I let people talk. So you are more than welcome to come up here, come in the box, and air out your complaint. There you go. So where are you from? The hard black truth. Where are you from?
Hey, you said the issue is can Ron, okay. You know nobody can beat me in a debate, but you said the issue is can Ron, I love a challenge. Can Ron prove or disprove the indigenous history of the black, copper, solo people of ancient Turtle Island before Columbus and the European invasion of America. Why would I want to disprove that? Like that's not even, yeah. I'm more who ain't black and who is black. That's what I'm more. I'm disproving the people who call themselves black who ain't black. This Turtle Island stuff, look, you can have that. That's all you. That's your research. That's not mine. That's all you can have all that.
Say what?
The West Indies aren't in Long Island, New York, so I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
You said they're not in, they are not?
Where are the West Indies, ma'am?
You just start us there.
Do I have to give lessons on geography here?
What? Wait a minute. If where's your dad? Are both of your parents from the West Indies?
Yes, they are.
So how did you become different than what they are?
I was born in New York.
That doesn't have anything to do with it. A Black American is a ethnic group here in America. Yes, it is.
Go look it up.
I don't have to look it up. I know. See, this is, and then when you ask us something like, listen, when you ask us something like Afro-Caribbean, why are you?
I didn't ask anybody that.
You just wrote that in the comment.
Okay, I did. You're right.
What the heck?
Daddy.
Yeah.
I should have declared it. You guys are Afro-phobic.
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we Afro-phobic by telling you, by trying to get you all to respect our lineage?
I want to respect your lineage by denying Africa. And you can't separate Africa from black. That's stupid. That's stupidity. That isn't lineage.
Because Africans have never been referred to as black.
Okay, I got you. You're the same lineage.
Africans are their tribe, Africans are their country, and they are their continent.
None of y'all share the same lineage.
You know.
But Africa.
You say, well, who don't share the same lineage? What are you talking about?
Yeah, no doubt.
So maybe you are.
Are you inbred? Unless you are inbred, you don't share the same lineage. By definition.
Hey, family, I'm trying to get on so badly.
Should. You got a cousin or something that's on here with you. I mean, I get it. Sister, brother, I get it. But other than that, I mean, I'm speaking fact.
What is this? Yo, why is my screen? Yo, this thing just got me off, man. I just sent them money to get on the panel just to get kicked off by my own phone. This phone is crazy, yo.
Respect, I doubt your great.
Did you just say that we don't know past our great grandma?
Positive that none of you know all 144 of your great, how many greats that is. That's factual. That's factual. And none of you have ever made a live or post a book or write about it where you define all of them.
I shared.
It's just what it
Yo,
is.
what's up? Yo, how you get? What is this?
Can you share yours? I literally got a family book, sir. So speak for yourself.
Family book doesn't identify
Excuse me. What does this have to do with being black? See, you descendants of Africa, you love to move the topic of what the conversation actually is. Now, you are from the West Indies, and what you are doing is clinging on to blackness in America. That's what you're doing.
Man, by definition,
Instead of you admitting it, instead of you taking accountability and admitting what you are actually doing, which you just told us that both of your parents come from the West Indies, and in the West Indies they have not been called black. That's the point. So you're coming to
I'm asking them to invite me up.
that we're not doing a census in the West Indies and calling yourself black. You've been calling yourself West Indian. Your parents call themselves West Indian. If they have a birth certificate, what it says is West Indian. Or it probably says some other color. Sort of demuting.
Daddy, what you looking at?
So you're trying to talk. You're a grown ass man acting like you 10. Grown ass man act your age. That's why you're getting muted. You're trying to talk at the same time as someone else.
Oh, I say that they don't. That's black.
I grew up with people from it was West Indies. They never said that they were black. They never said that they were black. They never said they were black, and you know they did. They always told you who they were. Them segregated lives, whether they like to admit it or not.
Yo, this.
These people that are claiming to be us
Yeah.
are not you, right? The reason the robot brought the
Why this phone got me bugging? This phone keep kicking me out. I'm trying to invite myself. On. I keep getting kicked off. Hey, come on, snap.
Let it be known.
No, I'm sorry that you didn't know that. We know that you're calling yourself black because you want to cling on to the greatness of Americans. Of course you're going to call yourself black. That's the point.
My God.
You want to the greatness of America. So you want to come over here and start calling yourself black, knowing that your parents call themselves West Indians. You got them right. That's what the point is. You're going to cling on to that. You know that we use that as an ethnicity.
That's how I've actually chilled out there.
They did it again, family.
East, west, you know what I'm saying?
It keeps kicking me off.
So you start clinging on to whiteness, which is the Black Americans. Why can't you just admit it? Why can't you just admit it instead of going through all of this argument, calling us xenophobic and all of this, and calling us having animals? Why can't you admit that you do it? Because you are clinging on to us. Why can't you admit that? Just say I came over here and I found greatness in being a Black American, and that's what I'm calling myself. Say it.
Admitting side of America. Because himself, Mr. Black. We call ourselves black outside the States. You gotta get over it. You gotta get over it. It's not our black truth, baby. You gotta get over it.
No, the hard black truth is that you call yourself black. That you call yourself black because you came to America and you want to blend in with Black Americans. That's what the truth is.
It's on my voter registry. It's on my voter registry.
So, no black is not on those. You're lying. You lying through your teeth.
No, it is.
Talk about it's on your voter registration. Why lie?
It says black.
Why lie? Why lie?
What it say?
You're a liar. You talk to black people on your voter registration.
In the state of South Carolina, they actually do race on the ballot, if you would know that. I don't think you know that, but now you do. See, the all black truth just showed you something. I just learned something. It's on it. Go look it up, man. Google is free. The all black truth just laid it down. You guys have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good evening.
If it's on there, it's because you put it on there, sir. Don't come up here with your lies. You put it on there and you self-identified as black. We all know that. You self-identified as black. So
No.
if you have it would say black because you're identifying as the great #1 people in the world. Us.
Look at him here. He said his skin is black. With the struggling ass.
I know. Then he already said bye, so I dropped him. You thought that you want to identify as the greatest people of the world, and none of y'all want to admit it. That's the problem. That's the problem I have. Instead of you acknowledging, like, yeah, when I got here, I saw all of these, and I'm like, wow, look at these Black Americans. I want to be just like them. I'm not calling myself West Indian. I'm gonna call myself Black.
No, don't worry about it.
Just like Marcus Garvey, and that's who y'all got it from. Marcus Garvey, you got it from him. You got it from us. What's the problem with doing that? You got it from coming to America. You got it from him. Is it that hard? Y'all got to learn that about it. Don't want to admit it, but just getting upset instead of admitting it. I'm gonna share and I'm gonna drop you down. I got some people in the box here. Just hang out. You can come back up if the box gets busy. Empty. Peace. Hello. I'm on my way back home, so but I had to jump in here because old dude is Jamaican. He's disgruntled because of Tariq at FBA. And his heart was broken actually because he realized that he wasn't one of us, and he was in the group, whatever you wanted to call it, and yes, his Afro is struggling. And you know, he got ran down on X. So he's really disgruntled, and he's really hurt by it. He's even expressed that on X before, so he's just really hurt that he's not in the club. He expressed that? Yeah, he did. So he didn't make it into FBA, so he got upset. Right. Yeah. Sound about right. And now he's over here, and I guess he's trying to reinvent himself, talking about the hard Black truth. No, he wasn't hard over there, so I don't even know what he's talking about. So I mean, when you got a grown ass man that don't know his color, that's a problem within itself. That's messed up. I can imagine since all of this FBA stuff broke out, that probably has crushed a lot of people's soul. Yeah, you see him laughing. He didn't deny a word that I said. Not one word. So yeah, we've already talked about it. I can see a lot of them they feel rejected. I think that's why they're lashing out the way they are. Say, Saki. Yeah. But I mean, he's a bit. We saw it. That's a struggling pro if I ever seen. Yeah. You know, it's here for longer than about. And to so else thanks for letting me come up. You can drop me. Thank you, Brown. Thank you, Brown.
Okay, sis, you can drop me down, so make some space.
Okay, sis, thank you.
You're welcome, Lon.
He said y'all mad, you mad nigga because they didn't respect you. So just
Yeah, they invited me up, family. I'm waiting for my turn to talk.
Trying to be like this, but everyone I'm around respects me on all these apps. Every last one of them, because one thing about me is I want to tell the truth, even about myself. You know, I don't hide nothing. I never have. So he didn't even want to say what island he was from. He sure did. I figured it was Jamaica. And sure, he's not as proud as he claimed to be.
You know, so I'm a West.
if from Virginia down, according to a map, right, it say the West Indies is Virginia down to Brazil, right? Now, I am a United States West Indian, and he is Jamaican West Indian. We still ain't the same. We still ain't the same. Okay? Still ain't the same. He's still not from the mainland, right? He's from the little island or wherever it is he's from, and I'm from the big island, United States. Hello? He's from the little island, we're from the big island. And he is not, when he was born here, they don't mean nothing, because his mama them from down there. Wherever that's at. Don't mean nothing. Why is still not the same?
And you're not black, you're Afro.
Because I put a relaxer in my hair because I couldn't take my afro no more.
I'm trying to have me bring my son on so I could talk. Yo, my TikTok kicked me off. Yo, this is wild, yo. Sammy, my TikTok kicked me off. Yo, this phone is crazy, yo. This phone is I'm waiting to hop on my phone. Phone kicks me off. I was on the panel, by the way.
The same picture. Oh, I was undefeated over there on X Spaces, and I was tired of being undefeated. So I left them alone.
I had to jump on the panel when I think y'all wrote this. What it do? Hey, what it do?
Sage knows who it is.
But yeah, he was just on one of them little panty panels, and he jumped on the panel talking crazy. I'm like, I know this ain't you popping off on TikTok, but you know, it's funny.
What?
People ain't gonna
They're running from X. They is flooding, leaving X coming over here, and they want me to say,
it's Twitter. It's Twitter.
She said, they're all over here, baby. We've been had this sold up. We got the floodgates open over here. Y'all won't win over here with the indigenous. We've been had it sold up. Y'all late to the party. You trying to get a seat at our table over here? We've been had it sold up over here.
Hold up, is that cousin D whose voice I just heard? That you? Oh, that is you. What up? What up, man? How you doing?
Okay.
Y'all came over. Y'all done feathered up over here, huh? Today. What's going on?
We always turned up.
Go.
We always over here with the beat, look at us. We know how many beat belts we got out over here, sitting next to us, waiting for somebody to walk past. We keep them belts, right sitting next to us. We just grab them, and you know how we do. We mamas. You know how quick the mamas keep the belts out, stage.
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, that don't move so quick. Like it just one quick shit. Like you would have thought it was a thing around ninja sword.
Gas whipping, boy, that's crazy. Single strokes, like, oh, get a blue.
Come out like Zorro out here. Yeah.
It's just funny. You're right. We got some of them that come on here, right? These good folk come on these apps, and they tell us that they never call us African over and over and over again. Then they turn around and say that they were black on the continent.
Huh. In what language? Yeah, in what language were they black on that continent?
But then we not like that.
Gentlemen, what's up, everybody that's in the room? That I see you. But I gotta get back to you. I'm doing it actually right now. I'm doing it, Meta. I ain't forget.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to that guy that hopped off.
So I don't play that.
Yeah, no problem. Let me just let me respond to some things he said. Yeah, let me respond to some things he said. All right, for one, none of them were black on the continent because nobody was speaking English over there. All right, so we know that's something post 1960. And then when Buddy was saying his uncle called himself Mr. Black, that may be true, but that was a date when he said that. That's definitely after the Black empowerment struggle because nobody was calling himself Black prior to that. We know that for a fact. And if they so we know that's true. And if they were calling them black in any sense, they're looking at their skin color, right? We don't call ourselves black because of our skin color. I'm not jet black, but I'm black. Jay-Z ain't jet black, neither is Beyonce, but we're all black. Black was something more than a skin color for us. It was a whole experience that's over 400 some years. So, and we use it in an endonymic sense. It's an inside name with a definition we apply to it. It's not a self-imposed, it's not an imposed word by um, colonizers. So that's how they got their Noor, their Negro, and their Sudan. They got it by uh, colonizers, and that's called an exonym. It's when your colonizer or somebody outside name you. We named ourselves. It's just a self-empowering name, black. And like you said it right, it's an ethnicity. That's why we have an ethnic culture attached to it. We have black banks, black Wall Streets, black societies, free blacks, the people who were outside of slavery before Emancipation Proclamation. We got black reconstruct. So you can see black all throughout our history from the early 1800s to 2026. We always have black attached to our societies, our struggles, and achievements. They don't have black, and we got black flags too. We got the Black American Heritage flag by Melvin Charles. We have the Juneteenth flag that represents the freedom of black people, and we have the FBA flag. So we got black all throughout society. They don't have black in nothing except in proclamation, something since Donald Trump inauguration. Now everybody black, but they're black racially. And racial is a construct made up by whitey people. So their blackness come from whitey people. And that's recently, by the way. That's a recent black. We've been black since the word black, we've been black since 1930. I want to talk to him because he claimed that he claimed by Googling and research, all these type of things, he was gaslighting. He haven't researched black. And you were right to be 10 toes on the West Indians do not call themselves black. He's going to gaslight you and say something recent, 2000, 2015. But he ain't going to say 1960s. He ain't going to say 1930s when we were the only black people on the planet. And by the way, West Indian is a British term anyway. They got that name in 1950, I think 54, 57, by the British. The British named the West Indian because they were named that through the West Indies Federation. That was their Pan-Caribbean attempt, where they attempted to get together all the islands, and it flopped in 3 years, and they became independent. They went for independence afterwards. So they tried the whole Pan-Caribbean thing. It didn't work. Jamaicans couldn't get along with Trinidadians. They couldn't get along with St. Croix and so forth and so on. So they're not black, and they can't even get along over there. So, that's why I want to talk to the guy, but he chimped out and hopped off. So I'll get him next time.
Tripping over that. Like, God, why can't I be black?
Yeah. So black is an American thing. Okay, you American. You got citizenship. You ain't black. You got to be here over 400 years to call yourself black.
prison all the information as well. He's a United States citizen because that is a corporation. It's two different entities sitting here. There's America and the people who invaded America, which is United States.
Yes. We're trying to get from under this occupation.
Then seek your nearest immigration office and self-deport. Not if you got immigrant origins, your homeland has a flag to it.
No, I'm American.
I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about whoever got immigrant origins. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not foundation, if you're not native, if you're not freedmen in these terms, yeah, this is a place you're a guest at.
Check it out. I ain't no guest on this good land. I know the secrets of this good land. I can't tell you the first thing about the inner workings of Africa.
Yeah, and yeah, that whole and then the whole thing with Africa. First of all, there's no real definition of an African. What is that? What's their flag? What's their culture? What's their language? What country is that?
Soft Black Truthful was up here on the panel earlier. That's why y'all wrote them.
Some cosplaying each other.
That dude, the same rhetoric for years. Thank you. The funny thing about it, he used to claim FBA. when he found out FBA meant what it meant, he got bad and started hating on FBA.
That's what Nikki just said.
That's crazy. Word? Oh, damn. Somebody said you could be a rider. You ain't the lineage, though. You can be a rider. You ain't got to be a HATER. You can be a rider. You dig? Mm-hmm. You could be a little pit bull. We sick you on white tea supremacists. You come back. What country?
So I suppose a country. Liberia.
Oh, damn.
Are you in America?
No, I'm in Africa.
You're in Africa?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you ever been to America?
Yes.
Okay, when did you leave?
When did I leave America, or when did I visit America?
Visit America?
Both.
I've been in America for quite some time.
So you want me to be talking like this, so then now you understand what I'm about. Is that how you want me to talk? If I'm talking to my people, I'll talk like the way I want to talk. If I'm
talk
talking
like
to
who you are.
Right. Cosplaying.
Yourself.
Accent is just accent. You know, about who you are.
Hey, but you changed it, though.
Be honest in America, right?
Yeah, but we don't change our accent, though.
You do change the way you talk to people. When you're at work, you talk different. When you're home with your boys and children, you talk different.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Y'all remember that time when Trump he was having a meeting, and I guess the Liberian
Yeah.
president.
He said, what language? He said, y'all speak English?
You know, the funny thing, I was one of the delegation. I was there at the White House for that. Even happened. I was just You know, Mr. Paul, I was just looking through your pictures, and I saw that picture of you at the White House.
Wow.
Just saw. So that day I was there. I was one of the delegation from Liberia who was over there, you know. And so
Yeah. Use your natural voice, man. You ain't got to do that with us.
what did you say? Okay, you love the accent. I will try to do the accent.
Love the accent. I don't like no foreign accent.
That's funny.
No, I don't.
So how often are you stateside? So I went to college over here, and I've been here a couple times. So you here right now? Oh yeah. I'm doing some work here, something here. For the UN. So, I have a meeting. Okay, so you work for a diplomat. Oh, I own a business. I work with diplomats, but I own like a company that I do work with, governments and people and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. I also served in the U.S. military. I was in the army too. So that's how you paid for school? Well, I went with a college degree already from Africa. No, I was in America, graduate college, and when I did some time in the military, and then from there I opened an international company that do international diplomatic security and transportation and other stuff. So you hold a U.S. passport, or what country you said you were from again? My bad.
Liberia.
So you hold a Liberian passport or a U.S. passport? I am a Liberian. I have a Liberian passport, but I do have a U.S. passport I use sometimes to ease my travels, in other places I want to go. If I have the issue with visa and they don't require a U.S. citizen having visa, then I will use that passport. Right. So you American or Liberian? Yeah, so my family was in America. They were enslaved in America, and they went back to Liberia in 1822.
Went back?
And
What you mean went back? They went there the first time.
No, they were. Hold on, let them finish. So my family was enslaved in America, like any other Black American over here whose family was enslaved. Just speak for your family right now. It's good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm just giving, okay, my family. Go back. My family was the generation of Black people that was brought from the continent, that was brought in America, that was enslaved in America.
Oh boy.
And then in 1822, the U.S. Congress passed a bill that any free Black person that wants to go back to Africa can go back. And so they formed this organization called the American Colonization Society.
Bro, that was 1819, my guy.
Hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead. Let him finish. So when the American Colonization Society, my family was part of the people that left for Pittsburgh.
They let people lie too much on these FBA platforms. And they let them lie because they don't know.
So that's just what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to be defensive or aggressive in any way. I was just telling my story.
Okay, is this your direct ancestor, like one of your great grandmothers or grandfathers?
On my father's side. Yeah, my name is actually German. My last name is not even African. Oh.
So was your ancestor German?
Well, they were, I guess they were by the slave masters, and so German. They were in German. They were Black Americans. They were Black, and they were tapped on the slave master's name.
Okay, did you do your genealogy?
I did.
Had a German background?
They are letting this dude lie. This dude pretend like the ACS was some like charitable organization. It's a white supremacist organization, but they don't know. So they don't know, so they're afraid to challenge because they don't want to lose. Or they could just ask questions. You ain't got to challenge. But you're like, let them finish. Let them finish lying. He said back to Liberia. He said 1822 back to Liberia. HCS started either 1816 or 1819. I forgot which date. But this wasn't a welcome home. My God.
Somebody lived for long, and his mother lived almost like 100 years old. So we have our family history all the way back from America.
Here. Okay,
Yes.
do you have like the census record from the 1800s with your ancestor on it?
Yes, we do.
Okay, okay, that's
everyone that went back during those time, they have records of them in Liberia, all the families, and some families that came from Trinidad, that came from the island, everyone that came by there, they have all the records in Liberia. And even
yeah, but a lot of them was American Indians, they wasn't Africans. Yeah. And the reason why we ask is because sometimes a lot of people from West Africa will just say that story, but don't really have the direct ancestry connection to it. They'll just use the story to blanket it over, oh, everyone's American-Liberian, you know, and that's just not true. You have to trace your family.
That's not, yeah, obviously, because American-Liberian makes 20% of the Liberian population, and the idea of American-Liberian, we don't even call them American-Liberian so much Liberian, we call them Congo people. And the Congo people, it's just a blanket general destination describing all the people that came to Liberia who were original tribes from Liberia. So, yeah, some people came from other parts of the world where black people that came back.
No, they were no coming back. A lot of them went in there to settle into the colonies. They was originally Cherokee Indians, some Indians up out of Canada, some from out of the islands. These were different Indian tribes that went over. So just say right? I want to do it since
Mr. Paul, let me give you a anecdotal situation, right? So I was on TikTok about 2 weeks ago. I was in the panty space. Don't get mad at me. I just like to mess with them sometimes. Anyway, so I was in the panty space, and this African woman, she was Liberian. They were talking about DNA tests and all that. She showed her DNA. She is Liberian. She was born in Liberia. Tell me why she had percentages that said Cherokee and Lumbee.
Well, I can give an example.
Think about that. So when they say just because someone went to Liberia, don't necessarily mean that they were Africans who were sent to America first or even anywhere else first. They could have just been people from those regions originally who went and settled in Liberia for many different reasons, for business, construction, development, contracts, all types of stuff. Even the Cherokees, I believe it's the Cherokee Nation, if I'm not incorrect. I'm pretty sure someone on the panel will correct me if I'm incorrect. I believe they even donated a certain amount of money to the Liberian at one point in time. I can't remember how much they donated, but something interesting.
Sure. I don't know where you get your history from. Story. For the last 200 years now, since 1822, when the first group of people went back, there have been detailed records kept about the families who went back.
He keeps saying went back. They never been there.
U.S. Congress. If you go in the Liberian Congress, because they have a record of all the people that went back. They have a documented records of the people who left from here. So people can have Cherokee or Indian mixed with them. Like there are some black people here that have some Indian.
Wait. Sir, you said that these were slaves. They had the slavery didn't end in America until 1865. People left up out of here, sir. Those are free people, period. Wasn't no slaves, they were free people.
I never said it was. I never said it was.
Many free people of color.
Men. Can I finish something, man? Can I say something to you, right? At no point, at least it's recorded. At no point did I say slave. I never used the word slave because I don't.
Yeah, he did. He did. He did say free.
Yeah, but I don't say
vicariously of
They're missing a point. Those people who went to Liberia, they were all free in status. They were not enslaved people when they left. When they were, when they were sent to Liberia.
yes, sir.
And you say it sounds like you've done genealogy, you got records or whatever. Do you have records that actually place the people in your lineage in slavery in the Americas? Or are you saying that these are people who came to Liberia to colonize it, and you're assuming they were formerly enslaved, but you don't actually have the records to prove that they were enslaved? You could have the records to prove that they were enslaved. I'm just asking.
Yes, we do have records that these people were enslaved. I told you that I named like Petersburg, Virginia, right? So let me ask you something. Impossible.
All right, so I see the other guy angle. They pitching the indigenous thing. They're okay. I see it. They're believing in Liberians that went over there, the 12,000, were not freed from slavery in America. Yeah, they bugging. Yeah. At that point, they became a pretendian. Like at that point, you're making up history. Like the Liberians are made up. At least 12,000 from America were freed. No, not freed. They were free blacks. They were formerly enslaved and freed for the different reasons why I explain how they get freed. But he has an agenda. He has an indigenous agenda, and I'm gonna break that down in a second. Okay, you got to be impartial when you research. You got to be impartial. You cannot rely on confirmation bias. You're gonna get cooked.
And this is my here. Do you have any records in Africa where they were shipped out of here? That's what I would rather hear.
Yeah, I was trying to get there, but I wanted to crawl there, like climb there first. I want to see where his records are going first before, because if he ain't even got records to prove that people was actually enslaved, then he can't have no records to say that people came from him, right? So I just wanted to get point by point because people do have. Hey, some people have this stuff.
That's how I like to do it too.
So my last thing I want to say that there are millions of Liberians in Liberia who, for the last 200 years, have devoted themselves, Black people from all over the world who have devoted themselves to this study and have records of what happened in Liberia. This is the first time in my whole life.
Now, notice that the whole thing is called Africans Aren't Black, but they're letting this African say all Black people. Like they're letting the African say all Africans are. I'm confused. They're letting the African include Africans into Black. That's why, like, I'm the best to represent this argument because I'm consistent. I don't let nobody sneak no language.
Hold on, Paul. Let me tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because first of all, we speak to Liberians every day. And as of like the last 2 months, we've been really speaking to Liberians. And I'm going to tell you, you are very incorrect in the statement you just made. We're speaking to Liberians that don't even know the history at all. And they don't know their people. Most of the Liberians that come up here tell us that they are proof. And I know that that's probably a lie.
I find for saying, right? If somebody tells me they try or Liberian, I don't know, they tell me they are cool, I would believe them because you don't have any proof that they are not cool.
Don't challenge them.
Yeah, so if somebody tells
you, I don't really believe it though. I think that what we've been doing these panels for a while, and I've been talking to Africans for a long time. Africans always seem to want to appear to be the strongest African when they talk to us. if that makes sense to you.
No,
So they want to appear to be the African that, wasn't involved in anything. Nothing happened to their family. Their origin is pure.
I will never generalize people. I will never generalize any group of people and say this is how collectively they talk.
No.
So a true story about when I'm speaking to people. I don't tell them anything.
No.
They say what they say. When we speak to them, the story doesn't match up. When we start questioning them and breaking down things just don't seem to match up.
Can I do this? Say this to you. You sound very interesting. And this is from the heart. I would like to invite you to Liberia.
Here we go.
Why do we always have to go to Africa to learn something when we have records over here? We can learn from here, from our people. Those people that we have there, they have family here that can be traced. Yeah, but there are many processes of learning. Learning is a holistic thing, right?
About the
it's a holistic stuff,
right? Society.
ACS, right?
I want to point out a very important part in this article, right? Yes. Children's Still Power. So here, this is the article when they was taking them over there to Liberia, y'all. But this is again. I want to show y'all the second part of it because I want y'all to see something. Because these people trying to make like these people are not from this land. Hold on.
While she pulling that up, y'all send some populars, tap the screen, shut it live out. Let's keep the conversation going and friendly. All right.
It tells you right here in this part about them being they immigrants from and somebody read this. The yellow zone. So y'all see, I see the immigrants.
It say the immigrants,
the black. Yeah, whatever Liberia Power can do it because he's been off for doing something we don't know.
I was trying to read it.
Let's read that little part. And I want you. It's the immigrant with what?
The emergence of free blacks to Liberia particularly increased after the Nat Turner Rebellion of 1831.
Okay, that's very important. That immigrant is with an E, right? So let me show y'all something.
Yes.
What's that popular thing up there? They tell you this is from people that left they leave. One that leaves their own country in order to settle predominantly in another with an E. Immigrant with an E is a person that leaves his own country to settle in predominantly in another. So let's go to the one with the 9. That's a fact.
I'm a little bit confused, right? I was so the whole argument is about the E. Immigrant was an E.
Yeah,
so
these people they was leaving their own land. So you're not confused. Yeah, we know you're confused. Immigrant. If immigrants are right, no, you got to tell them that it's a difference between immigrant and with an I and the E. It's a difference. That's what I was saying. It's one that migrates to a country of which you are not or native in order to settle there.
So they could be saying that because black people are recent from Africa, so maybe that's why they
immigrated with an E, not an I.
Yeah, I know, but mine would be different colors.
I guess they read the definition for it for you. It was in the article. So when you read in the article, just break down what's in the article.
And who wrote this?
Not American Colonization Society.
So it's the ACS that wrote this.
Yeah, it's the American. I just pulled it up. It's not American.
I know. I put the ACS. I'm gonna because when I read an article, right, or go online reading anything, I want to know the origin of it, who wrote it, what biases they had, and what they were trying to say. That's all when you look at historical documentation.
Why would they even put an E there, sir?
Yeah, bro, stop it.
Huh?
I mean, I don't know why they put an E. I mean,
yeah, because they're telling you that these people was leaving their land.
The black people who went back, or the people who went back.
Never been there. They was going there to set up a college.
So when they say back, when you say
back, you trying to make like they have once was there and they wasn't. They have never. Matter of fact, half of y'all just got there, but we ain't. That's a topic for another subject.
Okay, so what I'm asking, the question I think I'm asking when I say the people going back, they were not there. I know slavery happened for 400 years. They didn't go back at the beginning of whatever time slavery happened.
400 years. I'm so tired of that 400 years.
Yes,
I was about to ask him when was 400 years ago. Can you calculate what 400 years ago was?
That's gonna move the goalposts, yeah.
Yeah. Take out. They must be done in a second.
So, Mr. Power. Yes. What we're trying to help you understand is you keep saying people going back. And what we're explaining to you is there are people that never came from there. Okay? Where did they come from? They came from America only. Yes, but were their ancestor brought here as slave or no?
No.
Okay, so they were so now again, so there were people that was in America who have no connection with Africa. Okay, their origin is in America. Yes, our people. That's what we let you know. Our people. Okay. Okay, just like you have your people there, we had our people here, our ancestors. And they decided to go over to Liberia and help build it and start it. And so why so they went to Liberia? That's where they went to? Yes. They signed up. They signed up to go. That's why there's records. Well,
We just had a guy up here yesterday who is in America and whose family has documented, he has documentation. And he told us that his family went over there for business reasons.
Well, I think I was because I know that the ACS document was never Liberia. It was Sierra Leone. That's where they were going first. And because some of them died, a lot of them died, that's how they end up in Liberia. Liberia was not alive. We have to say unalive. Okay, so unalive. They were never, Liberia was never part of the projection of where they were trying to go. It was just coincidentally they went to Liberia. And the only reason Liberia was available for them to go to wasn't colonized at that time is because you have these tribes there who were mostly the crew people on the ocean weren't really colonized. So was a free place, kind of a only free spot there that they could have gone to, later on. So there was never part of the whole ACS something to go to Liberia. Just coincidentally, they went to Liberia. So I didn't get the.
Why did America buy that land for those people to go to? They literally purchased it.
No, they didn't buy that land for them to go to at the beginning, right? But can I finish? Let me just finish. I said I'm about to say something. So they went to Sierra Leone. When the people were dying, that's how come those people, they were looking for other places that they couldn't get a lot of malaria and mosquitoes. So how they end up on a Sherbrooke Island, which is right outside of Monrovia, right? And when they got on that island, they landed there, and later on the chiefs and them negotiated. Eventually, the chiefs and them negotiated for that piece of island, Sherbrooke Island, that they were on at that time. So when they went there, they didn't buy the land. America didn't buy for them to go there. They were seeking refuge. When they went there, they were able to negotiate with the chiefs and people to get that piece of land. Yeah, maybe America helped them to pay whatever price the chief asked. They asked the chief. The chief asked them for.
Y'all letting this guy lie like this?
Nothing to do with them buying the land, going there. No, they went there first before they were able to negotiate for the land. And then when people talk about Liberia is a whole country. That island is just a small, maybe couple of acres. That's where they went. It was a couple of acres, not the whole Liberia as it exists today. They never buy any other place. They just bought that small island.
A couple areas is 3 miles wide. A couple acres is 3 miles wide.
But 3 miles, yeah, couple. Wait a minute, I need a word. Couple, which couple means two. It was just figuratively. It means like some acres, right? Acres, right? 3 miles. It's not a big land. 3 miles. Why? They're telling me bank institutions.
Yeah, family. I'm sorry. I had to get off. I had to get letting this damn tether lie like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, and the guy is acting like the ACS was a friend of ours. Like, whatever. But this is why I am this. Look, what's my favorite quotes? This is why. Yes. Okay. This is why I am who I am, and everybody else is who they are. Okay. When they come talk to me, they bow down. Nobody come over here pretending like they, are the historians. They bow down to me. You right. Oh, I ain't see it that way. Yeah. That's how I had my conversation. Ain't nobody come in my spaces pretending like they know history. And everybody know I do the ACS thing. It's like, I can't get a word in. Like they trying to instill this indigenous conspiracy theory over there. Oh, those people were never enslaved. Okay, well, I guess I can't ask them about slavery then. Here. Here. Yeah, so I guess I can't ask you about slavery because it's hot. You gotta wait. Too hot. And mix it in there with cheese. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hold that. Now it's too hot. Let me put my headphones on real fast. My mic is better. All right. So as I was saying, they had an indigenous conspiracy theory plot. So I'm trying not to ask certain things where I'm going against their plot. I'm trying to be nice, be respectful to those people. Okay. I'm trying to go, not call something. But they're called, I would have asked those Indians, those Indians, I would have asked them, why were they called free blacks? The one that went to Liberia, the one that was forced to go to Liberia, why were they called free blacks? And it would have been crickets. They're free from slavery. So I guess the Indian people, they want to deny that the free blacks were enslaved for, what are we doing? What are we doing at this point? We just make it. They both just make it. Just two people lying to each other. You know how I do. Well, okay. Remember Jason Black? Well, at least look it up. Well, I'm gonna remix that. Pull it up. You say that these folks were never enslaved. They were just voluntarily going over there to build up a country owned by white supremacists. Okay. Pull it up. Show me where you get that from. I need to know where you got that history from. Show me. Give me the book. Give me the article. Like this pretending thing is going too far. That's why I didn't come over here. All I do is point out the obvious. I listen to their argument, and then at some point they're going to confess they're not FBA. But they don't know they're saying that until I highlight it. I go, okay, so you're not one of us. They get quiet. Huh? You just said you're not FBA. You've been indigenous the whole time. Okay, so you're not one of us. You didn't help lay the foundation of this country, the infrastructure. All right, yeah. So when we say we talking about we ain't talking about you. And when you say you ain't talking about we. It's all good. But now, you're like the Africans and the Indians, wherever else, Latinos, y'all just do y'all, we do us. You want to link up, we can link up, but you're not us. Yeah, but the remix of the history battle that they doing, you dig? It's ridiculous. Yeah, Leet 7822 said, Ron, you the man. And look, I didn't want to enforce. I said, okay. I'm new to TikTok. I don't want to be known as a TikTok bully, Debo, TikTok Debo. Sometimes I can kind of like be, because I be trying to like educate through the foolery. You feel me? But they went somewhere totally, they talking about, and I'm trying not to like say too much where I'm arguing with them. Because the tether would love that. So I'm trying to keep it, But at some point, what I noticed from my experience, let these Indians talk enough, they are let these Indians talk enough, they're gonna talk themselves out of the lineage. At least from my opinion, from not opinion, from my experience. I mean, come on, look, y'all see the clips? Y'all see the clips I talk to these Indians? Or every last one of them talk themselves out the lineage. I'm like, okay, so you're not one of us. Huh? Didn't you say this? Yeah. So how are you foundational then? They make up some babble. No, no, no. But we say foundational. We don't mean that. We are very specific what we claim is foundational. And it ain't that. And you said you weren't part of what we did. So how are you foundational if you're not foundational and you're not native? Because all native Black Americans are foundational. So, you belong over there. Okay, you belong over there. Right? So, but our fight is our fight, yours is yours, and we can support each other, but don't forget, we're not the same. You're not Black either. Like that's where that was gonna go. Feel me? So we got we got a scenario from Golden Brown. If you have a car and I steal your car and make it to a taxi cab and the police pull you over for arrest, do the passenger still owe you money for the ride? So if um so if you steal a car, so I mean the police are after you, you hop in the cab, hey, take me to so and so street. And no, you don't owe nobody for the ride because you didn't get to your destination. The cops enter just like you don't owe a meal. You go somewhere and if you order a meal, okay, let me use that analogy, something like this. What if you go order from McDonald's, right? You order $35 worth of food. They ring it up and say, hey, it's all here, sir. $35.11. And the police officers come in there and arrest you, you don't owe them nothing. That's called a company loss. See, in real business, they have losses. That's why they have a balance sheet in business, Golden Brown. When you ever own a business, it's a balance sheet and losses are inevitable and they become tax write-offs, Golden Brown. So when you do your taxes or your CPA do your taxes, you make note of that and they will write that down as a write-off. So it's not a loss. And one day I'm gonna go into keep saying one day, but I gotta stop putting off. I'm gonna go into like some financial literacy. I'm gonna go over like balance sheets and LLCs and taxes and all that type of stuff. Because I really did that. So I really do it. I file taxes every year. Every year I file taxes. I got business that I put in there, and I got maybe some 9 to 5 stuff, W-2. Every year I file taxes. Every year. I don't know about you guys, but I got a business. I'm claiming the losses because I made money and I didn't pay taxes quarterly. So I owe them all at once. All I'm saying is take it out of what you owe me. If whatever I owe you, take it out of what I owe you. And sometimes it evens out. Sometimes I may owe, and sometimes they still owe me. But yeah, so I'm somebody. So yeah, there's losses when you do your own taxes. They ask you about liabilities. All right. See where you want. Yeah, they ask you about your losses. There's a whole section for that. Okay. Hey, what are you doing? It's open more. Take them. What? From the video? Yeah. All right. Here, use this one. You use yours? Yeah. The same password, but can't keep it. Just use your cartoons. Thank you. And go. Yeah. Okay, see? Yeah. So go to Brown. In a business, that's considered a loss. They do the same thing when they gotta discard food, right? But McDonald's, all the food McDonald's throw out, they gotta weigh it. And then that's a write-off. Okay. So you understand now? You don't owe nobody nothing. They understand that happens. The police officer will come and arrest somebody in the middle of business, interrupt business where we ain't gonna get paid. So they document that event. They probably get some type of police report or record in case they get audited. And now they can say, no, I really came in here and locked up Golden Brown, and she owed us $100. Get $100 tag. So we're gonna write that off. We pay tax. We're gonna write off $100. So whatever we owe minus $100. The Golden, that's how that works. I hope that answers your question. And then hopefully that made the most sense. And keep in mind, tomorrow morning, I'm gonna get off here in a second because we got really crap. But tomorrow morning I will be live in between 5 and 5:30. That's every day, weekdays. Then I may do one Sunday morning. But Saturday, I'll be trying Saturday. So Fleet 7822 said they brought Africans to explain who these no-name people were while they stole our land, enslaved us all today. I found mulattoes. Yeah, so history is really not that deep. See, people when they research, they just have confirmation bias. So what you cannot do and what you should not do, if you want to be a thorough researcher like me, who cooks everybody in the base, you cannot go into research with a conclusion in your head because your confirmation bias will find you the facts you need to make that conclusion work. Okay, but that's equivalent to Mark Furman trying to frame OJ. In Mark Furman's mind, OJ had to do it. Nobody else could have done it. So guess what? He started to look for evidence that only pointed to OJ. He ignored all the evidence that possibly pointed to somebody else. That's called confirmation bias. That's why OJ beat it. You're like, yo, you ain't even like look at nobody else. In your mind, you had me as guilty. I did it, and you look for evidence to support that. Okay, so that same thing with research. When you have a conclusion, whether it's indigenous people were never enslaved, whatever, if that's your conclusion, and you go research, guess what? You're gonna find that, but it might not be in the context which it was supposed to be. So, like true readers like myself, true readers, we just read books, and it connects the dots for us. Like, you know what I mean? I don't go looking for books to prove me right. I remember I read a book about credit cards, like FICO scores and that type of stuff. And it mentioned some laws Obama passed that helped that made it possible for the average American to mess their credit up and build it back up and very quickly. So y'all could thank Obama for that. Before Obama, it was damn near impossible. Once you mess your credit up, your life was just done. And then when Obama passed some laws where, you mess your credit. Anybody after 2007 messed their credit up, and if you truly worked on it, your credit's right now better probably than before. That's Obama. Obama passed that law. So I learned that that's what I'm trying to say. Like I learned things just from reading stuff. It sometimes just give you something you didn't even look for, and you didn't think it would be in that book, but it helped you for something else. I read Michelle Alexander book, The New Jim Crow, and the era of color blindness. Okay, mass incarceration. Guess who's in that book? Obama. Obama is the one that amended the 100-to-1 crack cocaine ratio to, I think it's 15-to-1, 13 or 15-to-1. I always forget that number, but I think it's 15-to-1. Okay, that's Obama. So when those folks started coming home early, when melanated people started coming home early from a crack prison sentence, that's why, because of that amendment. So that 100-to-1, as opposed to 15-to-1, it reduced sentences. Because what happens is with the 100-to-1 crack cocaine ratio, it made a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 grams. Anytime you possess 5 grams of crack, you had to serve a 5-year prison sentence. Okay, so Obama amended that. Obama made it to serve a 5-year mandatory prison sentence. I think it took more crack. You had to be caught with like 32 grams now, something like that. So everybody who's caught with 5 or 10, who's doing 10 years, or 8 years, now the law had been pushed to 32 grams. All those folks got let go from time served. Something like that happened. Don't quote me verbatim, but Obama's the one that amended the 100-to-1 to like 15-to-1. And so many melanated people got free from jail at that time. You probably got uncles and cousins and brothers who came home early from selling drugs, and you didn't even understand that. But this is the type of stuff I research. I talk about it sometimes, but when I say I research a lot, like I research a lot. I can almost talk about anything, affecting the Black Foundation, Native Foundation Black Americans. I can almost talk about anything on the fly, just wing it and just come up. I research so much stuff, and I remember it. Some things I might be a little sketchy, like certain numbers might be a little off, like 15-to-1, 13-to-1. I forgot which one it was, but that's a significant drop. from 100 to 1 to 15 to 1. Hey, okay, you said I found mulattoes who were listed black. I can't see because the thing is blocking me. On YouTube, it gives me this goofy heart thing that black. Okay, I can see it now. I found mulattoes who were listed black in 5 years. Yeah, you got to type that over. That don't make much sense. I think you're trying to say I found mulattoes who were listed black. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But I got maybe 4 more minutes and I'm out. 9:30, I'm going to bed. But listen, keep in mind, if you're up tomorrow, early, catch me on YouTube. And I'll be on both. I'll be on YouTube and TikTok tomorrow morning. It will be lit. TikTokers normally call up and they be wanting smoke. They don't know no better. Like I'm fairly new on TikTok. My name don't really buzz like that on TikTok. So they find out really fast. It's so funny because I'm way more patient on TikTok than I am on YouTube. All right, family. Anyway, Rolly, man, don't forget everybody. Tasha K. So I'm not gonna go live. Normally I go live at 3:30. I'm not going live tomorrow. I'll tell you that much. I'm tuning in to Tasha K. And then expose Rolly. So I'm gonna miss a half an hour of it. But the first chance I get, I will be tuning in to Tasha K. 3 p.m. tomorrow. I think it's Easter time. Hope it's Easter time. Hope it's not earlier. Go in on Roland Martin. And it's sad. I feel bad for old boy because his bedroom business is about to be exposed to the world. And he was live today, man. Wait, before I go, let me see his number. He was live today. His live chat was cooking him. His live chat was, oh God. The dude almost got 2 million subscribers. He had 7 people watching him live. Okay, so he's live right now still. Family, you gotta see this. Ain't gonna believe me. So Roland Martin is live right now. Damn, buddy getting a tough break. Look at this. Look, you one freaky dude, Roland. Say hi to Shakula L. It says, why is he so red? He is done wrong. He said, you must address it, Martin. Do not hide. I know it will blow to you, but do the right thing. Diddy Martin. Oh, yeah, they look 11 people watching, family. If you look, he has 11 people watching, but he has, it don't say, he has, you know, I'm not subscribed to this. Okay, so you see, these are what I watch. These are what I watch. I stay watching. That's why I know so much about the law. I watch all day long. All they do is send me more. Watch one and they'll refer and recommend another one. Okay. Yeah, you see Roland struggling. Look, this is here recommendation. Look, recommendation. That's all I watch. All I watch is interrogations, either deposition interrogations or criminal interrogation like this. The 200 Queens found an Asian giant hornet that's removed and damn. And where? Oh, you don't want these big B's in America. Okay. Is Wesley? I gotta watch that. Yeah, I might not know Wesley Snipes is one of my favorite actors. Mhm. All right. Anyway, like I said, man, Broly, yeah. Broly, man. Sheesh. This dude got 2 million.
But I really can't say because it's going to depend on the schedules of the people
He
doing
got
the work.
he got 2 million subscribers, only 6 people live. We'll see. We'll see if he bounce back. Some folks bounce back. We'll see, man. Only time will tell. But damn, I know supporters like, yo, how are we gonna defend this? Like Roland, yeah, it's kind of hard. See, for Roland, it's gonna be hard for him. I believe it's gonna be harder for him than an academics. Because academics is a troll. He gets drunk. He goes crazy. Disrespect women. He's kind of like Myron Gaines. So they don't have no integrity. So it's not hard to like bounce back. It's like kind of like Charleston White. They don't have no integrity. So they'll do anything. They'll say anything, and they don't have no image to protect. So it's like, man, whatever. But Roland Martin was pretending that you should take him seriously. That's the part that's gonna hurt him. You're supposed to take him seriously, but there's video. Like you should never have video. Shannon Sharp did a. He tripped out and did something goofy, but he don't got no video of him doing it. He did. Diddy did video. Weirdo. But yeah, man. Roland did a video. Oh my God, I can't even. Well, I don't even want to imagine the female positions he twerked his body in for that girl to ram that thing up his ass. Like I don't even want to. This stubby dude, fat stubby dude, and she probably knew. She probably, hey, let's try this. No, 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 no. I'm an alpha. I'm an alpha. Say, no, you still an alpha. You just gonna, experience some beta. You know what I mean? You just gotta have a balance. Gotta be alpha and beta. To know how to run a beta, you gotta know how they think. So let me beta you, and now you know how beta thinks, and you can be the alpha you need to be. That makes sense. When you want to do this now, what you gonna use? This Kong, this Kong toy. That one? Yeah. As long as it go hard to go home. Bleep. Okay, that's not have a choice. You blackmailing me. You black. The dude said they blackmailing him. For Roland or the taste. I'm just so my point is, even if the point is like people took him seriously, they don't think that he's that clumsy, unprofessional, blah blah. So that's why they asking, are the tapes real? They're like, yo, how can you let yourself be exposed like this, my guy? They all thought he was smart. That's worse than self snitching. Or why ain't snitching on a selfie? You dig? Why did Roland let the damn woman tape her? Tasha K was like, if I got it, it's real. She said, I seen it. No doubt it's him. And he ain't deny it. Like she said, he went live to like check the temperature. I know he ain't like what he seen. he seen 7 people checking in and everybody roasting him. He like, damn, it's back to the hood. You don't know, she don't know, she going back to the crib, and rolling back to the hood. Well, that liberal money about to dry up, man. But I wouldn't we'll take his spot. I forgot to play Phil Scott. Forgot to play Phil Scott because Phil Scott was kind of like tripping too, calling Haitians black and all that blackity black stuff. I caught Phil Scott do that before. I mean, Phil Scott was trying to act like Africans ain't sellers. Phil Scott been saying he been saying some silly stuff, man. Flags been around him like crazy too. Flags been around him as well. So you got Marquette Devon Burton, who's an agent, gave overwhelming evidence today. Godfrey's out of here. We got rid of Godfrey. So if anybody's on the fence, you're on the fence no more. Great college player. Roland Martin's on the way out. Sheesh. 19 Z's got put out. Sarah Seti. Professor Small. Black 100 embarrassed Brother Jabari. Hooked him in the debate. And wanted to fade along with the cook. Okay, so you said okay, so did you type it over? You said she was mulatto at 5 years old. At 12, she was listed as black, full family. That's possible. What date was that? She could have been reclassified. Wait, no. Listed as black? Nah. Depends. What date are we talking about? This wasn't before. The Racial Integrity Act, 1924. This was calling everybody Negro. She wasn't called black. Not before 1977. You might have meant Negro. There was no such form. It's a small possibility. But I need the year though. What year is that? 7/8/22. It's a possibility might be kind of correct, but I just need the year. The year will help me put the pieces together much better. But without that year, Buckhorse said let the tethers fight each other off. Yeah, without that year, I wouldn't be able to confirm or deny. 7/8/22. 1830. Oh, nah. She was not listed as black. Hell no. No, that word did not exist as an identifier at that time. Was she a free black? Yeah, no. They didn't reclassify. No, she said that if you don't reclassify, nobody can reclassify. Put that link in there. Oh. Oh. No, I need you to put that link in there. 1830. Ain't nobody was called black. Nobody was reclassified. I'll say this: nobody was reclassified as black. 1830. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to say. So I'm gonna have. Yeah, free with land. Hmm. I mean, yeah, yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna need to know where you got that from because they were called free blacks, but you were not reclassified as a free black. That's your status. So when people were called free blacks, all that meant was this person is black and they're out of slavery. You dig? Like, you feel me? In the context with slavery. So why would a mulatto be mulatto? Like, I just, yeah, there's more to that you're leaving out. Why would they put a heavy emphasis on the word mulatto? Even though I know mulattoes at that time, there was a mulatto and they were treated like they were remedial, but uh, they wouldn't reclassify the mulatto as black. The reclassification was Negro, and why would they, why would they? That don't make any sense. So was the model? Well, was the mulatto always free with a no? Yeah, yeah. Something's missing right there. Something's missing. That doesn't line. That doesn't line up with history and how the word black is used. Don't forget, I'm like a complete double PhD scholar in the word black. Applications, origin, historically, like that's my lane. And that wouldn't make any sense from everything I studied and read. A mulatto being classified as black, being reclassified. I mean, no, the best way, you said 5 and 12, yeah. I mean, like, unless you're telling me the mulatto was bought out of slavery and the mulatto became a free black, something like that might make more sense. If you're telling me the mulatto was enslaved because the mulatto couldn't have been born free because it'd be a free mulatto. But the fact you said that mulatto got the name changed, I don't believe it was. I don't believe it. The only way I could slightly make sense a little bit if you said the mulatto was bought out of slavery or went to a free state, won their freedom status, and somehow was considered free black. That's the only way it can kind of make a little sense. It's still kind of like crazy, but mulattoes were not reclassified as black. They were reclassified as Negro. But I held on as long as I can. Catch me tomorrow morning, 5 a.m., 5:30. But it will not be. It will not be. It will not be 3 o'clock, 3:30. If I'm listening to Tasha Keck. Okay, I'll be getting messy. I'm normally not messy, but I'm messy tomorrow though. Peace to family. Elite 7822. Hit me up early in the morning, 5 a.m.